Mothers to men. Daddy. The dark was so thick with hurrying rain that the child's voice was drowned. So he splashed forward a few steps in the mud and puddles of the highway and plucked at the coat of the man tramping before. The man took a hand from a pocket and stooped somewhat to listen, still plodding ahead. Daddy, it's the hole near my biggest toe. My biggest toe went right through that hole and it chokes my toe awful. The man suddenly squatted in the mud, presenting a broad, scarcely distinguishable back. Climb up, he commanded. The boy wavered. His body ached with weariness, his feet were sore and cold, something in his head was numb. But in a moment he ran on, 2 steps or 3, past the man. Nope, he said, I am seeing if I could walk all the way. I could it. I just told you about my toe, Daddy, 'cause I had to talk about it. Page 2. The man said nothing, but he rose and groped for the child's arm and got it about the armpit, and now and then as they walked, he pulled the shoulder awkwardly upward, trying to help. After a time of silence, the rain subsided a little, so that the child's voice was less like a drowned butterfly. Daddy, he said, what's velvet? I dunno, sonny, some kind of black cloth, I guess, why? It came in my head, the child explained. I was trying to think of nice things. Velvet sounds like a king's clothes, but it sounds like a coffin too. I did not know if it's a nice thing. This, the man understood swiftly, was because her coffin had been black velvet, the coffin which he had had no money to buy for his wife and the boy's mother, the coffin which had been bought with the poor fund of a church which he had never entered. What other nice thing you been thinking of? He asked abruptly. Circus and angels and ice cream, and a barrel o' marbles, and bane warm and clean stockins and rocked. My God, said the man. Page 3. The child looked up expectantly. Did he say anything back? He inquired eagerly. Not a word, said the man in his throat. Let me try, said the child. God, oh God, God, dear, he called into the night. From the top of the hill on the edge of the pump pasture which in that minute they had reached, they suddenly saw, cheery and yellow and alive, the lamps of Friendship Village, shining in the valley. And away at one side, less in serene contemplation than in deliberate withdrawal, shone the lights of a house set alone on its hill. Oh, Daddy, Dadda, look at the lights, the child cried. God did not say nothin' with words. Maybe he talks with lights instead of 'em. The man quickened his steps until, to keep pace with him, the little boy broke into uneven running. Is those lights where we are goin', Daddy? He asked. That's where, said the man. He put his hand in his pocket and felt for the 15 cents that lay there, wrapped in paper. The fancied odor and warmth of something to drink caught at him until he could hardly bear the longing. Page 4. But before he could get to the drink, he must do something else. The man had been fighting away the thought of what he meant to do, but when they entered the village and were actually upon its main street, lonely in the rainy 8 o'clock summer dusk, what he meant to do had to be faced. So he began looking this way and that for a place to leave the child. There was a wagon shop. Old wagons stood under the open shed, their thills and tongues hanging, not expectant of journeys like those of new wagons, but idle like the worn arms of beaten men. Some men, he thought, would leave the boy there to sleep under a seat and be found in the morning, but he was no such father as that, he reflected complacently. He meant to leave the boy in a home, give him a fair start. There was a little house with a broken picket fence some way. She would not have liked him to be there. She always liked things nice. He had never been able to give the boy much that was nice. But now, he said to himself, he would take nothing second-rate. There was a grocery with a light above stairs where very likely the family lived, and there, too, was a dry stairway where the child could sit and wait until somebody camino. Not there either, the best ain't none too good for the little fellow, thought the man. Page 5. Daddy, cried the child suddenly. He had run a few steps on and stood with his nose against the misty pane of a Bagel Arnold's home bakery. Covered with pink mosquito knitting were a plate of sugar rolls, a fruit cake, a platter of cream puffs, and a tall, covered jar of shelled nuts. Hustle up you, said the man roughly, and took him by the arm again. I was common, said the little boy. Why not leave the child at the bakery? No, a house. It must be a house with a porch and a front stair and big upstairs rooms and a look of money at the bank. He was giving care to the selection. It was as if he were exercising some natural paternal office to be scrupulously discharged. Music issued from the wooden saloon building with the false 2-story front and the colored windows. From a protesting piano, a dance tune was being furiously forced, and as the door swung open, the tap and thud of feet, the swell of voices and laughter, the odor of the spirits caught at the cold and weary man. Hurry along, he bade the boy roughly. That was where he would come back afterward, but first he must find the right place for the boy. Vaguely, he was seeking for that section of PG-6, the village, which it would call the residence part, with that ugly and naked appropriation of the term, which excludes all the humbler homes from residencehood at all. But when he had turned aside from the main street, he came upon the first church, with lights streaming from the groundless windows of the prayer meeting room, and he stood still, staring up at it. She had cared a good deal about that sort of thing. Churches did good. It was a church that had buried her when he could not. Why not there? Why not leave the child there? He turned aside and mounted the 3 wooden steps and sat down, drawing the boy beside him. Grateful for a chance to rest, the child turned sidewise and dropped his head heavily on his father's arm. There was light enough for the father to see the thick, wet hair on the babyish forehead. "I did walked all the way, did not I?" the child said triumphantly. "You bet you did," said his father absently. Since the boy's mother had died, only 3 months had passed, but in that time had been crowded for the child a lifetime of physical misery. Before that time, too, there had been hunger and cold and the torture of the continual PG-7 quarreling between that mother, sickly, half-fed, irritable, and this father, out of work and drunken. Then the mother had died, and the man had started out with the boy, seeking new work where they would not know his old vice. And in these 3 months, for the boy's sake, that old vice had been kept bound. For the boy's sake he had been sober, and if the chance had come, he would have been industrious. But save for odd jobs, the chance never came. There seemed to be a kind of ineffectualness in the way he asked for work which forbade him a trial. Then one day, after almost 3 months of the struggle, he had waked to the old craving, to the need, the instant need for liquor. He had faced the situation honestly. He knew, or thought he knew, his power of endurance. He knew that in a day or two he would be worsted, and that there would follow a period of which, afterward, he would remember nothing. Meanwhile, what of the boy? He had a fondness for the boy, and there remained to the man some shreds of decency and even of tradition. It would not turn him over to the authorities. He would not cast him adrift in the city. He resolved to carry him to the country, to some near little town where, dimly it seemed to him, the people would be PG-8 more likely to take him in. They have more time and more room and more to eat, he sought to explain it to himself. So he had walked, and the child had walked, from the city to Friendship Village. He must find a place to leave him. Why not leave him here on the church steps, outside the meetin'? "Do not you go to sleep, Kitty," he said, and shook him lightly. "I was juice rest in my eye flaps. Eye things, what are they, Daddy?" "Eyelids." "Yes, them. They are tired too," said the child, and smiled the sleepy smile which gave his face a baby winsomeness. Then he snuggled in the curve of arm, like a drowsy, nosing puppy. The father sat looking down on him, and in his breast something pulled. In these 3 months he had first become really acquainted with the boy, had first performed for him little personal office suit on a button or two, bought him shoes, bound up a hurt finger. In this time, too, he had first talked with him alone, tried to answer his questions. "Where is my mama, and will she rock somebody else? Are you going to be my daddy till you die, and then who will be? What is the biggest thing everybody knows? Can I know it too?" PG-9 also, in these 3 months, at night he had gone to sleep, sometimes in a bed, oftener in a barn, now and again under the stars, with the child breathing within his reach, and had waked to keep him covered with his own coat. Now he was going to end all this. "It ain't fair to the kid not to. It ain't fair to cart him around like this," he said over and over, defending himself before some dim dissenter. The boy suddenly swung back from his father's arm and looked up in his face. Will there be any supper till morning?" he asked. You might have thought that the man did not hear. He sat so still, looking down the wet road ruts shining under the infrequent lamps. Hunger and cold, darkness and wet and alloquy, should he not keep the boy from these? It was not deserting his child. It was giving him into better hands. It did not occur to him that the village might not accept the charge. Anything would be better than what he himself had to give. Hunger and cold and darkness. "You stay still here a minute, sonny," said the man. "You go and way," the child demanded. "A minute, you stay still here at PG-10 where you are," said the man, and went into the darkness. The little boy sat still. He was wide awake now that he was alone. The walls of the dark seemed suddenly to recede, and instead of merely the church steps there was the whole black, listening world to take account of. He sat alert, trying to warm each hand on the cold wrist of its fellow. Where had his father gone? To find them a place to stay? Suppose he came back and said that he had found them a home, and they should go to it, and it would have a coal stove and a bedstead, and a pantry with cookies and brown sugar in the jars. And a lady would come and cook molasses candy for him. All this time something was hurting him intolerably. It was the foot and the biggest toe and the hole that was choking him. He fumbled at his shoelaces, but they were wet and the shoes were wet and sodden, and he gave it up. Where had his father gone? How big the world seemed when he was gone, and how different the night was. And when the lady had the molasses candy cooked, like in a story, she would cool it at the window and they would cut it in squares. As suddenly as he had gone, his father reappeared from the darkness. PG 11. Here, he said roughly, and thrust in the child's hands a paper bag. And when he had opened it eagerly, there were sugar rolls and cream puffs and a piece of fruit cake and some shelled nuts. 15 cents worth of food, badly enough selected, in all conscience, but 15 cents worth. The 15 cents which the man had been carrying in his pocket, wrapped in paper. Now set there, said his father, and eat 'em up. And listen, son, set there till folks come out from in there. Set there till they come out. And here's somethin' I am puttin' in your coat pocket, see? It's a paper. Do not you look at it. But when the folks come out from in there and ask you anything, you show 'em that. Remember, show 'em that. In the prayer meeting room, the reed organ sent out some trembling, throaty chords, and the little group in there sang an old melody. It was strange to the man, as he listened. Break thou the bread of life. To me, to me. But that's it, he thought, that's it. Break it to him I cannot. All I can give him is stuff in a paper bag, and not always that. Now you break it to him. PG 12. Daddy, cried the child, you. Startled, the man looked down at him. It was almost like a counter-charge. But the child was merely holding out to him half his store. The man shook his head and went down the steps to the sidewalk and turned to look back at the child munching happily from the paper sack. Break it to him, God? The father muttered, as he might have used a charm. Again, the child looked out expectantly. Did he say anything back? He asked eagerly. Not a word, said the man again. This time he laughed nervously and foolishly. But meb he will, he mumbled superstitiously. I dunno. Now you set there, and then you give 'em the paper and go with anybody out o' the church that asks you. Dad may not get back for quite a while. The man went. The child, deep in the delight of a cream puff, wondered and looked after him troublessly, and was vaguely comforted by the murmur of voices beyond the doors. Why, God did not answer back because he was to the church meeting, the child thought, when he heard the people moving about within. PG 13. Night. Inside the church that night, Calliope Marsh is wont to tell it, the Friendship Married Ladies Cemetery Improvement Sodality was having one of our special meetings, with hot chocolate and iced lemonade and 2 kinds of wafers. There was not a very big attendance, account of the rain, and there was so much refreshments ready that us ladies was urgin' the men to have all they wanted. Drink both kinds, Timothy. Me's top lady says to her husband, pursue it in. It will have to be throwed away if somebody do not drink it up. Lord Ammandy, says Timothy, testy, I do hate to be sicked onto my food like that. It takes away my appetite, same as poison would. They always do it, says Jimmy Sturgis, morose. My wife'll say to me, Jimmy, eat up them cold peas. They will spoil if you do not, and Jimmy, cannot you make way with them cold pancakes? Till I wished I could starve. Well, if you had not et up things, says me Sturgis, mild, we would have been scrappin' in the poorhouse by now. I dunno, but I would rather scrap where I am. PG 14. Sure, says Postmaster Silas Sykes, that always pours oil on troubled waters except when the trouble is his own, and then he churns them. I dunno what ailed me in business meeting tonight, says me's Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss. I declare, I was full as nervous as a witch. I could not keep my feet still anywheres. The fidgets comprehends me's uppers, sympathetic. I get 'em in my feet long toward night sometimes. Turn and twist and shift I know the feeling. Whenever my feet begin that, I always give right up and take off my shoes and get into my rubbers. Well, I wished I had some rubbers now, says me's Mayor Uppers. I wore my best shoes out to tea and come right from tea here, like a maniac. And now look at me, in my $3.50 kids in the streets runnin' rivers. You take my rubbers, me's Timothy Toplady offered. I have set with 'em on all evening because I always get 'em mixed up at sodality, and I declare the water'll feel good to my poor feet. No, no, do not you trouble, says me's Uppers. I will just slip my shoes off and track that 1 block in my stocking feet. Then I will put 'em in good, hot water and go to bed. IPC 15 would not have come out tonight at all if it had not have been for the professor. For goodness sakes, I says, do not call him that. You know how he hates it. But I do like to say it, me's Uppers insists, wistful. He's the only professor I ever knew. Me either, I says, and I knew how she felt. Just the same, we was getting to like Mr. Inslee too much to call him that if he did not want it, or even doctor, that was more common, though over to Indian Mound College. Halfway between us and the city, he is one or both, and I dunno but his name tapers off with capital letters, same as some. I just came over here to work, he told us when we first see him. I do not profess anything. And doctor means teacher, and I am just learning things. Must you have a formal title for me? Will not Mr. do. Most of the college called him just Inslee, friendly and approving, and dating back to his football days. And except when we was speaking to him, we commonly got to calling him that too. A couple of months before he would come over from the college with a letter of introduction from one of the faculty to Postmaster Silas Sykes, PG 16, that is an alderman and our professional leading citizen. The letter from the college said that we could use Mr. Inslee in any local civic work we happened to be doing. Civic work, Silas says to him, thoughtful. You mean shutting up saloons and like that? Not necessarily, he told him. Just work with folks. Wella setting out bushes? Silas asks. Whatever you are most interested in, Mr. Sykes, says he. Is not there some organization that's doing things here? Silas was not interested in so very much of anything except Silas, but the word organization helped him out. There's the Friendship Married Ladies Cemetery Improvement Sodality, says he. That must be the very kind of a thing you mean. Inslee laughed a little, but he let Mies Sykes, that loves new things and new people, bring him to our next evening meeting in the church parlors, and he would been back several times, not saying much, but just getting acquainted. And that rainy night, when the men met with us to talk over some money raising for Sodality, we would ask him to come over too. We all liked him. He had a kind of a used-ta-things way, and you felt like you would always known him, or, for the time PG-17 you had not, that you would both miss something out. And he had a nice look too, a look that seemed to be saying good morning and to be beginning a fine, new day, the best day yet. He would sit there kind of broodin' the most of that evening, drinking whatever anybody brought him, but not putting his mind to it so very much. But it was a bright broodin', and one that made you think of something that's going to open, and not just of something that's shut up. You can brood both ways, but the effect is as different as a bud from a core. Speakin' of money raisin' for Sodality, says Silas Sykes, kind of pretend hearty and pretend casual like he does, why do not Sodality make some money off the 4th of July? Everybody else is. Sodality always speaks of itself and of the cemetery real intimate, without the, and everybody's got to doing it. Us ladies all set still and kept still. The 4th of July, that was less than a week off, was a sore point with us, being we would wanted a celebration that would be a celebration, and not merely a money raiser for the town. Oh, I say canvass, house to house, says Timothy. Folks would give you a dime to get PG-18 you off in the front porch that would not come out to a dime entertainment, never. Why not ask them that's got dead in their own families to pay out for M, and leave them alone that's got livin' mouths to feed? Says Threat Hubblethwaite, querulous. Threat ain't no relations but his wife, and he claims to have no dead of his own. I always say they must be either living or dead, or else where's Threat come in? But he will not admit it. What you raisin' money for anyhow? Asks Appleby Holcomb, quiet. Appleby always keeps still a long time and then lets out something vital. As a matter of fact, Sodality did not have no real work on hand, cemetery lookin' real neat and tasty for cemetery, and no immediate dead coming on as far as we could know. But we did not have much of anything in the treasury either. And when we did not have any work on hand, we was in the habit of raising money, and when we would got some money earned, we was in the habit of devising some nice way to spend it. And so we kept Sodality real alive. Well, there may not be any active dead just now, Mies Sykes explains it, but they are sure to die and need us. We had 2 country funerals to pay for last year. Or I might say, PG-19 1.5, one corpse contributing half enough for his own support in cemetery. With that, Inslee spoke up, kind of firm and nice, with muscles in his tone like he does. What's the matter with doing something with these folks before they die? He asks. I guess we all looked kind of blank like when you get asked why Columbus discovered America, and all you know how to answer is just the date he done so on. Wella, says Mies Sykes, do what? Must not there be something to do with them, living, if there's everything to be done for them, dead? Inslee asks. Wella, says Mies Sykes, I do not know that I understand just how you mean that. Perhaps the mission band. No, says Inslee, you us. I never knew a man to say so little, and yet to get so much said. Wella, says Mies Sykes, of course Sodality was formed with the idea of caring for cemetery. You see that lets in the dead only. Gosh, says Appleby Holcomb, how exclusive, but I do not know as anybody heard him but me. I know, says Inslee, slow. Well, at any rate, perhaps there are things that all of us PG-20 living might do too. They're for the sake, say, of earning some money for the dead. There would be no objection to that, would there? Oh, no, says Ms. Sykes. I am sure nobody could take exception to that. Of course, you always have to earn money out of the living. Inslee looked at us all kind of shy at one and another of us, like he thought he might find some different answer in somebody's eyes. I smiled at him, and so did Mies Toplady, and so did Appleby. And Mies Aliner Emmons, the widow lady, lately moved in, she nodded. But the rest sat there like their faces was on wrong side out and did not show no true pattern. I mean, he says, not quite knowing how to make us understand what he was driving at. I mean, let's get to know these folks while they are alive. Are not we all more interested in folks than we are in their graves? Folks, Timothy Toplady says over, meditative, like he would heard of members, customers, clients, murderers, and the like, but never of folks. I mean, Inslee says again, oh, any one of a dozen things. For instance, do something jolly that will give your young people something to do evenings, get them to help earn the money for PG-21 cemetery. If you want to, he adds, laughing a little. There's going to be a vigilance committee to see after the young folks of Friendship Village. Nights, says Silas Sykes, grim. You might have town parties, have the parties in schools and in the town hall, Inslee goes on, and talk over the cemetery that belongs to you all, and talk over the other things besides the cemetery that belong to you all. Maybe I could help, he adds, though I own up to you now I am really more fond of folk speaking by, and larger than I am of tombstones. He said a little more to us about how folks was doing in the world outside the village, and he was so humorous about it that they never knew how something inside him was hopping with hope, like I betted it was, with his young, divine enthusiasm. And when he would got done, he waited, all grave and eager, for somebody to peep up. And it was, as it would be, Silas Sykes who spoke first. It's all right, says he, so long as sodality do not go meddling in the village affairs, petition in the council, and protestin' and so on. That gets any community all upset. That's so, says Timothy, nodding. PG-22 meetin', singin' songs, servin' lemonade and plantin' things in the ground is all right enough. It helps on the fellow feelin' amazin'. But pitchin' in for reforms and things, Timothy shook his head. As to reforms, says Inslee, give me the fellowship, and the reforms will take care of themselves. Things is quite handy about talkin' their course, though, says Silas, so be we do not yank open the cocoons and buds and others. Well, says Mies Uppers, I cannot do much more, Professor. I am drove to death as it is. I do not even get time to do my own improvin' round the place. Mies Uppers always makes that her final argument. So for the poor, I have heard her say. Why, I cannot even get my own fall sewing done. Me too, and me either went round the circle. And I cannot do a great deal myself, says Mies Sykes, not till after my niece goes away. I thought I should not think you could tend to much of anything else, not with Miss Beryl Sessions in the house. That was the Sykeses' niece, till then unknown to them, that we would all of us heard nothing but, since long before she come. But of course I kept still, part because I was expecting an unknown niece of my own PG-23 in a week or so, and your unknown relatives is quite likely to be glass houses. Another thing, says Mies Hubblethwaite, do not lets us hold any doin's in this church, kicking up the new cork that the Ladies' Aid has just put down on the floor. It will all be tracked up in no time, letting in Tom, Dick, and Harry. Do not let's get the church mixed up in anything outside, for pity's sakes, says Silas. The trusties'll object to our meeting here if we quit working for a dignified object and go to making things mutual, promiscuous. Churches has got to be church-like. Well, Silas, says Appleby Holcombe, that had not been saying anything. I donno as some of us could bring ourselves to think of Christ as real Christ-like, if he come back the way he used to be. Inslee sat looking round on them all, still with his way of saying good morning on a good day. I wondered if he was not wishing that they would hang on that way to something worth hanging to. For I have always thought, and I think now, that they's a plenty of stick-to-itiveness in the world. But the trouble is, it's stuck to the wrong thing. The talk broke up after that, like somebody had said something in bad taste, and we PG-24 conversed around in groups and done our best to make way with the refreshments. And Inslee set talking to Mies Aliner Emmons, the new widow, lately moved in. About Mies Emmons, the social judgment of Friendship Village was for the present hanging loose. This was partly because we did not understand her name. My land, was her husband a felon or a thief, or what that she do not use his name? Everybody asked everybody. What'd she stick her own name in front of his last name like that for? Sneaked out of using his Christian name as soon as his back was turned, I call it, said some. My land, I would use my dead husband's forename if it was Nebuchadnezzar. My opinion, we would best go slow till she explains herself. But I guess Inslee had more confidence. You will help, I know, I heard him say to Ms. Emmons. My friend, she says back, whatever I can do, I will do. It's a big job you're talking about, you know. It's the big job, says Inslee quiet. Pretty soon, Ms. Toplady got up on her feet, drawing her shawl up her back. Well, she says, whatever you decide, count on me, I'll always do for Chinkin Inn. PG 25, I have got to get home now and set my bread, or it will not be up till day after tomorrow. Ready, Timothy? Good night, all. She went towards the door, Timothy following. But before they got to it, it opened, and somebody come in, at the sight of whom Ms. Toplady stopped short, and the talk of the rest of us fell away. No stranger much comes to Friendship Village without our knowing it, and to have a stranger walk unbeknownst into the very lecture room of the First Church was a thing we never heard of, without he was a book agent or a traveling man. Here, though, was a stranger and such a stranger. She was so unexpected and so dazzling that it shot through my head she was like a star, taking refuge from all the roughness and the rain outside a star. So it come in my head, using up its leisure on a cloudy night with peepin' in here and there to give out brightness. Anyway, the rough, dark cheviot that the girl wore was sort of like a piece of storm cloud clinging about that brightness of windressy face and blowy hair, all uncovered. She stood on the threshold, holding her wet umbrella at arm's length out in the entry. I beg your pardon, are you ready, Annalena? She asked. PG 26. Mies Alina Emmons turned and looked at her. Robin, she says, why you must be wet through. I am pretty wet, says the girl, serene. I am so messy I will not come in. I will just stop out here on the steps. Do not hurry. Wait a minute, Mies Emmons says. Stay where you are then, please, Robin, and meet these people. The girl threw the door wide, and she stepped back into the vestibule, where her umbrella had been trailing little puddles. And she stood there against the big, black background of the night and the village, while Mies Emmons presented her. This is my niece, Miss Sidney, she told us. She has just come to me Tade for as long as I can keep her. Will you all come to see her? It was not much the way Mies Sykes had done, singing praises of Miss Beryl Sessions for weeks on end before she would got there, nor the way I was doing, wondering secret about my unknown niece and what she would be like. Mies Emmons introduced her niece like she would always been one of us. She said our names over, and we went towards her. And Miss Sidney leaned a little inside the frame of the doorway and put PG 27 out her hand to us all, a hand that did not have any glove on, and that in spite of the rain, was warm. I am so sorry, she says. I am afraid I am disgracing Aunt Alina, but I could not help it. I love to walk in the rain. That's what rain is for, Inslee says to her. And I see the two change smiles before Mies Hubblethwaite's. Well, I do hope you have got some good high rubbers on your feet, made the girl grave again, a sweet grave, not a stiff grave. You can be grave both ways, and they are as different from each other as soup from hot water. I have, thank you, she says, big storm boots. Did you know, she adds, that somebody else is waiting out here? Somebody's little bit of a beau, and I am afraid he's gone to sleep. We looked at one another, wondering, who is waiting for any of us? Not me, one after another says, positive. We have all raced home alone from this church since we was born, Mies Uppers adds, true enough. We was curious, with that curiosity that it's kind of fun to have, and we all crowded forward into the entry. And a little to one side of the shining lamp path was setting a childa little boy, with a paper bag in his arms. PG 28. Roman 2. Who on earth was he, we wondered to ourselves, and we all jostled forward trying to see down to him, us women lifting up our skirts from the entry wet. He was like a little wad of clothes, bunched up on the top step, but inside them the little fellow was all curled up, sleeping. And we knew he had not come for any of us, and he did not look like he was waiting for anybody in particular. Silas fixed up an explanation, Redidone. He must belong down on the flats, says Silas, the idea of his sleep in here. I said we would oughter have a gate across the vestibule. Roust him up and start him home, says Timothy Toplady, adviceful. I will, says Silas, that always thinks it's his share to do any unclaimed managing, and he brought down his hand towards the child's shoulder. But his hand did not get that far. Let me wake him up, says Robin Sidney. She laid her umbrella in the wet of the steps, and, Silas being surprised into giving way, she stooped over the child. She woke him up PG 29 neither by speaking to him nor grasping his arm, but she just slipped her hands along his cheeks till her hands met under his chin, and she lifted up his chin, gentle. Wake up and look at me, she says. The child opened his eyes, with no starting or bewildering, and looked straight up into her face. There was light enough for us all to see that he smiled bright, like one that's real glad some waiting is done. And she spoke to him, not making a point of it and bringing it out like she would aimed it at him, but just matter-of-fact gentle and commonplace tender. "Whose little boy are you?" she asked him. "I am goin' with whoever wants me to go with em," says the child. "But who are ya, where do you live?" she says to him. "You live, do not you, in this town?" The child shook his head positive. "I lived far," he told her, "in that other place. I come up here with my daddy. He says he might not come back tonight." Robin Sidney knelt right down before him on the wet steps. "Truly," she said, "have not you any place to go tonight?" "Oh, yes," says the child. "He says I must PG-30 go with whoever wants me to go with em. Dodo you." At that Miss Sidney looked up at us, swift and down again. The wind had took hold of a strand of her hair and blew it across her eyes, and she was pushing it away as she got up. And by then Inslee was standing before her, back of the little boy, that he suddenly stooped down and picked up in his arms. "Let's get inside, shall we?" he says, commanding. "Let's all go back in and see about him." We went back into the church, even Sela's taking orders, though of course that was part curiosity, and Inslee sat down with the child on his knee and held out the child's feet in his hand. "He's wet as a rat," he says. "Look at his shoes." "Wella, make him tell his name, why do not you?" says Mies Sykes sharp. "I think we would ought to find out who he is. What's your name, boy?" she adds, brisk. Inslee dropped the boy's feet and took a hold of one of his hands. "Yes," he says, hasty, "we must try to do that." But he looked right straight over Mies Sykes's shoulder to where, beyond the others, Robin Sidney was standing. "PG-31, he was your friend first," he said to her. "You found him." She come and knelt down beside the child where, on Inslee's knee, he sat staring round, all wondering and questioning to the rest of us. But she seemed to forget all about the rest of us, and I loved the way she was with that little strange boy. She kind of put her hands on him, wiping the raindrops off his face, unbuttoning his wet coat, doing a little something to his collar, and every touch was a kind of a little stroke that some women's hands give almost without their knowing it. I loved to watch her, because I am always as stiff as a board with a child unless I am alone with them. Then I ain't. "My name's Robin," she says to the little fellow. "What's yours, dear?" "Christopher," he says right off. "First Christopher, and then John, and then Bartlett. Have you only got one name?" he asked her. "Yes, I have got two," she says. "The rest of mine is Sidney, where?" "Only two," says the child. "Why, I have got three." "Only two," she answers. "Where did your father got you know that, Christopher?" "PG-32. That seemed to make him think of something, and he looked down at his paper bag. "First he bring me these," he says, and his face lighted up and he held out his bag to her. "You can have one my cream puffs," he offers her, magnificent. I held my breath for fear she would not take it, but she 999. "What fat ones?" she says admiring, and held it in her hand while she asked him more. It was real strange how we stood around, us older women and all, waiting for her to see what she could get out of him. But there was not any use. He was to go with whoever asked him to got that was all he knew. Silas Sykes snaps his watch. "It's gettin' late," he gives out with a backward look at nothing in particular. "Had not we best just leave him at the police station? Threat Hubblethwaite and me go right past there." Me's toplady, she sweeps round on him, pulling her shawl over her shoulder, sewn of them gestures of some women that makes it seem like even them that works hard and do not get out much of anywhere has motions left in them that used to be motioned in courts and castles and like that. "Police station." "Silas Sykes," says she, queenly, "you put me in mind of a stone wall, you are that sympathizin'." PG-33. "Well, we cannot take him, Amandy," Timothy Toplady reminds her, hurried. "We live too far. 'Twouldn't do to walk him way there. Timothy will give, but he wants to give to his own selected poor that he knows about, and he will not never allow himself no luxuries in jivin here and there, when something just happens to come up. Land, he may have come from where there's decease you cannot tell," says Me's uppers. "I think we would ought to go slow." "Yes," says 2-3 others, "we would best go slow. Why, his father may be looking for him." Mies Alina Emmons spoke up serene. "While we are going slow," she says, "I think I will just take him home and get his feet dry. I live the nearest. Mr. Sykes, you might report him at the police station as you go by, in case someone is looking for him. And if nobody inquires, he can sleep on my couch beside my grate fire tonight. Cannot he, Robin?" "I would love it," says the girl. "Excellent," says Inslee, and set the little boy on his feet. But when he done that, the child suddenly swung round and caught Miss Sidney's arm and looked up in her face, and his little nose was screwed up alarming. PG-34. What is it? What's the matter, Christopher? She asked him. And the rest of us that had begun moving to go stopped to listen. And in that little stillness, Christopher told us. Oh, he says, it's that hole near my biggest toe. My biggest toe went right through that hole, and it's chalk in me. Just exactly as if a hand had kind of touched us all, a nice little stir went round among us women. And with that, Inslee, who had been standing there so big and strong and able and willing, and waiting for a chance to take hold, he just simply put his hands on his knees and stooped over and made his back right for the little fellow to climb up on. The child knew what it was for. Soon enough we see somebody somewheres must have been doing it for him before, for he scrambled right up, laughing, and Miss Sydney helping him. And a kind of a little ripple that went no true words, run round among us all. Most women and some men is strong on ripples of this sort, but when it comes right down to doing something in consequence, we ain't so handy. Leave me come along and help take care of him a little while, I says, and I thought it was because I was ashamed of myself and trying to make up for not offering before. But PG-35, I think really what was the matter with me was that I just plain wanted to go along with that little boy. I am your automobile, says Inslee to the little fellow, and he laughed out, delighted, hanging onto his paper sack. If you will give me the big umbrella, Aunt Aliner, says Miss Sydney on the church steps, I will try to keep the rain off the automobile and the passenger. The rain had just about stopped when we four started down Daphne Street. The elms and maples along the sidewalk was dripping soft, and everybody's gardens was laying still, like something new had happened to them. It smelled good, and like everything outdoors was going to start all over again and be something else sweeter. When we got most to Mies Emmons Gate, I stopped stock still, looking at something shining on the hill. It was Proudfoot House, lit up from top to bottom, the big house on the hill that had stood there, blind and dark, for months on end. Why, some of the Proudfits must have come home, I says out loud. Mies Emmons answered up, all unexpected to me, for I never knew she knew the Proudfits. PG-36 Mr. Alex Proudfit is coming on tomorrow, she says, and I sort of resented her that was so near a stranger in the village hearing this about Alex Proudfit before I did, that had known him since he was in knickerbockers. Am I keeping the rain off you two people? Miss Sydney asks as, at the corner, we all turned our backs on Proudfoot House. Nobody, Inslee says, and his voice was always as smooth and round as wheels running along under his words. Nobody ever kept the rain off as you are keeping it off, Miss Sydney. And I did walked all that way in that rain, says Christopher, sleepy in his automobile's collar. PG-37. Roman 3. If it was anyways damp or chilly, Mies Emmons always had a little blaze in the grate, not a heat blaze, but just a Kameher blaze. And going into her little whatchickled living room at night, I always thought was like pushing open some door of the dark to find a sort of cubby corner hollowed out from the bigger dark for tending the homey fire. That rainy night we went in from the street almost right onto the hearth, and it was as pleasant as taking the first mouthful of something. Inslee, with Christopher still on his back, stood on the rug in front of the door and looked round him. How jolly it always looks here, Mrs. Emmons, he says. I never saw such a hearty place. I don't know whether you have ever noticed the difference in the way women bustle around. Most nice women do bustle when something comes up that needs it. Some does it light and lifty, like fairies going around on missions, and some does it kind of crackling and nervous, like goblins on business. Mies Emmons was the PG-38 first kind, and it was real contagious. You caught it yourself and begun pulling chairs around and seeing to windows and sort of settling away down deep into the minute. She begun doing that way now, seeing to the fire and the lampshade and the sofa, and wanting everybody to be dry and comfortable, instant. You are so good-natured to like my room, she says. I furnished it for 10 cents, not much more. The whole effect is just color, she says. What I have to do without in quality I go and wheedle out of the spectrum. What should we do without the rainbow? And what in the world am I going to put on that child? Inslee let Christopher down on the rug by the door, and there he stood, dripping, patient, holding his paper bag and not looking up and around him, same as a child will in a strange room, but just looking hard at the nice, red, warm blaze. Miss Sydney come and stooped over him, with that same little way of touching him, like loving. Let's go and be dry now, she says, and then let's see what we can find in the pantry. The little fellow, he just laughed out, soft and delicious, with his head turned away and without saying anything. PG-39. I never said such a successful thing, says Miss Sydney, and led him upstairs where we could hear Mies Emmons bustling around Cosi. Mr. Inslee and I sat down by the fire. I remember I looked over towards him and felt sort of nervous. He was so good-looking and so silent. A good-looking talking man I ain't afraid of, because I can either admire or despise him immediate, and either way it gives me something to do answering back. But one that's still, it takes longer to make out, and it do not give you no occupation for your impressions. And Inslee, besides being still, was so good-looking that it surprised me every new time I see him. I always wanted to say, have you been looking like that all the time since I last saw you, and how do you keep it up? He had a face and a body that showed a good many men looking out of him at you, and all of 'em was men you would like to have known. There was scholars that understood a lot, and gentlemen that acted easy, and outdoor men that had pioneered through hard things, and had took their joy of the open. All of them had worked hard at him and had give him his strength, and his merriness, and his big, broad shoulders, and his nice, friendly boyishness, and his eyes PG-40 that could see considerably more than was set before them. By his own care he had knit his body close to life, and I know he had knit his spirit close to it, too. As I looked over at him that night, my being nervous sort of swelled up into a lump in my throat, and I wanted to say inside me, "Oh God, ain't it nice? Ain't it nice that you have got some folks like him?" He glanced over to me, kind of whimsical. "Are you in favor of folks or tombstones?" he asks with his eyebrows flickering up. "Me," I says, "well, I do not want to be clannish, but I do lean a good deal towards folks." "You knew what I meant tonight," he says. "Yes," I answered, I knew. "I thought you did," he says grave. Then he lapsed into keeping still again, and so did I, me through not quite knowing what to say, and him well, I was not sure. But I thought he acted a good deal as if he had something nice to think about. I have seen that look on people's faces sometimes, and it always makes me feel a little surer that I am a human being. I wondered if it was his new work he was turning over, or his liking the child's being cared for, or the mere nice minute, their PG-41 by the great fire. Then a door upstairs shut, and somebody come down and into the room, and when he got up, his look sort of centered in that new minute. It was Miss Sidney that come in, and she sat down by the fire like something pleased her. "Aunt Alina is going to decorate Christopher herself," she says. "She believes that she alone can do whatever comes up in this life to be done, and usually she's right." Inslee stood looking at her for a minute before he sat down again. She had her big black cloak off by then, and she was wearing a dress for in the house that was all rosy. She was not anything of the star any longer. She was something more than a star. I always think one of the nicest commonplace minutes in a woman's everyday is when she comes back from somewheres outside the house where she's been and sets down by the fire, or by a window, or just plain in the middle of the room. They always talk about pigeons homing. I wish they kept that word for women. It seems like it's so exactly what they do. I love the people, Miss Sidney went on, that always feel that way that if something they are interested in is going to be really well done, then they must do it themselves. PG-42. Inslee always knew just what anybody mentide noticed that about him. His mind never left what you had said floating round, loose ends in the room, without your knowing whether it was going to be caught and tied, but he just nipped right onto your remark and tied it in the right place. "I love them too," he says now. "I love anybody who can really feel responsibility, from a collie with her pups up. But then I am nothing to go by. I find I am rather strong for a good many people that cannot feel it, too, that are just folks going along." I suppose he expected from her the nice, ladylike agreeing, same as most women give to this sort of thing, just like they would admit they are fond of verbenas or thin soles. But instead of that, she caught fire. Her look jumped up the way a look will and went across to his. "I always think I would rather have folks say I know to me, understanding, than to just pour me out information," and that was what she said to him. "I know," she says, "on the train Tade if you could have seen them. Such dreadful-looking people, and underneath the jiving-upness. I believe in them," she added simple. When a thing you believe gets spoke by PG-43 somebody that believes it, too, it's like the earth moved round a little faster, and I dunno but it does. Inslee looked for a minute like he thought so. "I believe in them," he says, "not the way I used to, and just because I thought they must be, somehow, fundamentally decent, but because it's true. I know just when I first knew that," Miss Sidney says. "It come to me, of all places, in a subway train, when I was looking at a row of faces across the car. Nobody can look interesting in that row along the side of a subway car. And then I saw." She thought for a minute and shook her head. "I cannot tell you," she says, "it sounds so little and no account. It was a little thing, just something that happened to a homely woman with a homely man in a hat like a pirate's. But it almost let me in. I can do it ever since a look into people into or through or with she tries to explain it. Then her eyes hurried up to his face like she was afraid he might not be understanding. He just nodded without looking at her, but she knew that he knew what she meant and that he meant it too. PG 44. I thought it was wonderful to hear them. I felt like an old mountain, or anything natural and real ancient, listening to the song of believing, sung by two that's young and just beginning. We all sing it sometime in our lives, Sir Lord grieve for them that never doned. I might as well own up that I catch myself humming that same song a good deal of the time, to keep myself a-going. But I love to hear it when it's just begun. They was still talking when Mies Emmons come downstairs with Christopher. Land, but the little chap looked dear, dragging along, holding up a long-skirted lounging dress of Mies Emmons's. I never had one of them lounging dresses. There's a lot of common things that it never seems to me I can buy for myself. A nice dressing gown, a block of black pins, a fancy-headed hat pin, and a lemon squeezer. I always use a loose print and common pins and penny black-headed hat pins and go around squeezing my lemons by hand. I don't know why it is, I am sure. I'm a little boy king. Christopher stutters, all excited and satisfied, while Inslee was a-packing him in the Morris chair. Rained on, says Mies Emmons, in that PG-45 kind of dismay that's as pure feminine as if it had on skirts. Water is not a circumstance to what that dear child was. He was saturated ebullious him. He must have been out for perfect hours. Christopher, thinking back into the rain, Meb, from the pleasantness of that minute, smiled and took a long breath. I walked from that other place, he explains, important. Mies Emmons knew he was hungry, and she took Miss Sidney and Inslee off to the kitchen to find something to eat, and left me with the little fellow, me spreading out his clothes in front of the fire to dry. He sat real still, like being dry, and being with somebody was all he wanted. And of course that is a good deal. I do not always quite know how to start talking to a child. I am always crazy to talk with them, but I am so afraid of that shy, grave, criticism look they have. I feel right off like apologizing for the silly question I have just asked them. I felt that way now when Christopher looked at me, real dignified and wondering. What you going to be when you grow up to be a man? Was what I had just asked him. And yet I do not know what better question I could have asked him either. PG 46. I am going to have a cream puff store, and make it all light in the window, he answers ready. All light in the window, I says puzzled. And I am going to keep a church, he goes on, and I am going to make nice, black velvet for their coffins. I did not know quite what to make of that, not being able to think back very far into his mind. So I kept still a few minutes. What was you doin' in the church? He says to me all at once. I do not really know. Waiting for you to come, I guess, Christopher, I says. Was you? He cried, delighted. Pretty soon I came. He looked in the fire, sort of troubled. Is God outdoors nights? He says. I said a little something. Well, he says, I thought he was in the house by the bed when you say your prayer, and I thought he was in church. But I do not think he stays in the dark much. Meb, you do not, I says, but you wait for him in the dark, and Meb all of a sudden some night you can tell that something is there. And just you wait for that night to come. That's a nice game, says Christopher, bright. What game is that? I don't know, I says. Game of life, I guess. PG 47. He liked the sound, and he set their little waif full of no supper, saying it over like a chant. Game o' life, game o' life, game o' life. Just at that minute I was turning his little pockets wrong side out to dry them, and in one of them I see a piece of paper, all crumpled up and wrinkled. I spread it out, and I see it had writing on. And I held it up to the light and read it through twice. Christopher, I says then, where did you get this piece of paper? It was in your pocket. He looked at it blank, and then he remembered. My daddy, he says. My daddy told me to give it to folks, I forgot. To folks, I says, to what folks? To whoever asked me anything, he answers. Is it a letter, he asks. Yes, I says, thoughtful, it's a letter. To tell me what to do, he asked me. Yes, I says, but more, I guess, to tell us what to do. I talked with him a little longer, so's to get his mind off the paper, and then I told him to set still a minute, and I slipped out to where the rest was. Page 48. The pantry had a close, spicy, foody smell of a pantry at night, when every tin chest and glass jar may be full up with nice things to eat that you would forgot about cocoa nut and citron and cinnamon bark. In grown-up folks, one of the things that is the last to grow up is the things a pantry in the evening promises. You may get over really liking raisins and sweet chocolate. You may get to wanting to eat in the evening things that you did not use to even know the names of, and do not know them now. And yet, it never gets over being nice and inventive to go out in somebody's pantry at night, especially a pantry that ain't your own. Put everything on a tray, Mies Emmons was directing them, and find the chafing dish and let's make it in there by Christopher. Mr. Inslee, can you make toast? Do not equivocate, she says. Can you make toast? People fib no end over what they can make. I am always bragging about my omelets, and yet 1 out of every 3 I make goes flat, and I know it. And yet I brag on. Beans, buckwheat, rice, what do you want to cream, Robin? Well, look in the storeroom. There may be something there. We must tell Miss Sidney about Grandma Seller's storeroom, Mr. Inslee, she says, and then tells it herself. Laughing like a girl, PG 49 how Grandma Sellers, down at the other end of Daphne Street, has got a storeroom she keeps full of staples and will not let her son's wife use a thing out. I have been hungry, Grandma Sellers says, and I ain't ashamed of that. But if you knew how good it feels to have a still room stocked full, you would not ask me to disturb a can of nothing. I want them all there, so if I should want them. She's like me, Mies Emmons ends. I always want to keep my living room table tidy, to have a place in case I should want to lay anything down. And if I put anything on it, I snatch it up, so as to have a place in case I want to lay anything down. They was all laughing when I went out into the kitchen, and I went up to Mies Emmons with the paper. Read that, I says. She done so, out loud scrawlin' downhill message. Keep him, will you? The paper said. I do not chuck him to get rid of, but he's only got me since my wife's dead, and the drinks got me again. I've stood it quite a while, but it's got me again, so keep him and oblige. We'll send money to him to the P.O. here what I can spare, I ain't chuckin' him, but the drinks got me again. Resp his father. PG 50. P.S. His name is Christopher Bartlett. He is a good boy, his throat gets sore awful easy. When Mies Emmons had got through reading, I remember Miss Sidney's face best. It was so full of a sort of a leaping up pity and wistfulness that it went to your heart, like words. I knew that with her the minute was not no mere thrill, nor twitter nor pucker, the way sad things is to some, but it was just a straight sounding of a voice from a place of pain. And so it was to Inslee. But Mies Emmons, she never give herself time to be swamped by anything without trying to climb out right while the swamping was going on. What will we do? She says, rapid. What in this world shall we do? Did you ever hear of anything? Well, I wish somebody would tell me what we are going to do. Let's be glad for one thing, says Alan Inslee, that he's here with you people tonight. Let's be glad of that first, that he's here with you. Miss Sidney looked away to the dark window. That poor man, she says, that poor father. We talked about it a little, kind of loose ends, and nothing to fasten to, like you will. Miss PG 51 Emmons was the first to get back inside the minute. Well, she says, brisk, do let's go in and feed the child while we have him. Nobody knows when he's had anything to eat but those unholy cream puffs. Let's heat him some broth and let's carry in the things. Back by the fire, Christopher sat doing nothing, but just looking in the blaze like his very eyesight had been chilly and damp, and needed seeing too. He cried out jolly when he see all the pretty harness of the chafing dish, and the tray full of promises. Oh, he cries, Robin. She went over to him, and she nestled him now like she could not think of enough to do for him, nor enough things to say to keep him company. I see Inslee watching her, and I wondered if it did not come to him like it come to me, that for the pure art of doing nothing so that it seems like it could not be got along without, a woman some women can be commended by heaven to a world that always needs that kind of doing nothing. Children have a genius for getting rid of the things that do not count, Miss Sidney says. I love his calling me Robin. Must not there be some place where we do not build walls around our names? Page 52. Inslee thought for a minute. You oughtn't to be called Miss, and you oughtn't to wear a hat, he concluded, sober. Both of them make you do much there. They draw a line around you. I do not feel like Miss to myself, she says, grave. I feel like Robin. I believe I am Robin. And I made up my mind right then and there that, to myself anyway, I was always going to call her Robin. It's funny about first names. Some of them fit right down and snuggle up close to their person so that you cannot think of them apart. And some of them slip loose and dangle along after their person, quite a ways back, so that you are always surprised when now and then they catch up and get themselves spoke by someone. But the name Robin just seemed to wrap Miss Sidney up in itself so that, as she said, she was Robin. I like to call her so. It was her that engineered the chafing dish. A chafing dish is a thing I have always looked on a little askant. I could not cook with folks looking at me, no more than I could wash my face in company. I remember one hot July day, when there was a breeze in my front door, I took my ironing board in the parlor and tried to iron there. But land, I felt all left-handed. And I know it would be that way if I ever tried to PG-53 cook in there, on my good rug. Robin, though, she done it wonderful. And pretty soon she put the hot cream gravy on some crumbled up bread and took it to Christopher, with a cup of broth that smelled like when they used to say, "Dinner's ready," when you was 12 years old. He looked up at her eager. "Can you cut it in squares?" he asked. "In what?" she asks him over. "Squares, and play it's molasses candy, white molasses candy," he says. "Oh," says Robin, "no, not in squares, but let's play it's hot ice cream." "Hot ice cream," he says, real slow, his eyes getting wide. To play little boy king and have hot ice cream was about as much as he could take care of in joy. Sometimes I get to wondering how we ever do anything else except collect children together and give them nice little simple fairylands. But while, on the sly, we was all watching to see Christopher sink deep in the delight of that hot toothsome supper, he suddenly lays down his spoon and stares over to us with wide eyes, eyes that there was not no tears gathering in, though his little mouth was quivering. "What is it, what, dear?" Robin asks from her stool near his feet. "PG-54. My daddy," says the little boy. "I was thinking if he could have some this." Robin touched her cheek down on his arm. "Blessed," she says, "think how glad he would be to have you have some. He would want you to eat it, wouldn't he?" The child nodded and took up his spoon, but he sighed some. "I wished he would hurry," he says, and ate obedient. Robin looked up at us. "I do not think a woman is ever so lovely as when she's sympathizing, and it do not make much difference what it's over, a sore finger or a sore heart, it's equally becoming. I know," she says to us, "I know just the place where that hurts. I remember when I was little, being in a house that a band passed, and because mother was not there, I ran inside and would not listen. It's such a special kind of hurt." From the end of the settle that was some in the shadow, Inslee sat watching her, and he looked as if he was thinking just what I was thinking, that she was the kind that would most always know just the place things hurt. And I bet she would know what to don't 1,000 kinds of things that she would go and do it. "Oh," Christopher says, "I like this PG-55 most next better than molasses candy, cut it in squares." "I do, Robin." He looked down at her, his spoon waiting. "Is you that Robin Redbreast?" he inquired. "I am any Robin you want me to be," she told him. "Tomorrow we will play that, shall we?" "Am I here tomorrow? Do not I have to walk tomorrow?" he asked her. "No, you will not have to walk tomorrow," she told him. Christopher leaned back, altogether nearer to luxury than I guess he would ever been. "I am a little boy king, and it's hot ice cream, and I love you," he tops it off to Robin. She smiled at him, leaning on his chair. "Is not it a miracle," she says to us, "the way we can call out being liked? We do not do something, and people do not pay any attention and do not know the difference. Then some little thing happens, and there they are liking us, doing a real thing." "I know it," I says, fervent. "Sometimes," I says, "it seems to me wonderful cosy to be alive. I am glad I am it." "So am I," says Inslee, and leaned forward. "There's never been such a time to be alive," he says. "Mrs. Emmons, why do not we ask Miss Sidney for some plans for our plan?" PG-56. Do you know how sometimes you will have a number of floating ideas in your mind wanting to do this? Thinking that would be nice, dreaming of something else and yet afraid to say much about it, because it seems like the ideas or the dreams is much too wild for anybody else to have, too. And then maybe after a while, you will find that somebody had the same idea and dreamed it out and died with it, or somebody else tried to make it go a little. Well, that was what begun to happen to me that night while I heard Inslee talk, only I see that my floating ideas, that weren't properly attached to the sides of my head, was actually being worked out here and there, and that Inslee knew about them. I don't know how to tell what my ideas was. I would had them from time to time, and a good many of us ladies had, only we did not know what to do with them. And an idea that you do not know what to do with is like a wild animal out of its cage. There ain't no performance till it's adjusted. For instance, when we would wanted to pave Daphne Street, and the whole town council had got up and swung its arms over its head, and said that having an economical administration was better than paving we, then us ladies had all had the same idea about that. PG-57. Is the town run for the sake of being the town, with money in its treasury, or is the town run for the folks in it? I remember Mies Toplady asking, puzzled. Ain't the folks the town really? She asked. And if they are, why cannot they pave themselves with their own money? Do not that make sense? She asked us, and we thought it 999. Us ladies had got Daphne Street paved, or at least it was through us they made the beginning, but there was things we had not done. We was all taking milk of Rob Henny that we knew his cow barns was not at all eatable, but he was the only milk wagon, nobody else in town delivering. So we kept on taking, but squeamish. Then there was the grocery stores, leaving their food all over the sidewalk, dust-peppered and dirt-salted. But nobody liked to say anything to Silas Sykes that keeps the post office store, nor to Joe Betts, that his father before him kept the meat market, being we all felt delicate, like at asking a church member to come out to church. Then us ladies had bought a zinc wagon and started it around to pick up the garbage to folks' doors. But the second summer the council would not help pay for the team, because it was a saving council. And so the wagon was setting in a shed, with its hands PG-58 folded. Then there was Black Hollow, that we would wanted filled up with dirt instead of scummy water, arranging for typhoid fever and other things, but the council having got started paving, was engaged in paving the swamp out for miles. Silas Sykes's cousin being in the wooden block business. And two, us ladies was just then hopping mad over the doings they was planning for the 4th of July. That was not no more than making a cash register of the day to earn money into. All these things had been disturbing us, and more, but though we talked it over considerable, none of us knew what to do, or whether anything could be. It seemed as though every way we moved a hand, it hit out at the council or else went into some businessman's pocket. And not having anybody to tell us what other towns were doing, we just sat still and wished, passive. Well, and that night, while I heard Inslee talking, was the first I knew that other towns had thought about these things, too, and was beginning to stir and to stir things. Inslee talked about it light enough, laughing, taking it all casual on the outside, but underneath with a splendid earnestness that was like the warp to his words. He talked like we could pick Friendship Village up, same as a strand if we wanted, PG-59 and make it fine and right for weaving in a big pattern that his eyes seemed to see. He talked like our village, and everybody's village and everybody's city, was not just a lot of streets laid down and walls set up, and little families and little clubs and little separate groups of folks organized by themselves. But he spoke like the whole town was just one street and no walls, and like every town was a piece of the big family that lives on the same street, all around the world and back again. And he seemed to feel that the chief thing all of us was up to was thinking about this family and doing for it and being it, and getting it to be the way it can be when we all know how. And he seemed to think the things us ladies had wanted to do was some of the things that would help it to be the way it can. When he stopped, Robin looked up at him from the hearthrug. The world is beginning, she quotes to him from somewheres, I must go and help the king. He nodded, looking down at her, and seeing, as he must have seen, that her face was all kindled into the same kind of a glory that was in his. It was a nice minute for them, but I was so excited I piped right up in the middle of it. Oh, I says, them things. Was it them PG-60 kind of things you meant about in sodality tonight that we would ought to do? Why, us ladies has wanted to do things like that, but we felt sort of sneaking about it, and like we was working against the council, and putting our interests before the town treasury. And of the cemetery, he says. Is that, I ask him, what you are professor of, over to Indian Mound College? Something like that, he says. Nothing in a book with long words in italics, I ask him. Well, he says, it's getting in books now, a little, but it does not need any long words. Why, I says, it's just being professor of human beings then. Trying to be, perhaps, he says, grave. Professor of human beings, I said over to myself, professor of being human. On this nice minute, the front door, without no bell or knock, opened to let in Mies Halcombs that was Mame Bliss, with a shawl over her head and a tin can in her hand. No, I will not set any thanks, she says. I just got to thinking, Mercy, no. Do not give me any kind of anything to eat any such time of night as this. I should be up till midnight taking soda. That's what ails folks' stomachs. PG-61 my notion these late lunches on nobody knows what. No, I got to bed and I was just dropping off when I happened to sense how wringing wet that child was, and that I betted he would take cold and have the croup in the night, and you would not have no remedy not having any children, so it rousted me right up wide awake, and I dressed me and run over here with this. Here, put some on a rag and clap it on his chest if he coughs croupy. I donnos it would hurt him to clap it on him anyway, so's to be sure. No, I cannot stop. It's way past my bedtime. There's lots of professors of being human, Miss Marsh, Inslee says to me low. Mies Halcombe stood thinking a minute, brushing her lips with the fringe of her shawl. Meb somebody up to the Proudfits would do something for him, she says. I see they are lit up. Who's coming? Mr. Alex Proudfit will be here tomorrow. Mies Emmons told her. He has some people coming to him in a day or two for a house party over the 4th. Will he be here so soon? Says Inslee. I have been looking forward to meeting him. I've a letter to him from Indian Mound. Whatever happens, says Mies Holcomb, PG 62, I will get up attic first thing in the morning and find some old clothes for this dear child. I may be weak in the pocketbook, but I am strong on old duds. Inslee and I both said good night, so's to walk home with Mies Holcomb, and Christopher kissed us both, simple as belonging to us. We had that hot ice cream, he announced to Mies Holcomb. The lamb, says she, and turns her back hasty. I wondered a little at Mies Emmons not saying anything to her about the letter we would found that made us know somebody would have to do something. But just as we was starting out, Mies Emmons says to me low, do not let's say anything about his father yet. I have a plan. I want to think it over first. And I liked knowing that already she had a plan, and I betted it was a plan that would be born foursquare to its own future. Inslee stood holding the door open. The rain had stopped altogether now, and the night was full of little things sticking their heads up in deep grasses and beginning to sing about it. I don't know about what, but about something nice. And Inslee was looking toward Robin, and I see that all the ancestors he would ever had PG 63 was lingering around in his face, like they knew about something he was just beginning to know about. Something nicer than the little outdoor voices. Good night, Miss Sydney, he says, and what a good night for Christopher, and he looked as if he wanted to add, and for me. Good night, Mies Emmons, I says. It's been an evening like a full meal. PG 64. Roman 4. By messenger the next day noon come a letter for me that made me laugh a little, and that made me a little bit mad, too. This was it. Dear Calliope, come up and help straighten things out, do. This place breathes desolation. Everything is everywhere except everything which everyone wants, which is lost. Come at once, Calliope, pray, and dine with me tonight, and give me as much time as you can for a fortnight. I am having some people here next week 20 or so for over the fort hand a party. A company, I need you. Alex Proudfit. It was so exactly like Alex to send for me just plain because he wanted me. Never a word about if I was able, or if I was not putting up berries, or did not have company, or was not dead. I had not heard a sound from him in the 2 years or more that he would been gone, and yet now it was just come, like a lord. And for that PG 65 matter like he used to do when he was in Knickerbockers, and coming to my house for fresh cookies, whether I had any baked or not. But I remember actually baking a batch for him one day while he galloped his pony up and down the plank road waiting for them. And I done the same way now. I got my work out of the way and went right up there, like I would always done for that family in the 40 years I could think back to knowing them, when I was a girl. I guessed that Alex had lit down sudden, a day or so behind his telegram to the servants, and I found that was what he had done. Proudfit House stands on a hill, and it looks like the hill had billowed up gentle from underneath, and had let some of the house flow down the sides. It was built ambitious, of the good cream brick that gives to a lot of our Middle West towns their color of natural flax in among the green. It had been big in the beginning, and to it had been added a good many afterthoughts and postscripts of conservatory and entrance, porch and sunroom and screened veranda, till the hill could not hold them all. The house was one of them that was built 50 years ago, and that has since been pecked and padded to suit modern uses, pinched off here and pulled off there to fit notions refining themselves gradual. And PG 66 all the time the house was let to keep some nice, ugly things that after a while, by mere age and usefulness, were finally accepted wholesale as dignified and desirable. The great brown mansard roof, niched and glassed in two places for statues and having them, two, inside my memory, and until Mr. Alex pulled them down, the scalloped tower on a wing, the round red glass window on a stairway, these we all sort of come to agree to as qualities of the place that could not be changed no more'n the railroad track. Tapestries and watercolors and Persian carpets went on inside the house, but outside was all the little twists of a taste that had started in naked and was getting dressed up by degrees. Since the marriage of her daughter Clementina, Madame Proudfit had spent a good deal of time abroad, and the house had been shut up. This shutting up of people's houses always surprises me. When I shut up my house to go away for a couple of months or so, I just make sure the kitchen fire is out, and I carry the bird down to Mies Holcomb's, and I turn the key in the front door and start off. But land when Proudfit House is going to be shut, the servants work days on end. Rugs up, curtains down, furniture covered and setting around out of place, pictures and ornaments wrapped up PG 67 in blue paper. I always wonder why. Closing my house is like putting it to sleep for a little while, but closing Proudfit House is some like seeing it through a spasm and into a trance. They done that to the house most every summer, and I used to think they acted like spring was a sort of contagion, or a 17-year locust, or something to be fumigated for. I supposed that was the way the house looked when Alex got home to it. And of course a man must hate it worse than a woman does, because he does not know which end to tell them to take hold of to unravel. So I went right up there when he sent for Meand. Then it was a little fun, too, to be on the inside of what was happening there, that all the village was so curious about. He would gone off when I got there, gone off on horseback on some business, but he would left word that he would be back in a little while, and would I help him out in the library. I knew what that meant. The books was all out of the shelves and packed in paper, and he wanted me to see that they got back into their right places, like I would done many and many a time for his mother. So I worked there the whole afternoon, with a couple of men to help me, and the portrait of Linda Proudfit on the wall watching me like it wanted to tell me something, maybe PG 68 about the way she went off and died, away from home. And a little after 4 o'clock, a servant let somebody into the room. I looked up expecting to see Alex, and it surprised me some to see Inslee instead. But I guessed how it was. That Alex Proudfit being a logical one to talk over Friendship Village with, Inslee could not lose a day in bringing him his letter. Well, Miss Marsh, says he, and you live everywhere like a good fairy. I thought afterwards that I might have said to him, no, Mr. Inslee. And do you appear everywhere like a god? But at the time I did not think of anything to say, and I just smiled. I am like that if I like anybody, I cannot think of a thing to say back, but to Silas Sykes I could talk back all day. We would got the room part in order by then, and Inslee sat down and looked around him, enjoyable. It was a beautiful room. I always think that that library ain't no amateur at its regular business of being a vital part of the home. Some rooms are awful amateurs at it, and some ain't no more than apprentices, and some are downright enemies to the house they are in. But that library I always liked to look around. It seems to me, if I really knew PG 69 about such things, and how they ought to be, I could not like that room any better. Color, proportion, window, shadowthy was all lined up in a kind of an enjoyable professionalism of doing their best. The room was awake now, too. I had the windows open, and I would started the clock. Inslee sat looking around as if there was size inside him. I knew how, down in New England, his father's home sort of behaved itself like this home. But after college, he had had to choose his way, and he had faced about to the New West, the New World, where big ways of living seemed to him to be sweeping as a wind sweeps. He had chose as he had chose, and I suppose he was glad of that. But I knew the room he had when he was in town, at Threat Hubblethwaite's hotel, must be a good deal like being homesick, and that this library was like coming home. Mr. Proudfit had just returned and would be down at once. The man come back and told him. And while he waited, Inslee says to me, have you seen anything of the little boy today, Miss Marsh? I was dying to answer back. Yes, I see Miss Sydney early this morning, but you cannot answer back all you die to. So I told him yes, I would seen all three of them, and they was to be PG 70 up in the city all day to buy some things for Christopher. Mies Emmons and Robin was both to come up to Proudfit House to Alex's house partisums. They would met abroad somewheres a year or more back. And they was going to bring Christopher, who Mies Emmons did not show any sign of giving up while her plan, whatever it was getting itself thought over. So they would whisk the child off to the city that day to get him the things he needed. And there was not time to say anything more, for in come Alex Proudfit. He was in his riding clothes horseback dress, we always call it in the village, which I suppose is not city talk proper. He was long and thin and brown, and sort of slow-moving in his motions, but quick and nervous in his talk. And I do not know what there was about him his clothes, or his odd, old country-looking ring, or the high white thing wound twice around his neck, or his way of pronouncing his words, but he seemed a good deal like a picture of a title or a noted man. The minute you looked at him, you turned proud of being with him, and you pretty near felt distinguished yourself, in a nice way, because you was in his company. Alex was like that. I do not like having kept you waiting, he PG 71 says to Inslee. I am just in. By Jove, I have left Topping's letter somewhere. Inslee, is it? Thank you, of course. Well, Calliope, blessings, I knew I could count on you. How are you look it? No, do not run away. Keep straight on, mister. Inslee will pardon us getting settled under his nose. Now what can I get you, Mr. Inslee? If you have walked up, you are warm. No, as you will. It's mighty jolly getting back for a minute, you know. I could not stop here. How the devil do you stop here all the time, or do you stop here all the time? All this he poured out in a breath. He always had talked fast, but now I see that he talked more than fast, talked foreign. I am here some of the time, says Inslee. I hoped that you were going to be too. Alex said, oh no, I feel like this. While I am in the world, I want it at its best. I want it at its latest moment. I want to be living now. Friendship village we man, it's living half a century agony way a quarter. It does not know about a 500. 19 anything. I love the town, for what it is. But confound it, I am living now. Inslee leaned forward. I was dusting away on an encyclopedia, but I see his face and IPC 72 knew what it meant. This was just what he would been hoping for. Alex Proudfoot was a man who understood that the village had not caught up, so he would want to help it naturally he would. I am amazed at the point of view, Alex went on. I never saw such self-sufficiency as the little towns have. In England, on the continent, the villages know their place and keep it, look up to the towns and all that play the peasant as they are. Know their betters. Here, bless you, not a man downtown here but will tell you that the village has got everything that is admirable. They believe it too. Electric light, water, main street paved, cemetery kept up, nice residences, telephones, library open 2 nights a week, fresh lettuce all winter fine, update little place. And Lord, but it's a backwater. With all its improvements, the whole idea of modern life somehow escapes it music and art, drama, letters, manners, as integral parts of everyday living. What does it know of them? It thinks these things are luxuries, outside the scheme of real life, like monoplanes. Jove, it's delicious. He leaned back, laughing. Inslee must have felt his charm. Alex always was fascinating. His eyes were gray and sort of PG-73 hobnobbed with your own. His square chin just kind of threatened a dimple without breaking into one. His dark hair done clusters like a statue. And then there was a lot of just plain charm pouring off him. But of course, more than with this, Inslee was filled with his own hope. If Alex Proudfoot understood some things about the village that ought to be made right, it looked to him as though they might do everything together. Why, Inslee says, you do not know how glad I am to hear you say this. It's exactly the thing my head has been full of. Of course your head is full of it, says Alex. How can it help but be when you are fast here some of the time? If you do not mind, what is it that keeps you here at all? I do not think I read Topping's letter properly. Inslee looked out from all over his face. I stay, he says, just because all this is so. It needs somebody to stay, do not you think? Ah, yes, I see, says Alex, rapid and foreign. How do you mean, though? Surely you do not mean renouncing and that sort of thing. Renouncing, no, says Inslee, getting into the game. PG 74. He got his enthusiasm down into still places and outlined what he meant. It was all at the ends of his fingers what there was to do if the town was to live up to itself, to find ways to express the everyday human fellowship that Inslee see underneath everything. And Alex Proudfoot listened, giving that nice, careful, pacifying attention of his. He was always so polite that his listening was like answering. When Inslee got through, Alex's very disagreeing with him was sympathizing. My dear man, says he, I remember every word because it was something I would wondered sometimes too. Only I would done my wondering vague, like you do, my dear man. But are you not, after all, anticipating? This is just the way nature works, beating these things into the heads and hearts of generations. Are not you trying to do it all at once? I am trying to help nature, to be a part of nature exactly, says Inslee, and to do it here in Friendship Village. Why, says Alex, you will be talking about facilitating God's plan next, helping him along, by Jove. Inslee looks at him level. I mean that now, he says, if you want to put it that way. PG 75. Good Lord, says Alex, but how do you know what he wants? Do not you, says Inslee even. Alex Proudfoot turned and touched a bell. Look here, he says, you stay and dine, will not you? I am alone tonight, Calliope and I are. Stay, I always enjoy thrashing this out. To the manservant who just about breathed with a well-trained stoop of being deferential, his master give the order about the table. And Bayless have them hunt out some of those taroses they had in bloom the other day, you should see them, Calliope. Oh, and Bayless, hurry dinner a bit. I am as hungry as lions, he added to us, and he made me think of the little boy in knickerbockers, asking me for fresh cookies. He slipped back to their topic, ranking it right in with Taros's. In the hour before dinner, they went on thrashing it out there in that nice luxurious room, and through the dinner, to a simple, perfect dinner where I did not know which to eat, the plates or the food, they was both so complete. Up to Proudfoot House I can hardly ever make out whether I am chewing flavors or colors or shapes, but I don't know as I care. Flavors, thank my stars, PG 76 are not the only things in life I know how to digest. First eager then patient, Inslee went over his ground, setting forth by line and by vision and by vision, the faith that was in him, faith in human nature to come into its own, faith in the life of a town to work into human life at its best. And always down the same road they went, they come a canterin' back with Alex Proudfoot's precisely. It is precisely what is happening. You cannot force it, you must not force it. To do the best we can with ourselves and to help up an underdog or two if he deserves it, that's the most nature lets us in for. Otherwise, she says, do not meddle, I am doing this, and she's right, we would bungle everything. Believe me, my dear fellow, our spurts of civic righteousness and national reform never get us anywhere in the long run. In the long run, things go along and go along. You cannot stop them. If you are wise, you will not rush them. At this, I could not keep still no longer. We was at the table then, and I looked over to Alex between the candlesticks and felt as if he was back in knickerbockers again, telling me God had made enough ponies so he could gallop his all day on the plank road if he wanted to. PG 77. You and Silas Sykes, Alex, I says, have come to the same motto. Silas says nature is real handy about taking her course, so be you do not yank open cocoons and buds and like that. Old Silas, says Alex. Lord, is he still going on about everything? Old Silas. Yes, I says, he is, and so am one. Out by my woodshed I have got a greening apple tree. When it was about a year old a cow I used to keep browsed it down. It laid over on the ground, broke clean off all but one little side of bark that kept right on doing business with sap, like it did not know its universe was sat on. I did not get time for a week or two to grub it up, and when I did go to it, I see it was still living, through that little pinch of bark. I liked the pluck and I straightened it up and tied it to the shed. I used to fuss with it some. Once in a storm I went out and propped a dry goods box over it. I kept the earth rich and drove the bugs off. I kind of got interested in seeing what it would do next. What it done was to grow like all possessed. It was 20 years ago and more that the cow come by it, and this year I have had 7 bushels of greenings off that one tree. Suppose I had not tied it up. You would have saved yourself no end of PG 78 trouble, dear Calliope, says Alex, to say nothing of sparing the feelings of the cow. I ain't so anxious anymore, says I, about sparing folks' feelings as I am about sparing folks. Nor I ain't so crazy as I used to be about saving myself trouble, either. Dear Calliope, says Alex, what an advocate you are. Will not you be my advocate? He would not argue serious with me, now no more than he would when he was in knickerbockers. But yet he was adorable. When we got back to the library, I went on finishing up the books, and I could hear him being adorable. He dipped down into the past and brought up rich things off down old ways of life in the village that he would had a part in, and then off on the new ways where his life had led him. Java had Inslee ever been in Java? He must show him the moonstone he got there, and tell him the story they told him about it. But the queerest moonstone story was one he would got in Lucknow, so he goes on, and sends Bayless for a cabinet. And from one precious stone and another, he just naturally drew out romances and adventures, as if he was raveling the stones out into them. And then he begun taking down some of his old books. And when it come to books, the appeal to Inslee was like PG 79, an appeal of friends, and he burrowed into them musty parchments abundant. By George, Inslee says once, I did not dream there were such things in Friendship Village. Next thing you will forget they are in the world, says Alex, significant. Believe me, a man like you ought not to be down here, or over to Indian Mound, either. It's an economic waste. Nature has fitted you for her glorious present, and you are living along about 4 decades ago. Do not you think of that? Then the telephone on the library table rang, and he answered a call from the city. Oh, buy it in, by all means, he directs. Yes, cable tonight and buy it in. That, he says, as he hung up, just reminds me. There's a first night in London tonight that I have been promising myself to see what a dog's life a businessman leads. By the way, he goes on, I have about decided to put in one of our plants around here somewhere a tannery, you know. I have been off today looking over sites. I wonder if you cannot give me some information I am after about land around Indian Mound. I am not saying anything yet, naturality'll give other people a bonus to establish in their midst, but the smell of leather is too much for PG 80 them. We always have to surprise them into it. But talk about the ultimate good of a town, if a tannery is not that, what is it? It was after 9 o'clock when I got the books set right. I loved to handle them. And there was some I always looked in before I put them up, because some of the pictures give me feelings I remembered. Same as tasting some things Will Spearmint and caraway and coriander. Inslee, of course, walked down with me. Alex wanted to send us in the automobile, but I am kind of afraid of them in the dark. I cannot get it out of my head that every bump we go over may be bones. And then I guess we both sort of wanted the walk. Inslee was like another man from the one that had come into the library that afternoon, or had been talking to us at Mies Emmons's the night before. Down in the village, on Mies Emmons's hearth, with Robin sitting opposite, it had seemed so easy to know ways to do, and to do them. Everything seemed possible, as if the whole stiff-muscled universe could be done things to if only everybody would once say to it. our universe. But now, after his time with Alex, I knew how everything had kind of tightened, closed in around him, shot up into high walls. Money, tanneries, big deals by PG-81 cable, moonstones from Java, they almost made me slimps too, and think, what's the use of believing Alex Proudfoot and me belong to the same universe? So I guessed how Inslee was feeling, ready to believe that he had got showed up to himself in his true light, as a young, emotioning creature who dreams of getting everybody to belong together, and yet cannot find no good way. And Alex Proudfoot's parting words must have followed him down the drive and out onto the plank road. Take my advice. Do not spend yourself on this blessed little hole. It's dear to me, but it is a hole, eh? You will not get any thanks for it. 10 to 1 they will turn on you if you try to be one of them. Get out of here as soon as possible and be in the real world. This is just make-believing, Gan, really? You know, you are too fine a sort to throw yourself away like this. Old nature will take care of the town in good time without you. Trust her. Sometimes something happens to make the world seem different from what we thought it was. Them times catch all of us when we feel like we would been let down gentle from some high footpath where we would been going along, and instead had been set to walk a hard road in a silence that pointed its finger at us. If we PG-82 get really knocked down sudden from a high footpath, we can most generally pick ourselves up and rally. But when we have been let down gentle by arguments that seem convincing, and by folks that seem to know the world better than we do, then's the time when there ain't much of any rally to us. If we are any good, I suppose we can climb back without rallying. Rallying gives some spring to the climb, but just straight dog climbing will get us there too. It was a lovely July night, with June not quite out of the world yet. There was that after-dark light in the sky that makes you feel that the sky is going to stay lit up behind and shining through all night, as if the time was so beautiful that celestial beings must be staying awake to watch it. And to keep the sky lit and turned down low, we walked along the plank road pretty still, because I guessed how Inslee's own thoughts was conversation enough for him. But when we got a ways down, he kind of reached out with his mind for something, and me being nearby, his mind clutched at me. What if it is so, Miss Marsh? He says. What if the only thing for us to do is to tend to personal morality and an occasional lift to an underdog or two if he deserves it? What if that's all they meant us to do? PG 83. It's awful hard giving a reason for your chief notions. It's like describing a rose by the tape measure. Shucks, I says only, look up at the stars, I do not believe it. He laughed a little, and he did look up at them, but still, I knew how he felt. And even the stars that night looked awful detached and able to take care of themselves. And they were a shining down on the plank road that would get to be Daphne Street and go about its business of leading to private homes, private homes. The village, that little cluster of lights ahead there, seemed just shutting anybody else out, going its own way, kind of mocking anybody for any idea of getting really inside it. It was plain enough that Inslee had nothing to hope for from Alex Proudfoot, and Alex's serene sureness that nature needed nobody to help, his real self-satisfied looking on at processes which no man could really hurry up me, but they made you feel cheap, and too many of yourself, and like none of you had a license to take a hold. For a second, I caught myself wondering. Maybe nature stars and streets and processes could work it out without us. Something come against my foot. I pushed at it and then bent over and touched it. It PG-84 was warm and yieldy, and I lifted it up. And it was a puppy that wriggled its body unbelievable and flopped onto my arm its inch and a quarter of tail. Look at, I says to Inslee, which, of course, he could not do, but I put the little thing over into his hands. Well, little brother, says he, running away. We was just in front of the Cadozes, a tumble-down house halfway between Proudfoot House and the village. It looked like the puppy might belong there, so we turned in there with it. I would always sort of dreaded the house, setting in back among lilacs and locusts and never lit up. When I stopped to think of it, I never seemed to remember much about those lilacs and locusts blooming. I suppose they did, but nobody caught them at it often. Some houses you always think of with their lilacs and locusts and wisteria and hollyhocks going all the time. And some you never seem to connect up with being in bloom at all. Some houses you always seem to think of as being lit up to most of their windows, and some you cannot call to mind as showing any way but dark. The Cadozes was one of the unblossoming, dark kind, and awful ramshackle besides. IP 85 always used to think it looked like it was waiting for some kind of happening. I did not know what. And sometimes when I come by there in the dark, I used to think, it ain't happened yet. We went around to the back door to rap, and Mies Cadoza opened. Eat a slovenly-looking woman she is, with no teeth much, and looking like what hair she's got is a burden to her. I remember how she stood there against a background of mussy kitchen that made you feel as if you would turn something away wrong side out to where it was not meant to be looked at. Is it yours, Mies Cadoza? I says, Inslee holding out the puppy. Murder it's Patsy, says Mies Cadoza. Give M here must have followed Spudge off. Oh, it's you, Miss Marsh. Over by the cook stove in the corner, I see past her to something that made me bound to go inside a minute. It was a bed, all frowsy and tumbled, and in it was laying a little boy. Why, I says, I heard F was in bed. What's the matter with him? And I went right in, past his mother, like I was a born guest. She drew off, sort of grudging. She never liked any of us to go there, except when some of them PG-86 died, which they was always doing. Come in and see F, Mr. Inslee, I says, and introduced him. The little boy was not above 8 years old, and he was not above 6 years big. He was laying real still, with his arms out of bed, and his little thin hands flat down on the dark covers. His eyes, looking up at us, watching, made me think of some trapped thing. Well, little brother, says Inslee, what's the trouble? Mies Cadoza come and stood at the foot of the bed and jerked at the top covers. I have put him in the bed, she says, because I am wore out lifting him around. And I have got the bed out here because I cannot traps back and forth waitin' on him. Is he a cripple? Asks Inslee low. I liked so much to hear his voice it was as if it lifted and lowered itself in his throat without his bothering to tell it which kind it was time to do. And I never heard his voice make a mistake. Cripple, says Mies Cadoza, in her kind of undressed voice. No, he fell in a tub of hot water years ago, and his left leg is witherin' up. Let me see it, says Inslee, and pulled the covers back without waiting. PG-87. There ain't nothing more wonderful than a strong, capable, quick human hand doing something it knows how to do. Inslee's hands touched over the poor little leg of the child until I expected to see it get well right there under his fingers. He felt the cords of the knee and then looked up at the mother. Have not they told you, he says, that if he has an operation on his knee, you can have a chance at saving the leg? I knew a case very like this where the leg was saved. I ain't been to see nobody about it, says Mies Cadoza, leaving her mouth open afterwards like she does. What's the good? I cannot pay for no operation on him. I got all I can do to keep him alive. F moved a little and something fell down on the floor. Mies Cadoza pounced on it. Ain't I forbid you? She says, angry, and held out to us what she would pick up a little dab of wet earth. He digs up all my house plants, she scolds, like some sort of machinery grating down on one place continual, and he hauls the dirt out and lays there and makes figures. The idea, gettin' the sheets a sight. The child looked over at us, defiant. He PG-88 spoke for the first time, and I was surprised to hear how kind of grown-up his voice was. I can get M to look like faces, he says. I do not care what she says. Show us, commands Inslee. He got back the bit of earth from Mies Cadoza, and found a paper for the crumbs, and pillowed the boy up and sat beside him. The thin, dirty little hands went to work as eager as birds pecking, and on the earth that he packed in his palm he made, with his thumbnail and a pen handle from under his pillow, a boy's face, that had in it something that looked at you. But I can never get M to look the same way 2 times, he says to us, shy. He's most killed my Lady Washington geranium, draggin' the clay out from under the roots. Mies Cadoza put in, resentful. Inslee sort of sweeps around and looks across at her, deep and gentle, and like he understood about her boy and her geranium considerable better than she 999. He will not do it any more, he says. He will have something better. The boy looked up at him. What, he asks. Clay, says Inslee in a box, with things PG-89 for you to make the clay like. Do you want that? The boy kind of curled down in his pillow and come as near to shuffling as he could in the bed, and he had not an idea what to say. But I tell you, his eyes, they was not like any trapped thing anymore. They was regular boy's eyes, lit up about something. Mrs. Cadoza, Inslee says, will you do something for me? We are trying to get together a little shrubbery, over at the college. May I come in and get some lilac roots from you some day? Mies Cadoza looked at him and looked. I do not suppose it had ever come to her before that anybody would want anything she had, or anything she could do. Why sure, she says only, sure you can, Mr. What's-name. And then Inslee put out his hand, and she took it, I noted special. I dunno as I ever see anybody shake hands with her before, except when somebody was gettin' buried out of her house. When we got out on the road again, I noticed that Inslee went swinging along so's I could hardly keep up with him, and he done it sort of automatic, and like it was natural PG-90 to him. I did not say anything. If I have learned one thing living out and in among human beings, it's that if you do not do your own keeping still at the right time, nobody else is going to do it for you. He spoke up after a minute like I thought he would, and he spoke up buoyant, kind of irreverent buoyant. I do not believe we are discharged from the universe, after all, he says, and laughed a little. I believe we have still got our job. I looked way down the plank road, on its way to its business of being Daphne Street, and it come to me that neither the one nor the other stopped in Friendship Village. But they led on out, down past the wood lots and the pump pasture and across the tracks and up the hill, and right off into that sky that somebody was keeping lit up and turned down low. And I said something that I would thought before. Ain't it, I says, like sometimes everybody in the world come and stood right close up beside of you, and spoke through the walls of you for something inside of you to come out and be there with them. That's it, he says only, that's it. But I see his mind nipped onto what mine meant and tied it in the right place. When we got to Mies Emmons's corner, IPC 91 turned off from Daphne Street to go that way, because I would told her I would look in that night and see what they would bought in town. It was late for the village, but Mies Emmons never minded that. The living room light was showing through the curtains, and Inslee, saying good night to me, looked towards the windows awful wistful. I guessed why. It was part because he felt as if he must see Robin Sidney and they must talk over together what Alex Proudfoot had said to him, and part it was just plain because he wanted to see her again. Why do not you come in a minute, I says, and ask after Christopher? Then you can see me home. Would not they mind it being late? He asks. I could not help smiling at that. Once Mies Emmons had called us all up by telephone at 10 o'clock at night to invite us to her house 2 days later. She explained afterwards that she had not looked at the clock for a week, but if she had, she might have called us just the same. For my life, she says, I cannot be afraid of 10 o'clock. Indeed, I rather like it. I told him this while we was walking in from her gate. Mrs. Emmons, he says, when she come to the door, I have come because I hear that you PG 92 like 10 o'clock, and so do one. I wanted to ask if you have ever been able to make it last. No, she says. I prefer a new one every night and this one tonight is an exceptionally good one. She always answered back so pretty. I feel glad when folks can. It's like they had an extra brain to 'em. Inslee went in, and he sort of filled up the whole room, the way some men do. He was not so awful big, either. But he was pervading. Christopher had gone to bed, and Robin Sidney was sitting there near a big crock of hollyhocks could make the center and life of a room a crock full of flowers just as you can make it a fireplace. Come in, she says, and see what we bought Christopher. I wanted to put him in black velvet knickerbockers or silver armor, but Annalena has bought chiefly khaki middies. She's such a sensible relative. What are we going to do with him? Inslee asks. I loved the way he always said we about everything. Not they or you, but always, what are we going to do? I will keep him a while, Mies Emmons says, and see what develops. If I were not going to Europe this fall, but something may happen. PG 93 things do. Calliope, she says to me, did I buy what I ought to have bought? I went over to see the things spread out on the table, and Inslee turned round to where Robin was. I do not really believe he had been very far away from where she was since the night before, when Christopher come. And he got right into what he had to say, like he was impatient for the sympathy in her eyes and in her voice. I must tell you, he says, I could hardly wait to tell you. Is not it great to be knocked down and picked up again without having to get back on your own feet? I wanted to tell you. Tell me, she says. And she looked at him in her nice, girl way that lent him her eyes in good faith for just a minute, and then took them back again. I have been to see Alex Proudfoot, he said. I have dined with him. I do not think she said anything at all, but Inslee went on, absorbed in what he was saying. I talked with him, he says, about what we talked of last night, things to do, here in the village. I thought he might care I was foolish enough for that. Have you ever tried to open a door in a solid wall? When PG 94 I left there, I felt as if I would try just that. Seriously, have you ever tried to talk about the way things are going to be, and to talk about it to a perfectly satisfied man? Robin leaned forward, but I guess he thought that was because of her sympathy. He went right on. I want never to speak of this to anyone else, but I cannot help telling you. You understand. You know what I am driving at? Alex Proudfoot is a good man as men are counted good. And he's a perfect host, a fascinating companion. But he's a type of the most dangerous selfishness that walks the world. Robin suddenly laid her hand, just for a flash, on Inslee's arm. You must not tell me, she says. I ought to have told you before. Alex Proudfoot, I'm going to be Alex Proudfoot's wife. PG 95. V. In the next days, things happened that none of us Friendship Village ladies is likely ever to forget. Some of the things was nice, and some was exciting, and some was the kind that's nice after you have got the introduction wore off, but all of them was memorable, and most all of them was the kind that, when you are on the train looking out the car window, or when you are home sitting in the dusk before it's time to light the lamp, you fall to thinking about and smiling over, and you have them always around with you, same as heirlooms you have got ready for yourself. One of these was the 4th of July that year. It fell a few days after Alex Proudfit come, and the last of the days was full of his guests arriving to the house party. The two Proudfit cars was racking back and forth to the station all day long, and Jimmy Sturgis, he went near crazy with getting the baggage up. I never see such a lot of baggage. Land, land, says me's top lady, peeking out her window at it. You would think they was all trees and they'd PG 96 come bringing extra sets of branches, regular forest size. Me's Emmons and Robin and Christopher went up the night before the 4th. Me's Emmons was going to do the chaperoning, and Alex had asked me to be up there all I could to help him. He knows how I love to have a hand in things. However, I could not be there right at first, because getting ready for the 4th of July was just then in full swing. Do you know what it is to want to do over again? Something that you ain't done for years and years. I do not care what it is, whether it's wanting to be back sitting around the dinner table of your home when you was 12, and them that was there are not there now, or whether it's rocking in the cool of the day on the front porch of some old house that got tore down long ago, or whether it's walking along a road you used to know every fence post of, or fishing from a stream that's dried up or dammed these 20 years, or eating spice currants or pickle peaches that there are not none put up like them now, or hearing a voice in a glee club that do not sing no more, or milking a dead cow that was not dead on the spring mornings you mean about. No, sir. I do not care what one of them all it happens to be, if you know what it is to want to do it again and cannot, count of death and PG 97 distance and longagoness, then I tell you, you know one of the lonesomest, hurtingest feelings the human heart can, soul outside of the awful things. And that was what had got the matter with me a while ago. It had come on me in the meeting of townspeople called by Silas Sykes a few weeks before to discuss how Friendship Village should celebrate the 4th. We had not had a 4th in the village in years. Seeing the 4th and the cemetery was so closely connected, late years, Sodality had took a hand in the matter and had got firecrackers and pistols voted out of town, part by having family fingers blowed off and clothes scorched full of holes, and part through Silas and the other dealers admitting they want no money in the stuff, and they would be glad to be prevented by law from having to sell it. So we shut down on it the year after little Spudge Cadoza bit down on a cap to see if it would go off, and it done so. But we would made the mistake of not hatching up something to take the place of the noise, because the boys and girls all went off to the next town 4ths, and come home blowed up and scorched off anyway. And some of the towns, especially Red Barns, that we can see from Friendship Village when it's clear, was feeling awful touchy and PG 98 chip-shouldered towards us. And their two weekly papers was saying we borrowed our year's supply of patriotism off the county and sponged on public spirit and like that. So the general friendship feeling was that we would ought to have a doings this year. And Postmaster Sykes, that ain't so much public spirited as he is professional leading citizen, platform introducer of all visiting orators and so on, he called a mass meeting to decide what to do. Mies Sykes, she was awful interested too, through being a born leader and up in arms most of the time to do something new. And this year she was anxious to get up something fancy to impress her niece with new niece that was coming to visit her, and that none of us had ever seen, and that the Sykeses themselves had only just developed. Seems she was looking for her family tree, and she wrote to Mies Sykes about being connect. And the letter seemed so swell, and the address so mouth-melting and stylish that Mies Sykes up and invited her to Friendship Village to look herself up in their Bible, born and died part. The very night of that public mass meeting Miss Barrel's session such, was the niece's name come in on the through, and Mies Sykes, she snapped her up from the supper table to bring PG 99 her to the meeting and show her off, all brimming with the blood is thicker than waiter sentiments, due to a niece that looked like that. For I never see sweller. And being in the glee club I set where I got a good view when Mies Sykes rustled into the meeting, last minute, in her best black cashmere, though it was an occasion when the rest of us would wear our serges and alpacas, and Mies Sykes knew it. All us ladies see them both and took in every stitch they had on without letting on to unpack a glance. And we see that the niece was wearing the kind of a dress that was to ours what mince pie is to dried apple, and I could not blame Mies Sykes for showing her off human. Silas had had Dr. June open the meeting with prayer, and I cannot feel that this was so much reverence in Silas as that he is not real parliamentary, nor yet real knowledgeable about what to do with his hands, and prayer sort of broke the ice for him. That's the way Silas is. Folks, says he, we are here to consider the advisability of being patriotic this year. of having a doings that will shame the other towns around for their half and half way of giving things, of making the glorious Fourth a real business bringer, of having a speech that will bring in the country tratteth Honorable PG 100 Thaddeus Hislop has been named by some, and of getting our city put in the class of the wide awake and the hustlers and the up-to-date and doing. It's a grand chance we have passed up for years. What are we going to do for ourselves this year? To decide it is the purpose of this mass meeting. Sentiments are now in order. Silas sat down with a Kitterin glance to his new niece that he was host and uncle of, and pleased to be put in a good light before, first thing so. Several men hopped up Timothy Toplady, saying that Friendship Village was a city in all but name and numbers, and why not prove it to the other towns? Jimmy Sturgis that takes tintypes, besides running the bus and was all primed for a day full of both a glorious Fourth, says he, would be money in our pockets. And the farm machinery and furniture dealers, and Geckerjack, that has the drugstore and the ice cream fountain, and others, they spoke the same. Inslee had to be to the college that night, or I do not believe the meeting would have gone the way it did go. For the first line and chorus of everything that all the men present said never varied. The Fourth for a business bringer. PG 101. It was Threat Hubblethwaite that finally made the motion, and he was not real sober, like he usually ain't, but he wound up on the keynote. I sold 204 lunches the last Fourth weekday in Friendship Village, says he, pounding his palm with his fist, and I move you that we celebrate this common Fourth like the blazes. And though Silas softened it down some in putting it, still that was substantially the sentiment that went through at that mass meeting, that was real pleased with itself because of. Well, us ladies had not taken no part. It ain't our custom to appear much on our feet at public gatherings, unless to read reports of a year's work, and so that night we never moved a motion. But we looked at each other, and us ladies has got so we understand each other's eyebrows. And we knew, one and all, that we was ashamed of the men and ashamed of their sentiments. But the rest did not like to speak out, count of being married to them. And I did not like to, count of not being. But when they got to discussing ways and means of celebrating, a woman did get onto her feet, and a little lilt of interest run round the PG 102 room like wind. It was Miss Beryl Sessions, the niece, that stood up like you would unwrap your new fashion magazine and unrolled her off from the front page. I wonder, says she, and her voice went all sweet and chirpy and interested, whether it would amuse you to know some ways we took to celebrate the 4th of July last year at home. And while the men sat paying attention to her appearance, and thinking they was paying attention to her words alone, she went on to tell them how at home the whole town had joined in a great 4th of July garden party on the village common, with a band and lanterns and fireworks at night, and a big marquee in the middle, full of ice cream. We made it, she wound up, a real social occasion, a town party with everybody invited. And the business houses said that it paid them over and over. Well, of course that went with the men. Land, but men is easy tamed, so be the Tamaris is somebody they ain't used to, and is gifted with a good dress and a kind of a scalloped air. But when she also has some idea of business, they go down and do not know it. Why, I should think that would take here like a warm meal, says Timothy Toplady. Instantant I see me's Amanda Toplady's chin come home to place like she'd PG 103 heard Timothy making love to another woman. Novel as the Dickens, says Simon Geckerjack. Move we adopt it. And so they done. While they was appointing committees, I sat up there in the glee club feeling blacker and blacker. Coming down to the meeting that night, I recollect I would been extra gentle in my mind over the whole celebration idea. Walking along in the 7 o'clock light, with the sun shining east on Daphne Street and folks all streaming to the town meeting, and me sensing what it was going to be for, I would got all worked up to most a Declaration of Independence lump in my throat. When I went in the door to the meeting, little Spudge Cadoza and some other children was hanging around the steps, and Silas Sykes was driving them away. And it come to me how deathly ridiculous that was, to be driving children away from a meeting like that, when children is what such meetings is for. And I would got to thinking of all the things Inslee was hoping for us, and I would been real lifted up on to places for glory. And here down had come the men with their talk about a paying forth. And here was Miss Beryl Sessions, showing us how to celebrate in a way that seemed to me real sweet, but not so very patriotic. It was then that all of a sudden at PG 104 seemed to me I would die, because I wanted so much to feel the way I would used to feel when it was going to be the 4th o' July. And when they sung Star Spangled Banner to go home on, and all stood up to the sentiment, I could not open my mouth. I cannot go folks that stands up and carols national tunes, and then talks about having a 4th that will be a real business bringer. What would you think of the meeting? says me's top lady low to me on the way out. I think, says I, Frank, it was darn. There's just exactly what we all think, says me's top lady in a whisper. But all the same, preparations was gone into head first. Most of us was put onto from 1 to 5 committees, I mean most of them that works. The rest of the town was setting by, watching it be done for them, serene or snarling according to their lights. Of course us ladies worked, not being them that goes to a meeting and sets with their mouths shut and then comes out and kicks at what the meetin' done. Yet, though we wa'n't made out of that kind of meal, we spoke our minds to each other private. What under the canopy is a marquee? Asks me's Amanda Toplady, when we met at her house to plan about refreshments. PG 105. Me's Holcomb that was Mame Bliss spoke right up. Why, it's a finger ring, she says, one of them with stones running the long way. The minister's wife's got a blue stone one. Finger ring, says me's Mayor Uppers scornful, it's a title. That's what it is, from England. We looked at them both, perplexish. Mies Holcomb is always up on thinks it was her that went into short sleeves when the rest of us was still crocheting cuff turnovers, unconscious as the dead. But Mies Uppers had been the mayor's wife, and though he would run away, count some money matter, still a title is a title, and we thought Mies Uppers had ought to know. Then a Bagel Arnold, that keeps the home bakery, she spoke up timid. I see, she says, in the Caterer's Gazette a picture called Marquee Decorated for Fate. The picture wa'n't nothing but a striped tent. Could a tent have anything to do with it? Pity sakes, no, says Mies Uppers. This is something real city done, a Bagel. We worked on what we could, but we all felt kind of lost and left out of it. And like we was tinkering with tools we did not know the names PG 106 of and am making something we was not going to know how to use. And when the article about our fourth flared out in the Friendship Daily and Red Barns and Indian Mound weeklies, we felt worse than we had before. Garden party. All day fate. Al fresco celebration, the editors had wrote it up. All what? Says Mies Uppers, listening irritable to the last one. I cannot catch that word no more'n a rabbit. It's a French word, Mies Holcomb told her superior. Seems to me I have heard it means a failure. It's a funny way to put it, ain't it? I bet, though, that's what it will be. But the men thought they was doing things right. The Committee on Orator with Silas for rudder had voted itself $50 to squander on the speech, and they had engaged the Honorable Thaddeus Hislop, that they would hope to, and that was formerly in our legislature, to be the orator of the day. They put up a platform and seats on the common that wa'n't nothing but the market where loads of wood stood to be sold. They was a-going to cut evergreens and plant them there for the day. The committee on fireworks was a-going to buy set pieces for the evening. They was a-going to raise Ned. Somebody that was on PG 107, one of the committees wanted to have some sort of historic scenes, but the men would not hear to it, because that would take away them that had to do the business in the stores. No calathumpians, no grand basket dinner, just the garden party, real sweet, with Miss Beryl Sessions, and a marquee full of ice cream that the ladies was to make. It sounds sort of sacrilegious to me, says Mies Holcomb, connectin' the fourth up with society and secular doin's. When I was young, my understandin' of a garden party would have been somethin' worldly. Now it seems it's patriotic. Well, I wonder how it's believed to be in the sight of the Lord. But whether it was right or whether it was wrong, none of it rung like it had ought to have rang. They went no glow to it. We all went around like getting supper on wash day, and not like getting up a meal for folks that meant a lot to us. It wa'n't going to be any such forth as I would meant about and wanted to have come back. The day come on a pacing, and the nearer it come, the worse all us ladies felt. And by a few days before it, when our final committee meeting come off in a Bagel Arnold's home bakery, back room, count of being central, we was all blue as the grave, and I don't but PG 108 bluer. We sat waiting for Silas that was having a long-distance call, and Abaga was putting in the time frosting dark cakes in the same room. We was most all there but the niece Miss Beryl Sessions. She had gone home, but she was coming back on the 4th in an automobile full o' city folks. The Marquise come, says Mies Holcomb, throwing out the word cliquish. Nobody said anything, seems it was a tent all along. Silas has gotten an extra boy for the day, says Mies Sykes, complacent. It's the littlest Cadoza boy, Spudge. He's goin' to walk up and down Daphne Street all day, with a prize coffee board on his back. Where's Spudge's fourth common in? I could not help askin'. Mies Sykes stared. She always could look you down, but she's got a much flatter, thicker stare since her niece come. What's them kind o' folks for but such work? Says she, puckering. Oh, I donno, says one. I thought meb they was partly made to thank the Lord for bane born free. How unpractical you talk, Calliope, she says. PG 109. I donno that word, says I, reckless from being pent up. But it seems like a libertilivin people had ought to have one day to love liberty on and not tote groceries and boards and such. Do not it, says Mies Holcomb that was main bliss, explosive. What you talking, says Mies Sykes, cold. Do not you know the 4th of July can be made one of the best days of the year for your own town's good? What's that if it ain't patriotic? It's Yankee shrewd, says I, snapping some, that's what it is. It ain't Yankee spirited by a long shot. By a long shot, quotes Mies Sykes, withering. She always was death on wording, and she was far more death after her niece come. But I always thought, and I think now, that correcting your advisory's grammar is like telling him there's a smooch on his nose, and they ain't either of them parliamental or decent. Me's upper side, the whole thing, says she, candid, sounds to me like 4th o' July in Europe or somewheres. No Gedupanget anywheres to it. What do they do in Europe on the 4th o' July anyway? She wondered. I donno's I ever read. PG 110. I donno either, says Mies Holcomb, dark, but I bet you it's one of these all-frost celebrations, sir, whatever it is they say. Mies Toplady sat drying her feet by a bagel stove, and she looked regular down in the mouth. Well, sir, she said, a 4th o' July, all rosettes and ribbons, so do not sound to me one bit like the regular 4th at all. It do not sound to me no more'n the 3rd or the 5th. I was getting that same homesick feeling that I would head off and on all through the getting ready, that hankering for the old kinds of 4ths of Julys, when I was a little girl. When us girls had a quarter apiece to spend, and father'd cover the quarter with his hands on the gatepost for us to guess them, and when the boys picked up scrap yarn and sold old rubbers to get their 4th money. It went so much what we used to do that I wanted back as it was the feeling. Why, none of our spines used to be laid down good and flat in our backs once all day long. And I wished what I would wished more than once since the mass meeting, that some of us ladies had have took hold of that 4th, and had run it so's 'twould have been like you mean way inside, when you say the 4th of Julian that death and distance and longagoness is awful in the way of. PG 111. We would ought to have had a grand basket dinner in the depot woods, I says, restless. And a parade, says me's top lady. I don't know nothin' that makes me feel more patriotic than the minute before the parade comes by. And children in the 4th somehow, me's upper says. Land, children is who it's for, anyhow, she says, like I would been thinking, and all we have ever done for 'em about it is to leave 'em kill 'emselves with it. Well, it was there, just there, and before Mies Sykes could dicker a reply that in come tearing her husband from his long-distance telephoning, and raced into the room like he had not a manner in his kit. We are all over with Sela's shouts. It's all done for. Thaddeus Hislop is smashed and bleedin'. He cannot come. We ain't got no speech. His automobile's turned over on top of his last speakin' place. Everybody else that ain't one horse is sure to be got for somewheres else. Our 4th of July is ruined. We are done for. The editor's gettin' it in the weekly so's to warn the county. We will be the laughing stock. Dang the luck, says Silas. Why do not some o' you say somethin'? But it was not all because Silas was doing it all that the men did not talk. Because when he'd PG 112 stopped, they all stood there with their mouths open and never said a word. Seems to me I did hear Timothy Toplady bring out Blister and Benson, but nobody offered nothing more fertile. That is, nobody of the men 999. But most before I got my thoughts together, I heard 2 feet of a chair come down onto the floor, and me's Amanda Toplady stood up there by a Bagel's cook stove, and she took the griddle lifter and struck light on the side of the pipe. Hurrah, she says, now we can have a real 4th, a 4th that does as a 4th is. What you talkin', Amanda Toplady? Says Silas, crisp and Mandy. What the blazes do you mean? Says Timothy, her lawful lord. But me's Toplady did not mind them, nor mind me's Sykes that was staring at her flat and thick. I mean, says me's Toplady, reckless, I've been sick to death of the idea of a 4th with no spirit to it. I mean I've been sick to death of a 4th that's all starched white dresses and company manners and no hurrahs anywheres about it. And us ladies, most all of us, feels the same. We did not like to press in, bane you men done the original plannin', and so not one of us has said parade, nor nothin' else to you. But now that your orator has fell through on himself, you men just leave us ladies in on this PG 113 thing to do more'n take orders, and you needn't be the laughin' stock o' nothin' and nobody. I guess you will all stand by me. What say, ladies? Well, sir, you would ought to have heard us. We joined in like a patch of grasshoppers singing. They was not one of us that had not been dying to get our hands on that 4th, and make it a 4th full of unction and oil of joy, like the Bible said, and must have meant what we meant. Oh, ladies, I remember I says, fervent, I feel like we could make a 4th o' July just like stirrin' up a white cake, so be we was let. What do you know about managin' a 4th? Snarls Silas. You will have us all in the hole. You will have us shell in out of our own pockets to make up. Me's top lady whirled on him. Would you druther have Red Barnes and Indian Mound Ajampin on you through the weekly press for Bane bluffers, and callin' us cheap and like that, or would you druther not? She put it to him. Dang it, says Silas, I never tried to do a thing for this town that it did not lay down and roll all over me. I wish I was dead. You wa'n't trying to do this thing for this town, says Me's top lady back at him, like the wind. You was trying to do it for the stores of PG 114 this town, and you know it. You was trying to ride the fourth for a horse to the water and trough oh good business, and you know it, Silas Sykes, says she, and so was Jimmy and Thread and all of you. The whole country tries to get behind the 4th of July and make money over its back like a counter. It ain't what was meant, and us ladies felt it all along. And neither was it meant for a garden party day alone, though that, says Me's top lady, gracious, is a real sweet side idea. And Me's Sykes and Me's Sessions had ought to go on and run that part of it. Bane Thettens here. She could not bring herself to use that other word. But she says that ain't all of a real fourth, nor yet a speech ain't, though he did used to be in the legislature. Them things alone do not make a real flag, libertipraisen fourth, to me nor to none of us. Well, says Silas, sour, what you going to do if the men decides to let you try this? That ain't the way, says Me's top lady like a flash. It ain't for the men to let us do nothin'. It's for us all to do it together, yoke to yoke, just like everything else ought to be done by us both, and no talk o' run-in by either side. But what's the itty? PG 115, says Silas. Dang it all, somebody's got to have an itty. Us ladies has got says Me's top lady calm. And says she, one o' the first of is that if we have anything to do with run-in the fourth of our forefathers, then after 10 1000. All day on that day, every business house in town has got to shut down. What, says Silas, his voice slippin', gone crazy-headed have ye? No, Silas, says Me's top lady, nor yet have we gone so graspin' that we cannot give up a day's trade to take notice of our country. Lord Harry, says Silas, you cannot get a dealer in town to do it, and you know it. Oh yes, you can, Silas, says somebody brisk. And it was a bagel, frosting dark cakes over by the side of the room. I was goin' to shut up shop, anyway, all day on the 4th, a bagel says. And lose the country trade and lunches? Yells Silas. Why, woman, you would be $10 out o' pocket. I wa'n't never one to spend the mornin' thankin' God and the afternoon dippin' oysters, says a bagel, and Silas scrunched. He done that one year when his Thanksgiving oysters come late, and he knew he done it. PG 116. Well, they went over it and tried to think of some other way, and tried to hatch up some other speaker, without eating up the whole $50 in telephone tolls, and tried most other things. And then we told them what we would thought of different times, amongst us as being features fit for a fourth in the sight of the Lord and the sight of men. And they hemmed and they hawed and they give in about as graceful as a clothesline winds up when you have left it out in the sleet, but they did give in and see reason. Timothy last that's quite vain of being firm. If we come out with a one-horse doin's, seems like it would be worse than sittin' down flatfoot failed, he mourns, grieving. Amanda, his wife, give him one of her looks. Timothy, says she, when, since you was married to me, did I ever fail to stodge up a company dinner or a spare bed or a shroud when it was needed sudden? When did any of us ladies ever fail that's here? Do you espios we are any more scan of iddies about our own nation? And Timothy had to keep his silence. He knew what she said was the Old Testament truth. But I think what really swung them all round was the thought of Red Barnes and PG 117 Indian Mound. Imagination of what them two weekly papers would say, so be we petered out on our speech and did not offer nothing else, was too much for flesh and blood to bear. And the men ended by agreeing to seeing to shutting every business house in Friendship Village, and they went off to do it, resolved, but groaning some, like men will. Miss Sykes, she made some excuse and went too. I will run the garden party part, says she. My niece and I will do that, and try our best to get some novelty into your fourth. And we will preside on the marquee, like we would agreed. More I do not say. But the rest of us, we stayed on there at a bagels, and we planned like mad. We did not look in no journal, nor on no woman's page for something new. We did not rush to our city relations for novelties. We did not try for this and that nor grasp at no agony whatever. We just went down deep into the inside of our understanding, and thought what the fourth was, and how them that made it would have wanted it kept. No fingers blowed off nor clothes scorched up, no houses burned down, no eardrums busted out, none of them would have been in their program, and they went in hours. Some of the things that PG 118 was in hours we would got by hearing Inslee tell what they was doing other places. Some owe the things he suggested to us. Some owe the things we got by just going back and back down the years and remembering not so much what we would done as the way we used to feel, long ago, when the fourth was the fourth and acted like it knew it. Some of the things we got by just reaching forward and seeing what the fourth is going to mean to them 100 years from no so be we do our part. And some of the things we got through sheer makeshift woman intelligence, that put its heads together and used everything it had that had anything to do with the nation, or the town, or with really living at all the way that first 4th of July meant about, way down inside. Before it was light on the morning of the 4th, I woke up, feeling all happy and like I wanted to hurry. I was up and dressed before the sun was up, and when I opened my front door, I declare it was just like the glory of the Lord was out there waiting for me. The street was laying all still and simple, like it was ready and waiting for the light. Early as it was, Mies Holcomb was just shaking her breakfast tablecloth on her side stoop, and she waved it to me, big and billowy and white, PG 119 like a banner. And I offs with my apron and waved it back, and it could not have meant no more to either of us if we had been shaking out the folds of flags. It was too early for the country wagons to be rattling in yet, and they went no other sounds except a little bit of a pop now, and then over to where Benny Uppers and Little Nick Toplady was up and out, throwing torpedoes onto the bricks. And then the birds that was trilling and shouting like mad, till every tree all up and down Daphne Street and all up and down the town, and the valley was just one living singing. And all over everything, like a kind of a weave to it, was that something that makes a Sunday morning and some holiday mornings better and sweeter and goldener than any other day. I ain't got much of a garden, not having any real time to fuss in it, but I walked out into the middle of the little patch of pinks and parsley that I have got, and I says way deep in me, deeper than thinking, it do not make no manner of difference how much of a fizzle the day ends up with, this, here and now, is the way it had ought to start. Never, not if I live till beyond always, will I forget how us ladies' hearts was in our mouths, when, along about leavin' o'clock, we heard the PG 120 Friendship Village Stonehenge Band coming fifing along, and we knew the parade was begun. We was all on the market square, hundreds of us, seems though. Red Barns and Indian Mound had turned out from side to side of themselves, mingling the same as though plowshares was pruning hooks or whatever that quotation time is, both towns looking for flaws in the day, like enough, but both shutting up about it, biblical. Even the marquee, with its red and white stripes showing through the trees, made me feel good. Land, Mies Toplady says, it looks kind of homey and old-fashioned, after all, do not it? I mean, thatn't, she sayst would not say the other word. But then I guess it made her kind of mad seeing Mies Sykes bobbing around in there in white duck and white shoosher that ain't a grandmother soul because of nature, and not at all through any lack of her own years. Everything was all seeming light and confident, but I tell you, we did not feel so confident as we would meant to when we heard the band accoming to the tune "O Hail, Columbia, Happy Land." And yet now, when I look back on that Independence Day procession, it seems like regular floats is no more than toy doings beside of it. PG 121. What do you guess us ladies had thought up for our procession, with Inslee back of us, letting us think we thought it up alone? Meb, you will laugh because it wa'n't expensive to do, but oh, I think it was nice. We would took everything in the town that done the town's work, and we would run them all together. We headed off with the fire engine, count of the glitter and we would loaded it down with flags and flowers, and the hook and ladder and hose carts the same, wheels and sides, and flags in the rubber caps of the firemen up top. Then we had the two big sprinkling carts, wound with bunting, and 5-foot flags flying from the seats. Then come all the city teams drawn by the city horseness, plump horses they was, and rosettes on them, and each man had decorated his wagon and was driving it in his best clothes. Then come the steamroller that Friendship Village and Red Barns and Indian Mound owns together and scraps over some, though that did not appear in its appearance, puffing along with posies on it. Then there was the city electric light repair wagon, with a big paper globe for an umbrella, and the electric men riding with their leggings on and their spurs, like they climb the poles. And behind them the telephone men was riding PG 122 because the town owns its own telephone. Two and then the four centrals, in pretty shirtwaists, in a double-seated buggy loaded with flowers. The telephone office, we would see to it was closed down, too, to have its fourth, like a human being. And marching behind them was the city waterworks men, best bib and tucker apiece. And then we he out the galvanized garbage wagon that us ladies he bought ourselves a year ago, and that was not being used this year count of the city pleading too poison poor. And it was all scrubbed up and garnished and filled with ferns and drove by its own driver. And the boy that had used to go along to empty the cans. And then, of course, they was more things, some of them, with day fireworks shooting up from them, but not the hearse. Though we had all we could do to keep Timothy Toplady from having it in, count of its common public office. Well, and then we would done an innovation, and this was all Inslee's idea. And it was him that made us believe we could do it. Coming next, in carriages and on foot, was the mayor and the city council and every last man or woman that had anything to do with running the city life. They was all their city treasurer, clerk of the court, register of deeds, sheriffs, marshals, PG 123 night watchmen, health officer, postmaster, janitor of the city hall, clerks, secretaries, stenographers, school board, city teachers, and every one of the risthi was all there. Just like they had belonged in the parade the way them framers of the first 4th of July had meant they should fit in, conscience and all. But some of them servants of the town had made money off its good roads, and some often its saloons, and some often getting ordinances repealed, and some often inspecting buildings and sidewalks that they did not know nothing about, and some was making it even then by paving out into the marsh, and some in yet other ways that was not either real elbow work nor clean head work. What else could they do? We would ask them to march because they represented the town, and Rathern owned they did not represent the town, there they was marching. But if some of them did not step down Daphne Street feeling green and sick and sore, and right down schoolboy ashamed of themselves, then they ain't got the human thrill in them that somehow I cannot believe ever dies clear out of nobody. They was a lump in my throat for them that had sold themselves, and they was a lump for them that hadn't, but oh, the difference in the lumps. PG 124. Land, land, I says to me's top lady, if we ain't done another thing, we have made 'em remember they are servants to Friendship Village like they often forget. Ain't we? She says solemn, ain't we? And then next behind begun the farm things. The threshin' machines and reapers and binders and mowers and like that, all drawn by the farm horses and drove by their owners and decorated by them, jolly and gay. And, two, all the farm horses for miles around we was going to give a donated surprise prize for the best kept and fed amongst them. And last, except for the other two bands sprinkled along, come the leading citizens, and who do you guess they was? Not Silas, nor Timothy, nor Appleby, nor even Dr. June, nor our other leading businessmen and our 3 or 4 professionals, no, not them. But the real, true, leading citizens of Friendship Village and Indian Mound and Red Barns and other towns, and the farms between the children, over 200 of them, dressed in white if they had it and in dark if they did not, with or without shoes, in rags or out of them, Villigetuff descended or with parenting fathers, all the same and together, and carrying a flag and singing to the tops of their voices Hail, Columbia, PG 125 that the bands kept a-playing, some out of plumb as to time, but all fervent and joyous. It was us women alone that got up that part. My, I like to think about it. They swung the length of Daphne Street and twice around the market square, and they come to a halt in front of the platform. And Dr. June stood up before them all, and he prayed like this: Lord God, that let us start free and think we was equal, give us to help one another to be free and to get equal, in deed and in truth. And who do you suppose we he to read the Declaration of Independence? Little Spudge Cadoza, that Silas had been a-going to have walk up and down Daphne Street with a board on his back. Inslee thought of him, and we picked him out a purpose. And though he did not read it so thrilling as Silas would have, it made me feel the way no reading of it has ever made me feel before yo, because it was kind of like we would snapped up the little kid and set him free all over again, even though he was not it but one day in the year. And it sort of seemed to me that all inside the words he read was trumpets, and horns telling how much them words was going to mean to him and his kind before he would had time to die. And then the PG 126 Glee Club struck into America, and the whole crowd joined in without being expected. And the 3 bands that was laying over in the shade hopped up and struck in, too, and I bet they could have heard us to Indian Mound. Leastways to Red Barns, that we can see from Friendship Village when it's clear. The grand basket dinner in the depot woods stays in my head as one picture, all full of veal loaf and scalloped potato and fruit salad and nut bread, and deviled eggs and baked beans and pickled peaches and layer cake and drop sponge cake and hot coffee, kind of a dinner that comes crowding to your thought whenever you think dinner at your hungriest. And after we would took care of everybody's baskets and set them under a tree for a lunch towards 6, us ladies went back to the market square. And over by the marquee, we see the men gather at all, but Inslee, that had slipped away as quick as we begun telling him how much of it was due to him. Miss Beryl Sessions had just arrived in an automobile covered with veils, and she was introducing the other men to her city friends. Us ladies sort of kittered around back of them, not wanting to press ourselves forward none, and we went up to the door of the marquee, where, behind the PG 127 refreshment table, Mies Sykes was a-standing in her white duck. "My," says Mies Holcomb to her, "it's all going off nice so far, ain't it?" "They ain't a great deal the matter with it," says Mies Sykes, snappy. "Why, Mies Sykes," says Mies Uppers, grieving, "the parade and the basket dinner seem to me both just perfect." "The parade done well enough," says Mies Sykes, not looking at her. "I don't know much about the dinner." And all of a sudden, we recollected that she had not been over to the grand basket dinner at all. "Why, Mies Sykes," says Mies Toplady, blank, "ain't you at nothin'?" "My niece," says Mies Sykes, dignified, "did not get here till now. Who was I to leave in the tent? I have et," says she, cold, 2 dishes of ice cream and 2 chocolate nut cakes. Mies Toplady just swoops over towards her. "Why, my land," she says, hearty, "they stuff into spare packed over there under the trees. You go right on over and get your dinner. Poke right into any of our basketsers is grouped around mine that's tied with PG 128 a red bandana to the handle. And leave us tend the marquee. What say, ladies?" And I do not think she even sensed she used that name. When she would gone, I stood a minute in the marquee door looking off across the market square, hearing Miss Beryl Sessions and the men congratulating each other on the glorious Fourth they was a-having, and the city folks praising them both sky high. "Real nice idiot was," says Silas with his hands under his best coat-tails. "Nice, tasty, up-to-date Fourth, and cheap to do." "Yes, we all hung out for a good Fourth this year," says Timothy, complacent. "It's a simply lovely idea," says Miss Beryl Sessions, all sweet and chirpy and interested, "this making the Fourth a county party and getting everybody in town, so. But tell me, whatever made you close your shops? I thought the Fourth could always be made to pay for itself over and over if the business houses went about it right." "Oh well," says Silas, lame but genial, "we closed up today. We kind-o thought we would." But I stood looking off across the market square, where the children was playing, and PG 129 quoits was being pitched, and the ball game was going to commence, and the Calathumpians was capering, and most of Red Barns and Indian Mound and Friendship Village was mingling, lion and lamb, and I looked on along Daphne Street, where little Spudge Cardoza was not walking with a prize coffee board on his back, and all of a sudden I felt just the way I would wanted to feel, in spite of all the distance and longiganess. And I turned and says to the other women inside the marquee, "Seems to me," I says, "as if the 4th of July had paid for itself over and over. Oh, do not it to you." PG 130. Roman 6. The new editor of the Friendship Village Evening Daily give a fine write-up of the celebration. He printed it on the night after the 4th, not getting out any paper at all on the day that was the day. But on the night after that, the news columns of his paper fell flat and dead. In a village, the day following a holiday is like the hush after a noise. The whole town seems like it was either asleep or on tiptoe. And in Friendship Village, this hush was worse than the hush of other years. Other years, they would usually been accidents to keep track of, and maybe even an amputation or two to report. But this Fourth, there was no misfortunes whatever, nor nothing to make good reading for the night of July 6. So the editor thought over his friends and run right down the news column, telling what there was not. Like this. Supper table jottings. Postmaster Silas Sykes is well. Timothy Toplady has not had a cold since before Christmas. Prudent Timothy. PG 131. Jimmy Sturgis has not broken his leg yet this year as he did last. Keep it up, Jimmy. Appleby Holcomb has not been out of town for quite a while. None of the Friendship ladies has given a party all season. The first church is not burnt down, nor damaged nor repaired. Insurance 750. Nothing local is in much of any trouble. Nobody is dead here today except the usual ones. Nobody that's got a telephone in has any company at the present writing. Where is the old-time hospitality? Subscriptions payable in advance. Subscriptions payable in advance. Subscriptions payable in advance. It made quite some fun for us. 2 or 3 of us happening in the post office store when the paper come out, Mies Sykes and Mies Toplady and me. But we took it some to heart, too, because to live in a town where they ain't nothing active happening all the time is a kind of running account of everybody that's in the town. And us ladies wa'n't that kind. All them locals done to Silas Sykes, though, was to set him fussing over nothing ever happening to him. Silas is real particular about PG 132 his life, and I guess he gets to thinking how life ain't so over-particular about him. "My dumb," he says that night, "that's just the way with this town. I always calculated my life was going to be quite some pleasure to me, but I do not see as it is. If I thought I was going to get sold in my death like I have been in my life, I swan I would lose my interest in dyin'. Me's Timothy Toplady was over in behind the counter picking out her butter, and she whirled around from sampling the jars, and she says to Me's Sykes and me, "Ladies," she says, "let us propose it to the editor that seems to have such a hard job, that us members of Sodality take a hold of his paper for a day and get it out for him and put some news in it, and sell it to everybody, subscribers and all, that one night for 10 cents. Ms. Silas Sykes looks up and stopped winking and breathing, in a way she has when she cites some distant money for Sodality. Land, she says, I bet they would go like hot cakes. But Silas he snorts, scorching. Will you ladies tell me, he says, where you going to get your news to put in your paper? The fourth do not come along every day. Or less you commit murder and arson and PG 133 runaways, there will not be any more in your paper than they is in its editors. That hit a tender town point, and I could not stand it no longer. I spoke right up. Oh, I donno, Silas, I says. They's those in this town that's doin' the murderin' for us, neat and nice, right along, I told him. Mean to say, snapped Silas. Mean to say, says I, most every grocery store in this town and most every milkman in the meat market as well is doin' their best to drag the health out o' people's systems for 'em. Us ladies is more or less well read and knowledgeable of what is goin' on in the world outside. I says to Silas that ain't, and we know a thing or two about what ought to be clean. Since Inslee come, we had talked a good deal more about these things and what was and what should not be, and especially we had talked it in sodality, on account of our town stores and social ways, and such being so inviting to disease and death. But we had not talked it official, count of sodality being for cemetery use, and talking it scattering, we had not been able to make the other men even listen to us. Pack o' women, says Silas now, and went off to find black molasses for somebody. PG 134. Me's Toplady sampled her butter, dreamy. Rob Henny's butter here, she says, is made out of cow sheds that I cannot bear to think about. And Silas knows it. Honest, she says, I am gettin' so I spleen against the flowers in the fields for fear Rob Henny's cows'll get holt of 'em. I should think the Daily could write about that. I remember how us three women looked at each other then, like our brains was experimenting with our ideas. And when Me's Toplady got her butter, we slipped out and spoke together for a few minutes up past the town pump. And it was there the plan come to a head and legs and arms. And we see that we had a way of picking purses right off of every day, so be the editor would leave us go ahidand of doing other things. The very next morning we three went to see the editor and get his consent. What's your circulation? Same as city papers print to the top of the page? Me's Toplady asks him practical. Paid circulation or got out circulation? Says the editor. Paid, says Me's Toplady, in silver dollar tones. Ah well, paid for or subscribed for? Asks the editor. PG 135. Paid for, says Me's Toplady, still more financial. 680 paid for, the editor says, and 52 Thatmian to pay. My, says Me's Toplady, shuddering, what business is? Well, us ladies of the sodality want to run your paper for one day and charge all your subscribers 10 cents extra for that day's paper. Will you? The editor, he laughed quite a little, and then he looked thoughtful. He was new, and from the city and young and real nervouche used to pop onto his feet whenever a woman so much as come in the room. Who would collect the 10 cents, says he. Sodality, says Me's Toplady firm, ourself cash in advance. The editor nodded, still smiling. Jove, he said, this fits in remarkably well with the fishing I have been thinking about. I confess I need a day. I suppose you would not want to do it this week. Me's Toplady looked at me with her eyebrows, but I nodded. I always rather hurry up than not. So be we had a couple o' hours to get the news to happen in, says she, that had ought to do us. PG 136. The editor looked startled. News, said he. Oh, I say now, you must not expect too much. I ought to warn you that running a paper in this town is like trying to raise cream on a cistern. Me's Toplady smiled at him motherly. You ain't ever tried pouring the cream into the cistern, I guess, she says. So we settled it into a bargain, except that, after we had planned it all out with him, and just as we was going out the door, Me's Toplady thought to say to him, you know, sodality do not know anything about it yet, so you would best not mention it out around till this afternoon when we vote to do it. We will be up at 8 o'clock Thursday morning, rain or shine. There was not ever any doubt about sodality when it sees $60 ahead which we would get if everybody bought a paper. And we was determined that everybody should buy. Sodality members scraps among themselves personal, but when it comes to raising money we unite yoke to yoke, and all differences forgot. It's funny sometimes at the meetings, funny and disgraceful, to hear how we object to each other, especially when we are tired, and then how we all unite together on something for PG 137, the good of the town. I tell you, it makes me feel sometimes that the way ain't so much to try to love each other, which other folks' peculiarities is awful in the way of, but for us all to pitch in and love something altogether, your town or your young folks, or your cemetery, or keeping something clean or making something look nice and, before you know it, you are loving the folks you work with, no matter how peculiar, or even more so. It's been so nice since we have been working for cemetery. Folks that make each other mad every time they try to talk can sell side by side at the same bazaar and count the money mutual. There's quite a few disagreements in sodality, so we have to be real careful who sets next to who to church suppers. But when we pitch in to work for something, we sow rags and scallop oysters in the same pan with our enemies. Do not it seem as if that must mean something? Something big. Sodality voted to publish the paper, all right, and elected the officers for the day. Editor, me's Postmaster Sykes, count of her always expecting to take the lead in everything. Assistant editor, me, count of being well and able to work like a dog. Business manager and circulation man, me's PG 138 Holcomb that was Mame Bliss. Count of no dime ever getting away from her unexpected. And the reporters was to be most of the rest of the sodality. Me's Timothy Toplady, the three Liberty girls, me's Mayor Uppers, me's Fire Chief Merriman, me's Threat Hubblethwaite, and a Bagel Arnold that keeps the home bakery. It was hard for a Bagel to get away from her cook stove and her counter. So we fixed it that she was to be let off any other literary work, along of her furnishing us our sandwiches and hard-boiled eggs that day noon. It was quite a little for a Bagel to do, but she's always real willing, and we did not ask coffee of her. Mies Sturgis, her that is the village invalid, we arranged should have charge of the woman's column, and bring down her rocking chair and make her beef broth right there on the office wood stove. I guess we was all glad to go down early in the morning that day, count of not meeting the men. One and all, and with one voice the friendship men had railed at us hearty. Pack o' women, says Silas Sykes over and over. You act like Bane a woman and a wife was some kind o' nonsense, says Mies Sykes back at him, majestic. Well, I guess Bane yours is. PG 139. Land, Amandy, says Timothy Toplady, you women earn money so nervous. Why do not you do it regular and manly? Only Appleby Holcomb had kept his silence. Appleby sees things that the run of men do not see, or, if they did see them, they would be bound to stick them in their ledgers where they would never, never belong. Appleby was our friend, and sodality never had truer. So though we went ahead, the men had made us real anxious. And most of us slipped down to the office by 7:30 so's not to meet too many. The editor had had a column in the paper about what we was goin' to do loyal to our local dead, he headed it. And of course full half the town was kicking at the extra 10 cents. Like full half of any town can, and will kick when it's asked to pay out for its own good, dead or alive. But we was leaving all that to Mies Holcomb, that knows a thing or two about the human in us and similar. Extra paper morning, when we all come in, Mies Sykes she was sitting at the editor's desk with her big apron on and a green shade to cover up her crimping kids, and her list that her and Mies Toplady and I had made out in front of her. PG 140. Now then, let's get right to work, she says brisk. We ain't any too much time, I can tell you. It ain't like backin' bread or gettin' the vegetables ready. We have all got to use muscles this day we ain't used to usin', she says, and we would best be spry. So then she begun giving out who was to do what assignments. The editor named it when he told us what to do. And I skipped back and hung over the files, well knowing what was to come. Mies Sykes stood up in her most society way, and, anybody want to back out, says she gracious. Land, says everyone in a no I don't tone. Very well, says Mies Sykes. Mies Toplady, you go out to Rob Henny's place, and you go through his cow sheds from one end to the other and take down notes so's he sees you doin' it. You go into his kitchen and do not you let a can get by you. Open his churn. Rub your finger round the inside of his pans. And if he will not tell you, the neighbors will. Explain to him you are going to give him a nice, full printed description in tonight's daily, just the way things are. If he wants it changed PG 141 any, he can clean all up, and we will write up the cleanup like a compliment. Just for 1 second them assembled women was dumb. But it hardly took them that instant to sense what was what. And all of a sudden, Mame Holcomb, I guess it was, bursted out in a little understanding giggle, and after a minute everybody joined in, too. For we would got the whole world of Friendship Village where we wanted it, and every one of them women see we had, so be we was not scared. Me's uppers, Me's Sykes was going on. You go down to Betts's meat market. You poke right through into the back room. And you tell Joe Betts that you are going to do a write-up of that room and the alley back of it for the paper tonight, showin' just what's what. If so be he wants to turn in and read it up this mornin', tell him you will wait till noon and describe it then, providin' he keeps it that way. And you might let him know you are goin' to run over to his slaughterhouse and look around while you are waitin', and put that in your write-up, too. Miss Hubblethwaite, Miss Sykes went on, you go over to the calaboose. They will not anybody be in the office stick saloon is that. Skip right through in the back part, and turn PG 142 down the blankets on both beds and give a thorough look. If it's true they's no sheets and pillowcases on the calaboose beds, and that the blankets is only washed 3 times a year so's to save launderin', we can make a real interestin' column about that. Miss Merriman, says Miss Sykes to Miss Fire Chief, I have give you a real hard thing because you do things so delicate. Will you take a walk along the residence part of town and go into every house and ask M to let you see their back door and their garbage pail? Tell M you are going to write a couple of columns on how folks manage this. Ask M their iddies on the best way. Give M to understand if there's a real good way they are thinking of tryin' that you will put that in, providin' they begin tryin' right off. And tell M they can get it carted off for 10 cents a week if enough go in on it. And be your most delicate, Mies Fire Chief, for we do not want to offend a soul. Libby and Viney Liberty, Mies Sykes, sent round to take a straw vote in every business house in town to see how much they would give towards starting a shelf library in the corner of the post office store. A full list to be printed in order with the amount, or else, not a cent PG 143 after each name. And the rest of sodality she give errant similar, or even more so. And all owe you, says Mies Sykes, pick up what you can on the way. And if anybody starts in to object, you tell M you have instructions to make an interview out of any of the interesting things they say. And you might tell M you do not want they should be buried in a nice cemetery if they do not want to be. Well, sir, they started off some scart, but some real brave, too. And the way they went, we see every one of them meant business. But oh, says Miss Sturgis, fixing her medicine bottles outside on the windowsill, supposin' they cannot do it. Supposin' folks ain't nice to M. What will we put in the paper then? Mies Sykes drew herself up like she does sometimes in society. Well, she says, supposin'. Are we runnin' this paper or ain't we? There's nothin' to prevent our written editorials about these things, as I see. Our husbands cannot very well sue us for libel, because they would have to pay it themselves. Nor they cannot put us in prison for debt, because who would get their 3 meals? I cannot see but we are sure of an interest in paper anyway. Then she looked over at me sort of sad. PG 144. Go on, Calliope, says she, you know what you have got to do. Do it, she says, to the bitter end. I knew, and I started out and I made straight for Silas Sykes and the post office store. Silas wa'n't in the store, it was so early, but he had the floor all sprinkled nice, and the vegetables set out, all uncovered, close to the sidewalk, and everything real tasty and according to grocery store etiquette. The boy was gone that day, and Silas himself was in the back room, sortin' over prunes. Hello, Calliope S.E., how's literature? Honest as ever, I says, same with food. Who says I ain't honest? Says Silas, straightening up and holding all his fingers stiff count of being sticky. Why, I dunno who says one. Had anybody ought to? How's business, Silas? Well, says he, for us that keeps ourselves up with the modern business methods, it's pretty good, I guess. Do you mean pretty good, Silas, or do you mean pretty paying? I ask him. Silas put on his best official manner. Look at here, Essa, what can I do for you? Did you want to buy something, or did you want your mail? PG 145. Oh, neither, I says. I want some help from you, Silas, about the paper today. My, that gives Silas a nice minute. He fairly weltered in satisfaction. Huh, he says, elegant, did not I tell you was bitten off more'n you could chew? Want some assistance from me, do you, in editin' this paper o' yours? Well, I suppose I can help you out a little. What is it you want me to do for you? We thought we would like to write you up, I told him. Silas just swelled. For a man in public office, Silas Sykes feels about as presidential as anybody I ever see. If they was to come out from the city and put him on the front page of the morning paper, He's the kind that would wonder why they had not done it before. Sketch of my life, said Genial. Little outline of my boyhood, main points in my career. Well, I says, no. We thought the present be about all we would have room for. We want to write up your business, Silas, I says, in an advertising way. Oh, says Silas, snappy. You want me to pay to be wrote up, is that it? Well, I says, no, not if you do not want to. PG 146, of course, everybody'll be buried in the cemetery, whether they give anything towards the fund for keeping it kept up or not. Lord heavens, says Silas, I have had that cemetery fund rammed down my throat till I am sick o' the thought o' dyin'. That almost made me mad, seeing we was having the disadvantage of doing the work and Silas going to get all the advantages of burial. Feel the same way about some of the 10 Commandments, do not you, Silas? I says before I knew it. Silas just rared. The 10 Commandments, says he, the 10 Commandments. Who can show me one I ain't ackipin like an old sheep? Did not I honor my father and mother as long as I had 'em? Did they ever buy anything of me at more than cost? Did not I give 'em new clothes and send 'em boxes of oranges and keep up their life insurance? Do I ever come down to the store on the Sabbath day? Do I ever distribute the mail then, even if I am expectin' a letter myself? The Sabbath I locked the cat in. Did not I send the boy down to let it out, for fear I would be misjudged if I done it? Who do I ever bear false witness against, unless I know they have done what I say they have done? IP 147, cannot kill a flyin' I am, that tender-hearted that I make the hired girl take the mice out o' the trap, because I cannot bring myself to do it. So you might go through the whole list, and just find me workin' at M and Akipin M. What do you mean about the 10 Commandments? He ends up, ready to burst. Do not ask me, I says, I ain't that familiar with M. I did not know anybody was, go on about M. Take stealing you had not got to that one. Stealing, says Silas, pompous, I do not know what it is. And with that, I was up on my feet. I thought you did not, says one. Us ladies of sodality have all thought it over and over again, that you do not know stealing when you see it. No, nor not even when you have done it. Come here, Silas Sykes, I says. I whipped by him into the store, and he followed me, sheer through being dazed, and keeping still through being knocked dumb. Look here, I says, here's your counter of bakery stuff put in to take from a bagel, but no matter about that now. Where do you get it? From the city with the label stuck on. What's the bakery like where you buy it? It's under a sidewalk and dust dirty, and IP 148 happen to know you know it. And look at the bread, not a thing over it, flies promenade in on the crust, and you counting out change on an apple pie the other day I see you do it. Look at your dates, all uncovered and dirt from the street sticking to them like the pattern. Look at your flypaper, hugged up against your dried fruit box that's standing wide open. Look at you keeping fish and preserved fruit and canned stuff that you know is against the law going to start keeping the law quick as you get these sold out. Ain't you, Silas? Look at your stuff out there in front, full of street dirt and flies and ready to feed folks. And you keep in the 10 Commandments like an old sheephen being a church elder, and you might better climb porches and bust open safes. I suppose you wonder what I am saying all this to you for. No, ma'am, says Silas, like the edge o' something. I do not wonder at your saying anything to anybody. I have got more to say, I says dry. I have only give you a sample. And the place I am going to say it is the Friendship Village Evening Daily, extra, tonight, in a descriptive write-up of you in your store. I thought it might interest you to know. PG 149. It's libel, says Silas, arms waving. All right, says I, liberating a fly accidentally caught on a date. Who you going to sue? Your wife, that's the editor? And everybody else's wife, that's doing the same thing to every behind-the-times dealer in town. Silas hung on to that straw. Be they doing it to the others, too, he asks. Then I told him. Yes, I says, Silas, Onlethy ain't going to start writing up the descriptions till noon. And if you on they all want to clean up the temples where you do business and make them fit for the Lord to look down on and a human being to come into, you have got your chance. And seeing your boy is gone today, if you will do it, I will stay and help you with it and Meb make room for some of the main points in your career as well, says I sly. Silas looked out the door, his arms folded and his beard almost pointing up. He would made his chin so firm. And just in that minute when I was feeling that all the law and the prophets, and the health of Friendship Village, and the life of people not born, was hanging around that man's neck or the principle of them, PG 150 anyway Silas's eye and mine fell on a strange sight. Across the street, from out Joe Betts's meat market come Joe Betts, and behind him his boy. And Joe begun pointing, and the boy begun taking down quarters of beef hung over the sidewalk. Joe pointed considerable. And then he climb up on his meat wagon that stood by the door, and out of the shop I see Mies Mayor uppers come, looking ready to drop. And she climb up to the seat beside him, reaching down real gentlemanly to help her up. And he headed his horse around on what I guessed was a beeline for the slaughterhouse. Well, sir, at that, Silas Sykes put his hands on his knees and bent over and begun laughing. And he laughed like I ain't seen him since he's got old and begun to believe that life ain't cut after his own plan that he made. And I laughed a little, too, out of sheer being glad that a laugh can settle so many things right in the world. And when he sobered down a little, I says gentle, Silas, I will throw out the dates and the dusty lettuce, and we will have it done in no time. I will be glad to get an early start on the write-up. I do not compose very ready, I told him. He was awful funny while we done the work. He was awful still, too. Once when I lit on a PG 151 piece of salt pork that I knew, first look, was rusty, them folks down on the flats buys it, he says. They like it just as good as Newfield. All right, Essie, careless, I will make a note of that to shine in my article. It needs humor some, S1. Then Silas swore, soft and under his breath as an elder should, but quite vital. And he took the pork out to the alley barrel, and I sprinkled ashes on it so's he should not slip out and save it afterwards. It was 11 o'clock when we got done, me having swept out behind the counters myself, and Silas he mopped his face and stood hauling at his collar. I will get on my white kids now, said dry. I cannot go pouring kerosene and slissin' cheese in this place barehanded any more. Gosh, he says, I bet when they see it, they will want to have church in here this common Sunday. No need to be sacrilegious, as I know of, Silas, Essie sharp. No need to be livin' at all, as I see, says Silas morbid. Just lay low and other folks'll step in and do it for you, real capable. I give him the last word. I thought it was his man's due. When I got back to the office, Libby Liberty and Mies Toplady was there before me. PG 152, they was both setting on high stools up to the file shelf, with their feet tucked up, and the reason was that Viney Liberty was mopping the floor. She had a big pail of suds and her skirt pinned up, and she was just lathering them boards. Mies Sykes at the main desk was still laboring over her editorials, breathing hard, the boards steaming soap all around her. I could not stand it, Viney says. How a man can mold public opinion in a place where the floor is pot black gets me. My land, my ash house is a dinin' room side of this room, and the window was a regular gray frost with dust. Ain't men the funniest lot of folks, she says. Funny, says I, but awful amiable if you kind of sing their keynote to 'em. Mies Sykes pulled my skirt. How was he? She asks in a pale voice. He was crusty, says I, triumphant, but he's beat. She never smiled. Calliope Marsh, says she cold, if you have sassed my husband, I will never forgive you. I tell you, men may be some funny, and often are, but women is odd as Dick's hatband, and I do not know but odder. How would you get on? I says to Mies Toplady and the Liberties. The Liberties they handed PG 153 out a list on 2 sheets, both sides with sums ranging from 10 to 50 cents towards a shelf library for public use. But Mies Toplady, the tears was near streaming down her cheeks. Rob Henny, she says, mournful, gimme to understand he would see me in some place he had not ought to have spoke of to me, nor to no one before I could get in his milk sheds. What did you say to him? I ask, sympathetic. Told him, says Mies Toplady, that lookin' for me would not be the only reason he would have for goin' there. And then he said some more. He said he would be in here this afternoon to stop his subscription off. So you did not get a thing? I says, grieving for her, but Mies Toplady, she bridled through her tears. I got a column, she flashed out. I put in about the sheds, that the whole town knows anyway, and I put in what he said to me. And I am goin' to read it to him when he comes in. And after that he can take his pick about havin' it published, or else cleanin' up and allowin' Sodality to inspect him reglar. By just before 12 o'clock we was all back in the office. Me's fire chief, Me's uppers, fresh from the slaughterhouse, and so on, all PG 154 but Mame Holcomb that was out seeing to the circulation. And I tell you we set to work in earnest, some of us to the desks, and some of us working on their laps and everybody hurrying hectic. The office was awful hot. Mies Sturgis had built up a little light fire to heat up her beef broth, and she was stirring it, her shawl folded about her, in between writing receipts. But it made it real confusing, all of us doing our best so hard, and wanting to tell each other what had happened, and seeing about spelling and all. Land, says Mies Fire Chief Merriman, you would ought to see the Carters' back door. They went nobody to home there, so I just took a look anyway, bane it was for Sodality so. They ain't no real garbage pail. Who said, give me liberty or give me death? Ask me Sykes, looking up kind o' glassy. Was it Daniel Webster or Daniel Boone? Ladies, says Mies Hubblethwaite, when we would settle down on Daniel Boone, if I ever do a crime, I will not stop short at stealin' somebody's cow and goin' to calaboose. I will do a whole beef corner, or some real United States sin, and get put in a place that's clean. Why over to the calaboose? PG 155. Ugh, says Mies Uppers, do not say beef when I am where I can hear. I don't know what I will do without my steak, but do it I will. Ladies, the cleanest of us is soundin' brass and tinklin' cannibals. Why do they call 'em tinklin' cannibals? She wondered to us all. Oh, wailed Mies Sturgis in the rocking chair, some of you ladies give me your salad dressing receipt. Mine is real good on salad, but on paper it do not sound fit to eat. I do not seem to have no bookstell about me today. How do you spell embarrass? Asked Libby Liberty. Is it an R and two S's or two R's and an S? It's two S's at the end, so it must be one R, volunteers Mies Sykes. That used to mix me up some too. Just then up come a Bagel Arnold bringing the noon lunch, and she had the sandwiches and the eggs not only, but a pot of hot coffee thrown in, and a basket of doughnuts, sugared. She set them out on Mies Sykes's desk, and we all laid down our pencils and drew up on our high stools and swing chairs, Mies Sturgis and all, and nothing in the line of food had ever looked so welcoming. Oh, the eatableness of nice refreshments, says Mies Toplady sighing. PG 156. This is when it ain't victuals, it's viands, says Mies Sykes, showing pleased. But well do I remember, we was not started to eat, and a bagel still doing the pouring, when the composing room door opened. I donna why they called it that, for we done the composing in the office, and they only got out the paper in their hand in come the foreman, with an apron of bed ticking. He was Riddy Stiles, that we all knew him. Excuse me, he says, hesitating, but us fellows thought we would ought to mention that we cannot get no paper out by quittin' time, if we do not get a hold of some copy pretty quick. Copy oh what? Says Mies Sykes, our editor. Why copy, says Riddy, stuff for the paper. Mies Sykes looked at him, majestic. Stuff, she says. You will please to speak, she says, more respectfully than that to us ladies, Mr. Stiles. It was meant right, says Riddy, stubborn. It's the word we always use. It ain't the word you use, not with us, says Mies Sykes womanly. Well, says Riddy, we would ought to get to settin' up somethin' by 12:30, if we start in on the dictionary. PG 157. Then he went off to his dinner, and the other men with him, and Mies Sykes leaned back limp. I been written steady, she says, since 8:30 this mornin', and I have only got one page and one half composed. We ask each other around, and none of us was no more than started. Let be it was Mies Toplady that had got in first. Let us leave our lunch, says Mies Sykes then. Let us leave it unnet. A bagel, you put it back in the basket and pour the coffee into the pot. And let us write. Would not we all rather have one of our sick headaches, she says, firm, than make ourselves the laughing stock? Ladies, I ask you. And we wooded, one and all. Sick headaches do not last long, but Laughadat has regular right down eternal life. Ain't it strange how slow the writing muscles and such is, that you do not use often? Pitting cherries, splitting squash, peeling potatoes, slicing apples, making change at church suppers, us ladies is lightning at 'em all. But getting iddies down on paper, I declare, if it ain't more like waiting around for your bread to raise on a cold morning. Still, when you are worried, you can press forward more than normal, and PG 158 among us, we had quite some material ready for Riddy and the men when they came back. But not Mies Sykes. She wa'n't getting on at all. If I could only talk it, she says, grieving, or I don't know if I could even do that. What I want to say is in me, roarin' around my head like life, and yet I cannot get it out no more'n money out of a tin bank. I shall disgrace sodality, she says, wild. Cheer up, says Libby Liberty, soothing. Nobody ever reads the editorials anyway. I ain't read one in years. You tend to your article, snaps Mies Sykes. I had got my write-up of Sela's all turned into Riddy, and I was looking longing at a bagel's basket, when, banging the door, in comes somebody breathing like raging, and it was Rob Henny, that I guess we would all forgot about, except it was Mies Toplady that was waiting for him. Rob Henny always talks like he was long distance. I come in, he says, blustering, I come in to quit off my subscription to this fool paper, that a lot o' fool women. Mies Sykes looks up at him out from under her hand that her head was resting on. Go on out here, Mr. Henny, she says PG 159 sharp to him, and quit your subscription quiet. Cannot you see you are disturbing us, she says. With that, Mies Toplady wheeled around on her high stool and looked at him, calm as a clock. Rob Henny, says she, you come over here. I will read you what I have wrote about you, she told him. The piece begun like this. Rob Henny, our esteemed fellow townsman and milkman, was talked with this morning on his cow sheds. The reporter said to same that what was wanting would be visiting the stables, churn, cans, pans, and like that, being death is milked out of most cows if they are not kept clean and inspected regular for signs of consumption. Mr. Henny replied as follows. First, that his cows had never been inspected, because nothing of that kind had ever been necessary. Second, that he was in the milk business for a living, and did the town expect him to keep it in milk for its health? Third, that folks had been drinking milk since milk begun, and if the Lord saw fit to call them home, why not through milk or even through consumption, as well as through pneumonia and others? PG 160. Fourth, that he would see the reporter a ladian, the lacketh that burneth with fire, before his sheds and churn and cans should be put in the paper. Below is how the sheds, churn, pans, and cans look today, and I tell you, Mies Toplady, she did not spare no words. When she meant what, she said what, elaborate. I did not know for a minute, but we would have to mop Rob up off the clean floor. But Mies Toplady, she never forgot who she was. Either that goes in the paper tonight, she says, or you will clean up your milk, surround and spick your choice. And sodalities through with you if you do not, besides. Put it in print if you dast, yells Rob, windmilling his arms some. No need to make an earthquake o' yourself, Mies Toplady points out to him, serene. And at that, Rob adds a word intending to express a cussing itty, and he outs and down the stairs. And Mies Toplady starts to take her article right into Riddy. But in the door she met Riddy, hurrying into the office again. I never see anybody before that looked both red and haggard, but Riddy 999. He come right to the point. Some of you ladies has got to quit handing PG 161 in news, he says, scrabbling for a word to please Mies Sykes. We are up to our eyes in here now. And there ain't enough room in the paper, either, not without you get out 8 pages, or else run a supplement, or else throw away the whole patent inside. And those ways, we ain't got enough type even if we had time to burn. Mies Sykes pushed back her green shade, looking just chaste. What does he mean, she says. Cannot he tend to his type and things with us doing all the work? Riddy took this real netlish. I mean, he, clear but brutal, you got to cut your stuff somewheres to the tune of a couple o columns. Well, it's hard to pick out which color you will take when you have a new dress, only once in every so seldom, or which of your hens you will kill when you know your chickens like you know your own mind. But these are nothing to the time we had deciding on what to omit out of the paper that night. And the decision hurt us even more than the deciding, for what we left out was Mies Sturgis's 2 women's columns. We cannot leave out meat nor milk nor cleanliness nor the library, says Mies Toplady, PG 162 reasonable, because them are the things we live by. And so with the other write-ups we got planned. But receipts and patterns and mothballs is only kind o decorations, seems though. Besides, we all know about M, and it's time we stopped talkin' about M anyway. Mies Sturgis, she cried a little on the corner of her shawl. The receipts and patterns and mothballs is so womanly, she says. Mies Toplady whirled round at her. If you know anything more womanly than conquerin' dirt and disease and the dead that needn't says he, I will roll up my sleeves and be into it. But it will not be eyelet embroidery, nor yet boiled frostin'. After that they wrote in hasty peace, though 4 o'clock come racing across the day like a runaway horse, and us not out of its way. And a few minutes passed, when Riddy was waiting in the door for Mies Sykes's last page, somebody most knocked him over, and there come Mies Holcomb, our circulation editor, purple and white like a ghost. Lock the door, lock it, she says. I have bolted the one to the foot of the stairs. Lock both outside ones and lay yourselves low, says he. Riddy and I done the locking. Me well PG 163, knowing Mies Holcomb could not give a false alarm, no more than a map could. What is it, we says, pressing Mies Holcomb to speak, that could not even breathe. Oh ladies, says Mies Holcomb, they have rejoined us or whatever it is they do. I mean they're going to rejoin us from getting out tonight's paper. The sheriff or the coroner or whoever it is they have is common with injunctionsis that like handcuffs, do you know? And it's Rob Henny's doin'. Appleby told me, and I run down the alley and beat to it. They are most here. Let's us slap into print what's wrote and be ready with the papers the livin' minute we can. Mies Sykes had shoved her green shade onto the back of her head, and her crimping pins was all showing forth. "What good'll it do us to get the paper out?" says she, in a numb voice. "We cannot distribute 'em around to no one with the sheriff to the front door with them things to put on us." Then Mies Holcomb smiled with her eyes shut, where she sat, breathing so hard it showed through. "I come in the cold door at the alley, says he. They will never think o' that. Besides, the crowd'll be in front in the carrier boys too, and PG 164 they will want to show off out there. And Appleby Nosh told me to come in that way and he will keep 'em interested out in front. Let us each take the papers, and out the cold door, and distribute 'em around ourselves without the boys, and collect in the money same time." And that was how we done. For when they come to the door and found it locked, they pounded a little to show who was who and who wa'n't, and then they waited out there calm enough, thinking to stop us when the papers come down would be plenty time. They waited out there, calm and sure, while upstairs bedlam went on but noiseless. And after us ladies was done with our part, we sat huddled up in the office, soothing Mies Sturgis and each other. In one sentence, Mies Holcomb says, "Appleby says Rob Henny was going to put injunctions on us." And in the next he says he was going to serve 'em. What did he mean by that, do you suppose? "I dunno what he meant," says Mies Toplady, "but I would not have anything to do with anything Rob Henny served." That made us think of a Bagel's lunch, laying uned in the basket. There was not none of us felt like eating, but Mies Sturgis says she bet if we did not eat it, a Bagel would feel she PG 165 had not had no part in writing the paper like us, and so we broke off a little something once around, but food did not have much fun for us, not then. And nothing did up to the minute the paper was done, and we was all ready to sly out the alley door. With Sodality and Riddy Stiles and the composing groom men, we had above 20 carriers. Riddy and the men helped us, one and all, because of course the paper was a little theirs too, and they was interested and liked the lark. Land, I ain't felt so young or so wicked as I done getting out that alley door. There's them I wish could see that there's just as much fun keeping secret about something that may be good as in being sly about something regular bad. When we finally got outside, it was suppertime and summer seeming, and the hour was all sweet and frank, and the whole village was buried in its evening fried mush and potatoes, or else sprinkling their front yards. I don't know how it was with the others, but I know I went along the streets seeing through them little houses like they was glass, and seeing the young folks eating their suppers and growing up and getting ready to live and to be. And in us ladies' arms, in them heavy papers, it seemed PG 166 to me, we was carrying new life to them, in little ways, but ways that was going to be big with meaning. And I felt as if something in me kind of snuggled up closer to the way things was meant to be. Us that went west got clear the whole length of Daphne Street, without anybody seeing what we was doing, or else believing that we was doing it orderly and legitimate. And away out by the pump pasture, we started in distributing, and we come working downtown, handing out papers to the residents part like mad and taking in dimes like wild. There was so many of us, and the evening daily office was so located, that by the time Mies Sykes and Mies Toplady and I come around the corner where the men and Rob Henny and the rejoiners and the carriers was loafing, waiting, smoking, and secure, we did not have many papers left. And we three was the first ones back. "Even in paper," says Mies Toplady casual. "Friendship Village even in daily extra, all the news for a dime." Never have I seen a man so truly flabbergasted as Rob Henny, and he did look like death. "You are rejoined," he yelled, "or whatever it is they say you are rejoined by law from PG 167 print in your papers, or from distribute in the same." "Why, Rob Henny," says Mies Toplady, "no call to show fight like that. Half the town is readin' its papers by now. They have been out for 3/4 of an hour," she says. Then soft and faint and across the street, we heard somebody laugh, and then kind of spat hands, and we all looked up. And there in the open upstairs window of the building opposite, we see leaning out Appleby Holcomb and Timothy Toplady and Silas Sykes. And when we crossed eyes, they all made a little cheer like a theater, and then they come clumping downstairs and across to where we was. "One out did not you, by heck," says Silas that can only see that far. "Blisterin' Benson," says Timothy, gleeful. "I say we ain't got no cause to regret our wife's brains." But Appleby, he never said a word. He just smiled slow and a looking past us, and we knew that from the beginning he had seen our whole plan face to face. Mies Sykes and Mies Toplady and me, seeing how Rob Henny stood muttering and beat, and seeing how the day had gone, and seeing what was what in the world and in all outside PG 168 of it, we looked at each other, dead tired and real happy. And then we just dragged along home to our kitchens, and went to cooking supper. But oh, it was not our same old kitchens, nor it was not our same old Friendship Village. We was in places newer and better and up higher, where we see how things are, and how life would get more particular about us if we would get particular about some more of life. PG 169. Romans 7. Well, of course, then we had $60 or so to spend, and Sodality never could rest a minute when it had money to do with if it was not doing it, any more than it could rest when it had something to do and no money to do with. It made a nice, active circle, wishing for dreams to come true, and then, when they do come true, making the true things sprout more dreams is another of them circles. I always think they are what keeps us a-going, not only immortal but busy. And then, with us, there's another reason for voting our money prompt. As soon as we have made any, and the news has got out around, it's happened 2-3 times that somebody has put in an application for a headstone for somebody dead that cannot afford one. The first time that was done, the application was made by the wife of a harness maker that had a little shop in the back street and had been saving up his money for a good tombstone. I ain't had much of a position here in life, he used to say. I never was pointed out as a leading citizen. PG 170, but I am goin' to fix it so's when I am buried and folks come to the cemetery, nobody'll get by my grave without noticin' my tombstone. And then he took sick with inflammatory rheumatism, and if it did not last him 3 years and ate up his whole tombstone fund. He used to worry about it considerable, as the rheumatism kept reducing the granite inch after inch, and he died, thinking he was not going to have nothing but markers to him. So his old wife come and told Sodality, crying to think he was not going to seem no real true inhabitant of cemetery, any more than he had of the village. And we felt so sorry for her, we took part of the $30 we would made at the rummage sale and bought him a nice cement stone, and put the verse on to attract attention that he would wrote himself. Stop, look, listen. Here lays me. My grave is just as big as yours will be. Some was inclined to criticize Jeb for being so ambitious in death and stopping to think how good a showing he could make. But I don't know, I always sort of understood him. He wanted to be somebody. He would used to try to PG 171 have a voice in public affairs, but somehow what he proposed was not ever practical and never could get itself adopted. His judgment was not much, and time and again he would vote it against the town's good, and he see it afterward. He missed being a real citizen of his town, and he knew it, and he hankered to be a citizen of his cemetery. And wherever he is now, I bet that healthy hankering is strained and purified and helping him ahead. Yeah. But our buying that stone for Jeb's widow's husband's grave let us in for perpetual applications for monuments. And so, when we had any money, we always went right to work and voted it for general cemetery improvement, so there was not ever any money in the treasury for the applications. Anyway, we felt we would ought to encourage self-made graves and not pauperize our corpses. So the very next afternoon after we got our paper out, we met at Mies Sykes's, and the day being mild and gold, almost all of Sodality turned out, and Mies Sykes used both her parlors. It was funny, but such times there fell on them that sat front parlor, a sort of what y'all might call distinction over them that sat back parlor. It's the same to our parties. Them that are set down to the dining room table always seem a PG 172 little more company than them that are served to the little sewing tables around in the open rooms, and we all feel it, though we all pretend not, as well-bred as we know how. I dunno, but there's something to it too. Mies Sykes, for instance, she always gets put to a dining table. Nobody would ever think of setting her down to a small one, no more than they would a Proudfit. But me, I generally get tucked down to a sewing table and in a rocking chair if there ain't enough cane seats to go around. Things often divide themselves true to themselves in this life, after all. This was the last regular meeting before our annual. The annual, at Inslee's suggestion, was going to be in the schoolhouse, and it was going to be an open evening meeting, with the whole town invited in and ice cream served after. Regular meetings Sodality gives just tea. Special meetings we give hot chocolate or ice lemonade, or both if the weather is unsettled. For entertainments we have queued-up fruit and little bakery cakes. But to our annual, we mount up to ice cream and some of our best cake makers layer cake. And us ladies always dress according. Afternoon home dresses to regular meetings, second best to specials, Sunday silks to entertainments, and straight going out PG 173 clothes for the annual. It makes it real nice. Nobody need to come dressed wrong, and nobody can go away disappointed at what they have been fed. The meeting that day all ought to have gone smooth enough, it being so nice that our paper had sold well and all, but I guess the most of us was too tired out to have tried to have a meeting so soon. Anyhow, we did not seem to come together slippery and light-running, like we do some days. But instead I see the minute we begun to collect that we was all inclined to be heavy and, though not cross, yet frictionish. For instance, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss had come in a new red waist with black raspberry buttons. And it was too much for Mies Fire Chief Merriman that's been turning her black poplin ever since the fire chief died. Dear me, Mies Holcomb, she says, I never see anybody have more dressy clothes. Did you put that on just for us? Mies Holcomb shut her lips tight. This is for home wear, she says short when she opened them. Mean to say you get a cooked supper in that rig? Says Mies Merriman. Fry meat in it, do you? PG 174. We do not eat as hearty as some, says Mame. We do not insist on warm suppers. We feel at our house we have to keep our bills down. Mies Merriman straightened up, real brittle. My gracious, she says, I guess I live as cheap as the best does. I see you buying shelled nuts, just the same, says Mies Holcomb, when shell and M with your fingers cost 20 cents off. I ain't never had my store buy-in criticized before, says Mies Merriman, elbows back. Nor, says Mies Holcomb, bitter, have I ever before, in my 26 years of married life, ever been called dressy. Then Mies Toplady, she sort of shouldered into the minute, big and placid and nice-filling. Mame, she says, set over here where you can use the lead pencil on my watch chain, and put down that crochet pattern I wanted, will you? Mame come over by her and took the pencil, Mies Toplady leaning over so she could use it. But before she put the crochet pattern down, Mame made one, experimental, on the stiff bottom of her work bag, and Libby Liberty thought she would make a little joking. SSHH, says Libby, the authoress is talkin' down notes. PG 175. Mies Holcomb has had 2-3 poems in the Friendship Daily, and she's real sensitive over it. I would be polite if I could not be pleasant, Libby, says Mame, acid. I am pleasant enough to pleasant folks, snaps Libby, up in arms in a minute. Nothing whatever makes anybody so mad as to have what was meant playful took plain. I, says Mies Holcomb, majestic, would pay some attention to my company manners, no matter what I was in the home. That makes me think, puts in Mies Toplady, hasty, speaking of company so, who's heard anything about the even-in company up to Proudfits. It was something all our heads was full of, being half the village had just been invited in to the big evening affair that was to end up the house party, and we would all have pitched in and talked fast anyhow to take our minds off the spat. Elbert's common home to go to it and to stay Sunday and as much as he can spare, says Mies Sykes. Elbert is her son and all Sela's Sykes ought to have been, Elbert is. Letty Ames is home for the party, too, says Libby Liberty, speaking up in defense of their block that Letty lives in. She's just PG 176 graduated at Indian Mound and has been visiting up the state. My niece that had come on for a few days would be gone before the party come off, so she did not seem worth mentioning for real news value at a time when everything was centering in an evening company at Proudfit House. No doubt about it, Proudfit House does give distinction to Friendship Village, kind of like a finishing school would, or a circus wintering in us. I heard, says Mies Jimmy Sturgis, that the hired help set up all night long clean in the silver. I should not think that would have been necessary, with any kind of management behind M. You do not get much management nowadays, says Mies Hubblethwaite, sighing. Things slap along awful haphazard. I know I ain't the system to myself that I used to have, says Abigail Arnold. Why, the other day I found my soda in one buttery and my back-in powder in the other. And I heard, says Mame Holcomb, that's one thing about Mame, you cannot keep her mad. She will flare up and be a tongue of flame one minute, and the next she's actin' like a friendly open fire on a family hearth. And I always trust that kind I cannot help it. I heard, she said, that for the party that night the PG 177 ice cream is coming in forms, callalies and dogs and like that. I heard, says Mies Uppers, that Emerald Daniel was invited up to help and she set up nights and got her a new dress for helpin' in, and now little Odie's sick and she likely cannot go near. Mies Toplady looks over her glasses. Is Odie sick again, says she. Well, if Emerald do not move out of Black Hollow, she will lose him just like she done Abe. Cannot she sell? Black Hollow is the town's pet breeding place for typhoid, that the ladies has been at the council to clean up for a year now. And nobody will buy there, so Emerald's had to live in her house to save rent. She's made her a nice dress and she was so excited and pleased, says Mies Uppers, grieving. I do hope it was a dark shade so if bereavement follows. I suppose you will have a new cloth, Mies Sykes, says Mies Hubblethwaite. You are so up to date. It's always one trouble with Mies Hubblethwaite, she will flatter the flatterable. But that time it did not work. Mies Sykes was up on a chair fixing a window shade that had flew up, and I guess she must have pinched her finger, she was so crispy. PG 178. I thought I had things that was full stylish enough to wear, she says stiff. I did not mean harm, says Mies Hubblethwaite humble. Just then we all got up to see out the window, for the Proudfit automobile drew up to Mies Sykes's gate. They was several folks in it, like they had been most of the time during the house party, with everybody flying hither and yon, and they was letting Mies Emmons out. It was just exactly like her to remember to come right out of the midst of a house party to a meeting of sodality. That woman was pure gold. When there was a lot of things to choose about, she always seemed to let the pleasant and the light and the easy toto slip right through her fingers, that would close up by and by on the big real thing that most folks would pretend to try to catch after it had slipped through, and yet would be awful glad to see disappearing. We did not talk clothes any more after Mies Emmons come in. Some way her clothes was so professional seeming, in color and cut, that beside of her the rest of us never said much about ours. Though I will say Mies Emmons always wore her clothes like she was no more thinking about them than she would be thinking about morning housework togs. PG 179. Well said, how's the little boy, Mies Emmons? Asks Mies Toplady Hardy. I declare I could not go to sleep a night or two ago for thinkin' about the little soul. Heard any sound out of his folks. I'm going to tell you about that pretty soon. Mies Emmons answered, and it made my heart beat a little with wondering if she would got her plans thought out, not only foursquare but tower high. He as well wanted to come to the meeting. I like ladies, he said, when they look at me like loving, but not when they touch me much. Mr. Inslee has him out walking. Little soul, says Mies Toplady again. Out in the back parlor, some of us had been talking about Christopher already. I heard, Mies Merriman says, that was not to the church the night Christopher come. I heard that he did not have much of any clothes on, and that nobody could understand what he said, and that nobody could get him to speak a word. Pshaw, Mies Sturgis puts in, he was a nice-dressed little boy, though wet, and quite conversational. Well, I think it's a great problem, says Mies Uppers. He's too young for the poorhouse and PG 180 too old for the baby's home. Seems like they was not anything to do with him. There come a lull when Mies Postmaster Sykes, in a ruffled lawn that had shrunk too short for anything but houseware, stood up by the piano and called the meeting to order. And when we would got on down to new business, the purpose of the meeting and a hint of the pleasure was stated formal by Mies Sykes herself. One thing why I like to preside at sodality, I heard her tell once, is, you do get your say whenever you want it, and nobody can interrupt you when you are in the chair. Ladies, she says, we have seen from the treasurer's report we have got some $60-odd on hand. The question is, where shall we vote it to? Let the discussion be free. Mies Holcombe was Mame Bliss spoke first, with a kind of a bright manner of having thought it all out over her dish-pan and her bread-pan. There is this about belonging to sodality. We just live sodality every day around our work. We do not forget it except to meetings, same as some. Well, I just tell you what, Mame says. I think now is our time to get a big monument for the middle of cemetery that will do some credit to the dead. All our little local PG 181 headstones is quite tasty and shows our interest in them that's gone before, but not one of them is real up-to-date. Let's buy a nice monument that will show from the railroad track. I spoke up short off from the back parlor, where I set scallopin a bedspread about as big as the carpet. Who do, I says. Oh, I donnos it makes much difference, Mies Holcombe says, warming to her theme so's it was some leadin' citizen. We might take a town vote on it. Mies Sturgis sat up straight, eyebrows up. I donno how it is, but Mies Sturgis's pompadour always seems so much higher as soon as she gets interested. Why, my gracious, she says, we might earn quite a lot o' money that way. We might have a regular votin' contest on who that's dead should get the monumenso, much a vote, and the names of the successful ones run every night in the daily. Wella, why do it for anybody dead? Says Libby Liberty. Why not get the monument here and have it on view and then have folks kind of bid on it for their own, real votin' style? In the cities now, everybody picks out their own monuments ahead of time. That would PG 182 be doing for the living, the way Mr. Inslee said. Oh, there would be hard feelin' that way, spoke up Mies Uppers, decided. Whoever got it and got buried under it never could feel it was his own stone. Everybody that had bought votes for themselves could come out walking in the cemetery Sunday afternoons and could point out the monument and tell how much of a money interest they had in it. Oh no, I do not think that would do at all. Well, stick to having it for the dead, then, Libby gives in. We have got to remember our Constitution. Mies Amanda Toplady was always going down after something in the bottom of her pocket, set low in her full black skirt. She done this now for a spool or a lozenger. And she says, meantime, seems like that would be awful irreverent, connectin' up the dead with votes that way. My notion, says Mies Sykes, with her way of throwin' up one corner of her head, it ain't one-tenth part as irreverent as forgettin' all about em. Of course it ain't, agreed Mies Hubblethwaite. Real, true irreverence is made up of buryin' folks and leavin' em go their way. PG 183Y, I bet you there ain't any one of em that would not be cheered up by Bain voted for. I could not help piping up again from the back parlor. What about them that do not get no votes? I asks. What about them that is beat in death like they may have been in life? What's there to cheer them up? If I was them, says I would hant the whole sodality. No need to be so sacrilegious in speakin' of the dead. As I know of, Calliope, says Mies Sykes that was in the chair and could rebuke at will. That made me kind o' mad, and I answered back, chair or no chair. A thing is sacrilegious, says I, according to which side of the fence you are on. But the fence it do not change none. Mies Toplady looked over her glasses, and out the window, and like she see far away. Land, she says. I would like to take that $60 and hire some place to invite the young folks into evenings, that do not have no place to go on earth for fun. Friendship Village, says she, is about as lively as cemetery is for the young folks. Well, but Mies Toplady, says Mies Sykes, reprovin, the young folks is alive and able to see to themselves. They do not come in PG 184 sodality's scope. Everything we do has got to be connect with cemetery. I cannot help it, Mies Toplady answers, if it is. I would like to invite him in for some good safe even-ins somewheres, instead of leaving M traps the streets. And if I had to have cemetery in it somehow, I dunno, but I would make it a lawn party, and give it in cemetery and have done with it. We all laughed, but I knew that underneath, Mies Toplady was kind of half and half in earnest. The young folks, says Mies Sykes mysterious, is going to be took care of by the proper means, very, very soon. I dunno, says Mies Holcomb, obstinate. I think the monument is a real nice idea. Grandfather Holcomb now, him that helped draft the town, or whatever it is they do, I bet he would be real pleased to be voted for. But Mies Fire Chief Merriman, seems she could not forget the little way Mame had spoke to her before, and she leaned forward and cut her way into the talking. Why, Mies Holcomb, she says, of course your grandfather Holcomb can be voted on if he wants to, and if he thinks he could get it. But dead though he is, what he done can't PG 185 hold a candle to what grandfather Merriman done. That man just about run this town for years on end. I heard he did, said Mame, short. Those was the days before things was called by their true names in politics and in graft and like that. I am sure, says Mies Merriman, her voice slipping, grandfather Merriman was an angel in heaven to his family. And he started the very cemetery by Bain buried in it first himself, and he took a front lot. Ladies, says Mies Sykes, stern, we ain't votin' yet. Has anybody got anything else to offer? Let the discussion be free. What do we get a monument for anyway? Says Mies Toplady, hemming peaceful. Why do not we stick the money onto the new iron fence for cemetery, same as we have been trying to do for years? That's what I was thinking, says Abigail Arnold, smiling. Whenever I make one of my layer cakes for Sodality Annual, and frost it white and make mounds of frosted nuts on top, I always wish cemetery had a fence around so's I could make a frosting one on the edge of the cake. Appropriate. Why, but my land, Abigail, says Mies Holcomb, cannot you see the difference between PG 186 working for a dead iron fence and working for the real, right down dead that once was the living? Where's your humanity, I would like to know, and your loyalty to Friendship Village inhabitants that you set the old iron fence over against em? What's a fence beside folks? All this time Mies Emmons, there in the front parlor, had just sat still, stitching away on some little garment or other, but now she looked up quick, as if she was going to speak. She even begun to speak with a Madame President that covered up several excited beginnings. But as she done so, I looked through the folding doors and see her catch sight of somebody out in the street. And I looked out the bay window in the back parlor and I see who it was. It was a man, carefully guiding a little bit of a man who was walking on the flat board top of the Sykes' fence. So, instead of speaking formal, all Mies Emmons done was to make a little motion towards the window, so that her contribution to the debating was nothing but, Madame President, look. We all looked, them in the out-off-fringe corners of the room, getting up and holding their work in their aprons, and peering past. PG 187 and us in the back parlor tried for glimpses out the side bay window, past Mies Sykes's big sword fern. And so the most of us see Inslee walking with Christopher, who was footing it very delicate and grave, picking out his places to step as if a real lot depended on it. That's Chris, says Mies Emmons, simple, that's come to us. And you would have said she hardly spoke the us real conscious of herself. She looked round at us all. Let's have him in for a minute, she says. The little soul, let's so do, Mies Amanda Toplady says hearty. It was Mies Emmons that went to the door and called them, and I guess Inslee, when he see her, must have wondered what made her face seem like that. He went on uptown, and the little chap come trotting up the walk. When Chris come in Mies Sykes's front parlor among all the women, there run round that little murmuring sound that a crowd of women uses to greet the coming in their midst of any child. And I suppose it was a little more so than ever for Chris, that they had not all seen yet count of so few being out the night he come, and count of his having been up to Proudfoot House most ever since. Us in the back parlor went crowding in the front, and some PG 188 come down to the hall door to be the nearer. Mies Amanda Toplady, hunting in her deep pocket, this time for a lozenger, says fervent above the rest. The little soul. And he did resemble one, standing there so shy and manly in his new little brown clothes. Mies Emmons's eyes was bright, and I thought I see a kind of challenge in her way of drawing the child towards her. Chris, she says, tell them what you had in your paper bag when you came to the church the other night. Chris remembered, sugar rolls and cream puffs and fruitcake, he recites it grand. My supper, he adds, no less grand. But that was cause I did not have my dinner nor my breakfast, he explains, so's we would not think he would had too much at once. What was the matter with your foot? Mies Emmons goes on. Christopher had a little smile that just about one yaw sort of abashed little smile, that begun over by one side of his mouth, and when he was going to smile that way, he always started in by turning away his head. He done this now, but we could all hear what he said. It was PG 189. My biggest toe went right through a hole, and it choked me awful. About a child's foot hurting, or a little sore heel, there is something that makes mothers out of everybody for a minute or two. The women all twittered into a little ripple of understanding. Probably to every woman there come the picture of the little cold, wet foot and the choked toe. I know I could see it, and I can see it yet. Lambin, says Mies Toplady in more than 2 syllables, come here for a peppermint. Chris went right over to her. I've been thirsty for a drink of water since all day, he says confidential. Have you got one? Mies Toplady went with the child, and then Mies Emmons took something from her bag and held it up. It was Christopher's father's letter that he would brought with him that night. She read the letter out loud, in everybody's perfectly breathless silence that was broken only by Christopher laughing out in the kitchen. My friends, Mies Emmons says when she would got through, does not it seem to you as if our work had come to us? And that if it is not Chris himself, at least it ought to be people, live peopled, not an iron fence, or even a monument that will show from the railroad track. PG 190. And with that, standing in the doorway with my arms full of bedspread, I piped right up, just like I would been longing to pipe up ever since that night at Mies Emmons's when I would talked with Inslee. Yes, sir, I says emphatic, it does. Without meaning to be sacrilegious in the least, I says toward Mies Sykes, I believe that the dead is a lot better prepared to take care of themselves than a good many of the living is. There was a kind of a little pause at this, all but Mies Sykes. Mies Sykes do not pause easy. She spoke right back, sort of elevating one temple. The object of this meeting, as the chair understands it, says she, is to discuss money spending, not iddies. But I did not pay no more attention than as if I would been a speaker in public life. And Mies Toplady and Christopher, coming back to the room just then, I spoke to him and took a hold of his little shoulder. Chris, I says, tell him what you are going to be when you grow up. The little boy stood up with his back against the door casing, and he spoke back between peppermints. PG 191. I am going to drive the loads of hay, he declares himself. A little bit ago, I says to M, he was going to be a cream puff man, and keep a church and manufacture black velvet for people's coffins. Think of all them future rest not to spend time on other possibilities. Do not it seem like we would ought to keep him around here somewheres and help him decide? Do not it seem like what he's going to be is resting with us? But now Mies Sykes spoke out in her most presidential tone. It would be perfectly impossible, she says, for sodality to spend its money on the child or on anybody else that's living. Our Constitution says we shall work for cemetery. Well, says I, rebellish, then let's rip up our old constitution and buy ourselves a new pattern. Mies Sykes was getting to verge on mad. But sodality ain't an orphan asylum, Calliope says she, nor none of us is that. Ain't we, Mies Sykes? I says. Sometimes I dunno what we are for if we ain't that. And then I just clear forgot myself. In one of them times that do not let you get to sleep PG 192 that night for thinking about, and that when you wake up is right there by the bed waiting for you, and that makes you feel sore when you think of afterward sore, but glad too. That's it, I says, that's it. I have been thinking about that a good deal lately. I suppose it's because I ain't any children of my own to be so busy for that I cannot think about their real good. Seems to me there ain't a child living no matter how saucy or soiled or similar, but could look us each one in the face and say, "What you doing for me and the rest of us?" And what could we say to them? We could say, "I am buying some of you ginghams that will not shrink nor fade. Some of you I am cooking food for, and some of you I am letting go without it. And some of you I am buying school books and playthings, and some of you I am leaving without M. I am making up some of your beds and teaching you your manners, and I am loving you some of you. And the rest of you I am leaving walk in town after dark with a hole in your stocking. Where's the line, where's the line? How do we know which is the ones to do for? I tell you I am the orphan asylum to the whole lot of em. And so are you. And I move the cemetery improvement sodality do something for this PG 193 little boy. We would adopt him if he was dead and keep his grave as nice and neat as wax. Let's us adopt him instead of his grave. My bedspread had slipped down onto the floor, but I never knew when nor did I see it go. All I see was that some of them agreed with me, Mies Emmons, and Mies Toplady, and Mies Hubblethwaite and Libby, and even Mame that had proposed the monument. But some of the others was waiting as usual to see how Mies Sykes was going to believe, and Mies Sykes she was just standing there by the piano, her cheeks getting pinker and pinker up high on her face. Calliope, she said, making a gesture, ladies, this is every bit of it out of order. This ain't the subject that we come together to discuss. It kind of seems to me, says I, that it's a subject we was born to discuss. Mies Toplady sort of rolled over in her chair and looked across her glasses to Mies Sykes. Madame President, says she, as I understand it, this fits in all right. What we are proposing is to spend Sodality's money on this little boy just the same as though he was dead. I move we do so. 2-3 of em seconded it, but scart and scattering. PG 194. Mies Toplady, says Mies Sykes. Ladies, this is a good deal too headlong, a committee dot. Question, demands Mies Emmons, serene, and she met my eye and smiled some. In that little we understand look that can pierce through a room full of people like the wind. Mies Emmons, says Mies Sykes, wildish. Ladies, Sodality has been organized over 20 years, doing the same thing. You cannot change so offhand you cannot help admiring Mies Sykes, for she simply do not know when she's beat. But this time she had a point with her, too. If we want a vote to amend the Constitution, she said, you have got to lay down your wishes on the table for 1 week. I dare say you have, says Mies Emmons, looking grave. Well, I move that we amend the Constitution of this society, and I move that we do it next week at the open annual meeting of the Sodality. Second the motion, says I, with my feet on my white bedspread. And somehow the phrase caught Christopher's ear, like a tune might to march by. Second a motion, he chanced to himself, standing by Mies Toplady's knee. PG 195. Roman 8. I had promised Inslee to run in the Cadozas after the meeting and see the little boy, and Mies Emmons having to go home before she started back to the Proudfits. Christopher walked along with me. When we got out to the end of Daphne Street, Inslee overtook us on his way out to the Cadozas, too. His shoes were some muddy, and I guessed that he had been where of late he would spend as much time as he could spare, both when he was in the village and when he was over to Indian Mound. Without digging down into his eyes, the same as some do to folks that's in trouble, I had sensed that there had come down on him everybody's hour of cutting something out of life, which is as elemental a thing to do as dying is, and I dunno, but it's the same kind as dying is besides. And he had been taking his hour in the elemental way, wanting to be alone and to kind of get near to the earth. I mean tramping the hills, plowing along the narrow paths close to the barbed wire fences, plunging into the little groves. The little PG 196 groves have such an inno look of understanding all about any difficulty till you walk inside of them, when all to once they stop seeming to know about your special trouble and begin another kind of slow soothing. Same as summing things up will soothe you, now and then. Chris chattered to him, lovable. I had some pepperminges, he says, and I like hot ice cream too, do not you? Can you make that? He inquires, slipping his hand in Inslee's. Of course, this made a pang when you are hurt. Most everything makes a pang. And this must have brought back that one evening with Robin that he would have to remember, and all the little stupid jokes they would had that night must have rose up and hit at him, with the awful power of the little things that do not matter one bit, and yet that matter everything. What can you make, Chris? Inslee says to him. Can you make candy? And pull it like this. Once a lady stirred me some and cut it up in squares, Chris explained, but I never did make any. My mama could not make candy, I guess, but she could make all other things spoon cakes and mittens and nice stove fires my mama could make. The bag we got the salt PG 197-inch made me 2 handkerchiefs out of that bag, he ended proudly. Did she? Inslee tempted him on. Yes, Chris went on, hopping beside him, but now I have got to hurry and be a man, cause litty boys ain't very good things. Can you make pottery? He wound up. Why, Chris, can you? Inslee asked. Well, when I was common along with my daddy that night I made one, the child says, and when Inslee questions him, a little he got this much more out of him. It started, look at the trees so green and fair, he says, but I forget the rest. Do you want to be a poet when you grow up? Inslee asked him. Yes, I do, the child says ready. I think I will be that first and then I will be the president, too. But what I would rather be is the sprinkler cart man, would not you? Conceivably, Inslee says, and by the look on his face, I bet his hand tightened up on the child's hand. At Sodality, I says, he just told them he was going to drive loads of hay. He's made several selections. He looked at me over the child's head, and PG 198, I guess we was both thinking the same thing, trust nature to work this out alone? Conceivably, again. But all of a sudden I know we both burned to help to do it. And as Inslee talked to the child, I think some touch of his enterprise come back and breathed on him. In them few last days, I should not wonder if his work had not stopped soaring to the meaning of spirit and sunk down again to be just body drudgery. He could not ever help having his old possessing love of men, and his man's strong resolution to keep a-going, but I should not wonder if the wings of the thing he meant to do had got folded up. And Christopher, here, was sort of releasing them out again. How's the little Cardoza boy? I ask him pretty soon. He's getting on, he says. Dr. Barrows was down yesterday, wants him for a fortnight or so at the hospital in town, where he can have good care and food. His mother does not want him to go. I hoped you would talk with her. Before we got to the Cardoza house, Inslee looked over to me, enigmatish. Want to see something? He says, and he handed me a letter. I read it, and some of it I knew what it meant, and some of it I did not. It was from PG 199 Alex Proudfoot, asking him up to Proudfoot House to the house party. Ain't it astonishing how awful festive the word house party sounds? Party sounds festive, though not much more so than company or gathering that we use more common. Ball, of course, is real glittering and paints the inside of your head into pictures, instantaneous. But a house party, maybe it's because I never was to one. Maybe it's because I never heard of one till late in life. Maybe it's because nobody ever had one before in Friendship Village, but that word give me all the sensation that her golden coach and his silver armor and good fairy used to have for me when I was a little girl. House party? Anything shiny might happen to one of them. It's like you would took something vanish in, like a party, and just seized onto it and made it stay longer than time and the world ever intended. It's like making a business of the short-lived. Well, some of Alex's letter went about like this. Join us for the whole time, do, it says, and it went on about there being rather an interesting group, a jolly individualist. I recollect, he says, for your special benefit. PG 200 he will convert you where I could not, because he's kept his love for men and I have not. And of course I have some women pretty, bless them, and thank the Lord not one of them troubling whether she loves mankind or not, so long as men love her. And there you have nature uncovered at her task. I shall expect you for every moment that you can spare. I remember the wording, because it struck me, it was all so like Alex that I could pretty near talk to it and have it answer back. Tell me, Inslee says when I handed the letter back to him, you know him, Alex Proudfoot. Does he put all that on? Is it his mask? Does he feel differently and do differently when folks do not know? Well, I says slow, I don't know. He gives the Cardozas their rent, but when Mies Cardoza went to thank him, once, he sent down word for her to go and see his agent. He nodded, and I would never heard him speak bitter before. That's it, he says, that's it. That's the way we bungle things. We would got almost to the Cardozas when we heard an automobile coming behind us, and as we stood aside to let it go by, Robin's face flashed past us at the window. Mies Emmons PG 201 was with her, that Robin had come down after. Right off the car stopped and Robin jumped out and come hurrying back towards us. I will never forget the minute. We met right in front of the old tumble-down Cadoza house, with the lilacs so high in the front yard that the place looked pretty near nice, like the rest of the world. It was a splendid afternoon, one that had got its gold persuaded to burst through a gray morning, like color from a bunch of silver buds. And now the air was all full of lovely things, light and little wind and late sun and I don't know, but things we did not know about. And every one of them seemed in Robin's face as she came towards us, and more too, that we could not name or place. I think the mere exquisite girlishness of her come home to Inslee, as even her strength and her womanliness, that night he talked with her, had not moved him. I don't know, but in the big field of his man's dream, he had pretty near forgot how obvious her charm was. I am pretty sure that in those days when he was tramping the hills alone, the thing that he was fighting with was that he was going to lose her companioning in the life they both dreamed. But now her hurrying so and her little faint agitation made her appeal a new thing. 50 times as PG 202 lovely, 50 times as feminine, and sort of filling in the picture of herself with all the different kinds of women she was in one. So now, as he stood there with her, looking down in her face, touching her friendly hand, I think that was the first real, overhauling minute when he was just swept by the understanding that his loss was so many times what he would thought it was going to be. For it was her that he wanted, it was her that he would miss for herself, and not for any dear plans of work fellowship alone. She understood his dream, but there was other things she understood about too. A man can love a woman for a whole collection of little dear things and he can lose her and grieve. He can love her for her big way of looking at things, and he can lose her and grieve. He can love her because she is his workfellow, and he can lose her and grieve. But if, on top of one of these, he loves her because she is she, the woman that knows about life and is capable of sharing all of life with him and of being tender about it, why then if he loses her, his grieving is going to be something that there ain't rightly no name for. And I think it was that minute there in the road that it first come to Inslee that Robin was Robin, that of all the many women that she PG 203 was, first and most, she was the woman that was capable of sharing with him all sides of living. I wanted, she says to him, uncertain. Oh, I wish very much that you would accept the invitation to some of the house party. I wanted to tell you. I cannot do that, he answers, short and almost gruff. Really, I cannot do that. But it seemed there was even a sort of nice childishness about her that you would not have guessed. I always think it's a wonderful moment when a woman knows a man well enough to show some of her childishness to him. But a woman that shows right off, close on the heels of an introduction, how childish she can be, it always sort o makes me mad, like she would told her first name without being asked about it. Please, Robin says, I am asking it because I wish it very much. I want those people up there to know you, I want. He shook his head, looking at her, eyes, mouth, and fresh cheeks, like he wished he was able to look at her face all at once. At least, she says to him rapid, then, you must come to the party at the end. You know I want to keep you for my friend PG 204, I want to make you our friend. That night Anna Leaner is going to announce my engagement, and I want my friends to be there. That surprised me as much as it did him. Nobody in the village knew about the engagement, yet except us two that knew it from that night at Mies Emmons's. I wondered what on earth Inslee was going to say, and I remember how I hoped, pretty near fierce, that he was not going to smile and bow and wish her happiness and do the thing the world would have wanted of him. It may make things run smoother to do that way, but smoothness is not the only thing the love of folks for folks knows about. I do like a man that now and then speaks out with the breath in his lungs, and not just with the breath of his nostrils. And that's what Inslee don't, that's what he done. Only I am bound to say that I do think he spoke out before he knew he was going to. That would be precisely why I could not come, he said. Thank you, you know, but please do not ask me. As for Robin, at this her eyes widened, and beautiful color swept her face. And she did not at once turn away from him, but I see how she stood looking at him with a kind of a sharp intentness, less of wonder than of stopping short. PG 205. Christopher had run to the automobile, and now he come a-hopping back. Robin, he called, Anna Leaner says you have to be in a dress by dinner, and it's now. Do come for dinner, Mr. Inslee, Mies Emmons calls, as Robin and Christopher went to join him. We have got up a tableau or two for afterward. Come and help me be a tableau. He smiled and shook his head and answered her. And that reminded me that I would got to hurry like wild, as usual. It was most 6 o'clock then. It always is either most 6 o'clock or most noon, when I get nearest to being interested. and that night great things was going to be going on. Mies Sykes and Mies Toplady and the school board and I was going to have a tableau of our own. But for all that I could not help standing still a minute and looking after the automobile. It seemed as bad as some kind of a planet, carrying Robin off for forever and ever, and I was not so clear that I fancied its orbit. I have got a whole string of minds not to go to that party myself, I says, meditative. But Inslee never answered. He just come on around the Cadozas' house. PG 206. Roman 9. I never speak much about my relations because I have not got many. If I did have, I suppose I should be telling about how peculiar they take their tea and coffee, and what they died of, and showing samples of their clothes and acting like my own immediate family made up life, just like most folks does. But I have not got much of any relatives, nor no ancestors to brag about. Nothing for kin but the world, I always say. But back in the middle of June, I had got a letter from a cousin, like a bow from the blue. And the morning I got it, and with it yet unopened in my hand, Silas Sykes come out from behind the post office window and tapped me on the arm. Calliope, he says, we have about made up our minds the school board and some the leadin' citizens hasto, appoint a women's even-in vigilance committee, secret. And we want you and me's Toplady and me's Sykes should be it. PG 207. Vigilance, I says, thoughtful. I recollect missin' on the meanin' of that word in school. I recollect I called it villigance and said it meant a bus. I dunno if I rightly know what it means now, Silas. Silas cleared his throat and whispered hoarse, in a way he's got. Women do not have no call, much for the word, he says. It means when you sick your notice onto some one thing. We want a committee of you women should do it. Notice what, I says, some mystified. What the men had ought to be up to and ain't. But customers come streaming into the post office store then, and some folks for their mail. And Silas set a time a couple days later in the afternoon for me's Toplady and me's Sykes and me to come down to the store and talk it over. And you be here, says Silas, beatin' it off with his finger. It's somethin' we got to do to protect our own public decency. Public decency? I says over, thoughtful, and went out fingerin' my letter that was in a strange handwriting and that I was dying to read. It was a couple of days later that I what I might say finished that letter, and between times, I had it on the clock shelf and give every PG 208 spare minute to making it out. Minerva Beach, the letter was from me cousin Minnie Beach's girl. Minnie had died a while before, and Minerva, her daughter, was on her way west to look for a position, and should she spend a few days with me? That was what I made out, though I don't know how I done it, for her writing was so big and so up and down that every letter looked like it had on corsets and high heels. I never see such a mess. It was like picking out a crochet pattern to try to read it. I recollect that I was just finishing composing my letter telling her to come along, and hurrying so's to take it to mail as I went down to the Vigilance Committee meeting, when the new photographer in town come to my door, with his horse and buggy tied to the gate. Horace Myers was his name, and he said he was a friend of the Toplady's, and he was staying with them while he made choice art photographs of the whole section, and he wanted to take a picture of my house. He was a dapper little man, but awful tired seeming, so I told him to take the picture and welcome, and I put the stone dog on the front porch and looped the parlor curtains over again and started off for the meeting. PG 209. I will be up to show you the proofs in a few days, he says as I was leaving. He was fixing the black cloth over his head, kind of listless and patient. Land, I says, before I knew it, do not you get awful sick of talkin' pictures of humbly houses you do not care nothin' about? He peeked out from under the black cloth sort of grateful. I do, he says, simple, sick enough to bust the camera. Well, I should think you would, I says hearty, and I went down Daphne Street with the afternoon kind of feeling tarnished. I was wondering how on earth folks go on at all that dislikes their work like that. There was Abe Luck, just fixing the Sykes's Eavestrough. What was there to like about fixing eavesdrops, and about the whole hardware business? Jimmy Sturgis coming driving the bus, Appleby Holcomb over there registering deeds, me Sykes's girl Emily washing windows. What was there about any of it to like doing? I looked at me Sykes's Emily real pitying, polishing panes outside, when Abe Luck come climbing down the ladder from the roof. And all of a sudden I see Abe stick his head through the rungs, and quick as a flash kiss me Sykes's Emily. PG 210. My land, I started to think, me Sykes had ought to discharge, and then I just stopped short off, sudden. Her hating windows and him hating eavesdrops, and what else did either of them have? Nothing. I could sense their lives like I could sense my own level and even in darn. And all at once I had all I could do to keep from being glad that Abe Luck had kissed Emily. and I walked like lightning to keep back the feeling. Mies Sykes and Mies Toplady was to the post office store before me. It was a slack time of day, and Silas sat down on a mailbag and begun outlining the situation that he meant about. The school board, says Silas, important, has got some women's work they want done. It's a thing, he, that women can do the best. I mean, it's the girls and boys, hanging round even in you know we have all talked about it. But somebody's got to get after 'em in earnest, and see they do not disgrace us with their carrying on in the streets, even-ins. Why do not the men do it? I ask him, wonderin', or is it count of offending some? No such thing, says Silas touchy. Where's your delicate feelin's, Calliope? Women can do these things better than men. PG 211. This is something delicate that had ought to be seen to quiet. It ain't a matter for the authorities. It's women's work, says he. It's women that's the mothers, it ain't the men, says Silas, convincing. But still I looked at him, real meditative. What started you men off on that tack at this time? I asked him, blunt, because young folks had been flooding the streets evenings since I could remember, and no Friendship Village man had ever acted like this about it. Well, says Silas, do not you women tell it out around, but the thing that's got us desperate is the schoolhouse. The entry to it, the have used it shameful. Peanut shucks, downtrod popcorn, paper bags, fruit peelins every mornin', the stone to the top o' the steps, under the archway, is full of 'em. And last week the board went up there early mornin' to do a little tinkerin', and there set 3 beer bottles all empty. So we have figured on puttin' some iron gates up to the schoolhouse entry and appointin' you women a vigilance committee to help us out. We felt real indignant about the schoolhouse. It stands up a little slope, and you can see it from most anywhere's daytimes, and we all felt kind of an interest, though PG 212, of course, the school board seemed to own it special. Mies Toplady looked warm and worried. But what is it you want we should do, Silas? She asked, some irritable. I have got my hands so full o' my own family, it do not seem as if I could vigilance for nobody. SHH Mies Toplady. I think it's a great trust, says Mies Silas Sykes. It is a great trust, says Silas, warm, to get these young folks to stop gallivantin' and set home where they belong. How you going to get them to set home, Silas? I ask, some puzzled. Well, says Silas, that's where they ought to be, ain't it? Why, I says thoughtful, I donnos they had. What, says Silas with horns on the word, what say Calliope? How much settin' home evenings did you do when you was young, Silas? I says. I would have been a long sight better off if I would have done more of it, says Silas. However that is, you did not set home, I says back at him. Neither will young folks set there now, I do not believe. Well, says Silas, anyhow, they have got to PG 213 get off in the streets. We have made up our minds to that. They cannot set on steps nor in stairways downtown, nor in entries, nor to the schoolhouse. We have got to look out for public decency. Public decency, says I again. They can do what they like, so's public decency ain't injured, I s'pose, Silas. No such thing, shouts Silas. Calliope, take shame. Ain't we doin' our best to start 'em right? That's what I donno, I answers him, troubled. Driving folks around do not never seem to me to be a real good start towards nowheres. Mies Amanda Toplady hitched forward in her chair and spoke for the first time, ponderous and decided, but real sweet, too. What I think is this, she says. They will not set home, as Calliope says. And when we have vigilanced 'em off the streets, where are we goin' to vigilance 'em to? That ain't our lookout, says Silas. Ain't it, says Mies Toplady, ain't it? She sat thinking for a minute and then her face smoothed. Anyhow, she says, comfortable us lades'll vigilance a while. It ain't clear in my mind yet what to do, but we will do it, I guess. PG 214. We made up that we 3 should come downtown one night that week and look around and see what we see. We all knew every woman in Friendship Village knew how evenings. The streets was full of young folks, loud talking and loud laughing and carrying on. We would all said to each other, helpless, that we wished something could be done, but that was as far as anybody'd got. So we made it up that we 3 should be downtown in a night or two, so's to get our ideas started, and Silas was to have Timothy Toplady and Appleby Holcomb, that's on the school board, down to the store so we could all talk it over together afterwards. But still, I guess we all felt sort of vague as to what we was to drive at. It seems like Silas wanted us to unwind a ball o' string from the middle out, says Mies Toplady, uneasy, when we would left the store. A few days after that Minerva come, I went down to the depot to meet her, and I would have recognized her anywheres, she looked so much like her handwriting. She was dressed sort of tawdry swell. She had on a good deal, but out from under her big hat with its cheap plume that was goin' to shed itself all over the house, I see her face was little and young and some pretty and excited. Excited about life PG 215 and new things and moving around. I liked her right off. Land, thinks I, you will try me to death. But you poor, nice little thing, you can if you want to. I took her home to supper. She talked along natural enough and seemed to like everything she ate, and then she wiped the dishes for me and looked at herself in the clock looking glass all the while she was doing it. Then, when I would put out the milk bottles, we locked up the back part of the house and went and sat in the parlor. I would always thought pretty well of my parlor. It has not anything but a plush four-piece set and an ingrain and Nottingham's, but it's the parlor, and I would liked it. But when we would been setting there a little while, and I would asked her about everybody, and showed her their pictures in the album, all of a sudden it seemed as if they was not anything to do in the parlor. Setting there and talking was nice, but I missed something. And I thought of this first when Minerva got up and walked kind of aimless to the window. How big is Friendship Village? She asked. I told her, real proud. They cannot be a great deal going on here, is they? She says. PG 216. Land, yes, I says. We're so busy we are nearly dead. Ladies' Aid, Ladies' Missionary, Cemetery Improvement Sodality, the rummage sale coming on, the bazaar, and I don't know what all. Oh, she says vague, wellies they many young people. And when I would told her quite a few, she did not say anything more but just stood looking down the street. And pretty soon I says, Land, the parlor's kind o' stuffy tonight. Let's go out in the yard. And when we would walked around out there a minute, smelling in my pinks, I thought, Land, it's kind o' dreary doing this, and I says to her all of a sudden, let's go in the house and make some candy. Oh, let's, she says, like a little girl. We went back in and lit the kitchen fire, and made butterscotch done it, being real handy at it. She livened up and flew around and joked some, and the kitchen looked nice and messy and used, and we had a real good time. And right in the midst of it there come a rap at the side door and there stood the dapper, tired-looking little photograph man, J. Horace Myers, seeming as discouraged as he could. PG 217. We spread out the proofs of the pictures of my house and spent some time deciding. And while we was deciding, he showed us some more pictures that he would made of the town, and talked a little about them. He was a real pleasant, soft-spoken man, and he knew how to laugh and when to do it. He see the funny and think see that the post office looked like a rabbit with its ears up. He see that the engine house looked like it was lifting its eyebrows. And he see the pretty in things, too showed us a view or two he would took around Friendship Village just for the fun of it. One was Daphne Street by the turn and he says, it looks like a deep tunnel, do not it? And like you wanted to go down it? He was a wonderful, nice, neutral little man, and I enjoyed looking at his pictures. But Minerva I could not help watching her. She was not so interested in the pictures, and she was not so quick at seeing the funny in things, nor the pretty, either. But even the candy making had not livened her up the way that little talking done. She acted real easy and told some little jokes. And when the candy was cool, she passed him some, and I thought it was all right to do. And he sort of spruced up and took notice and quit being so down on the mouth. And I thought, Land, ain't it funny how just PG 218 being together makes human beings, be they agent or be they cousin, more themselves than they was before. Her liking company made me all the more sorry to leave Minerva alone that next evening. That was the night Mies Sykes and Mies Toplady, and I was due to a tableau of our own in the post office store. It was the night when the Vigilance Committee was to have its first real meeting with the school board. But I lit the lamp for Minerva in the parlor, and give her the day's paper, and she had her sewing. And when Mies Toplady and Mies Sykes come for me, I went off and left her setting by the table. My parlor had been swept that day, and it was real tidy and quiet and lamplit. And yet when Mies Toplady and Mies Sykes and I stepped out into the night, all smelling of pinks and a new moon happening, and us going on that mission, we was not none of us sure what it was. The dark and the excitement sort of picked me up, and I felt like I never felt in my parlor in my life all kind of young and free and springy. Let's us walk right down through town first, says Mies Toplady. That's where the young folks gets to, seems though. Wella, I do not see the necessity of that, says Mies Sykes. We have all three done that PG 219 again and again. We know how it is down there evenings. But says Mies Toplady, in her nice, stubborn way, let's us anyway. I know when I walk through town nights, I am most always hurrying to get my yeast before the store shuts, and I never half look around. Tonight let's look. Well, we looked. Along by the library windows in some low stone ledges. In front of a store or two they was some more. Around the corner was a place where they was some new tombstones piled up, waiting for their folks. And half a block down was the canal bridge. And ledges and bridge and tombstones and streets was alive with girls and boish little young things. the girls with their heads tied in bright veils and pretty ribbons on them, and their laughs just shrilling and thrilling with the sheer fun of hanging around on a spring night. Land, says me Sykes, what is their mothers thinking of? But something else was coming home to me. I dunno, I says, kind of scared at the way I felt. If I had the invite, this spring night, all pinks and new moons, I dunno, but I would go and hang over a tombstone with them. Calliope, says Mies Sykes, sharp. But Miss PG 220 top lady, she kind of chuckled. And the crowd jostled us more young folks, talking and laughing and calling each other by nicknames, and we did not say no more till we got up in the next block. There's a vacant store there up towards the wagon shop, and a house or two, and that's where the open stairways was that Sela's men about. Everything had been shut up at 6 o'clock, and there, sure as the world, most every set of steps and every stairway had its couple, sitting and laughing and talking, like the place was different sofas in a big drawing room, or rocks on a seashore, or like that. Mercy, says me Sykes, such going-ons, such bringin'-ups. Just then I recollect I heard a girl laugh out, pretty and pleased, and I thought I recognized Mies Sykes's Emly's voice. And I thought I knew Abe Lux answering, but I never said a word to Mies Sykes, because I betted she would not get a step farther than discharging Emly, and I was after more steps than that, and besides, same minute, I got the scent of the bouncing bet growing by the wagon shop, and right out of thin air, and across more years than I like to talk about, come the quick little feeling that made me know the fun, the sheer fun, that PG 221 Emly thought she was having, and that she had the right to. Oh, well, whoever it is, maybe they are engaged, says Mies Toplady soothin'. Oh, but the bad taste, says Mies Sykes, shuddering. Mies Sykes is a good cook and a good enough mother, and a fair to middling housekeeper, but she looks hard on the fringes and the borders of this life, and to her good taste is both of them. They was not nobody on the wagon shop steps, for a wonder, and we set down there for a minute to talk it over. And while Mies Toplady and Mies Sykes was having it out between them, I set there a-thinking. And all of a sudden the night sort of stretched out and up, and I almost felt us little humans crawling around on the bottom of it. And one little bunch of us was Friendship Village, and in Friendship Village some of us was young. I kind of saw the whole throng of them, young humans that would someday be the village. There they was, bottled up in school all day, or else boxed in a store or a factory or somebody's kitchen, and when night come and summer come and the moon camelland land, they wanted something, all of them, and they did not know what they wanted. Page 222. And what had they got? There was the streets stretching out in every direction, each house with its parlor for peace plush set, Meb, and in grain and Nottinghams, and Meb not even that, and Meb the rest of the family flooding the room anyway. And what was the parlor? Even with somebody to set and talk to them, what was the parlor, compared to the magic they was craving and could not name? The feeling young and free and springy, and the wanting somehow to express it, something to do, somewheres to go, something to see, somebody to be with and laugh with. No wonder they swept out into the dark in numbers. No wonder they took the night as they could find it. They did not have no hotel piazza of their own, no boat rides, no seashore, no fine parties, no automobile snow, nothing but the big, exciting dark that belongs to us all together. No wonder they took it for their own. Why, Friendship Village was no more than a great big ballroom, with these young folks leaving the main floor and setting in the alcoves, to unseen music. If the alcoves had been all palms and expense and dressed-up chaperones on the edges, everything would have seemed right. As it was all a danger that made my heart ache for them, and for us all. And yet it come PG 223 from their same longing for fun, for joy, and where was they to get it? Oh, ladies, I says, out of the fullness of the lump in my throat, if only we had some place to invite 'em to. They would not come if we had, says me Sykes final. Not come, I says, with candy making and pictures and music and Meb dancin', not come. Dancin', says me's toplady low. Oh, Calliope, I dunno as I would go that far. We have went farther than that long ago, I says, reckless. We have went so far that the dangers of dancin' would be safe beside the dangers of what is. But we ain't responsible for that, says Mies Sykes. Ain't we? I says like Mies Toplady had. Mies Sykes, how much does Sela's rent the post office hall for a night? $10 if he makes something, and $5 it cost, she says. That's it, I says, groaning. We never could afford that, even to ask them in once a week. Oh, we would ought to have some place open every night for them, and us ladies take turns doing the refreshments, but they ain't no place in town that belongs to young folks. PG 224. And all of a sudden I stopped, like an idiot had took me from all four sides of my head at once. Why, ladies, I says, Look at the schoolhouse, doing nothing every night out of the year and built for the young folks. Oh, well, says Mies Sykes' superior. You know the board never allow M to use the schoolhouse that way. The board would not think of it. Whose board, says I stern. Ain't they our board? Yours and mine and Friendship Villages? Come on and put it to M, I says, kind o' wild. I was climbing down the steps while I spoke. And we all went down, me talking on, and me's Toplady catching fire on the minute, and me's Sykes holding out like she does unless so be she's thought of an idea herself. But oh, me's Toplady, she's different. Goodness alive, she said, why ain't some of us thought o' that before? Ain't it the funniest thing, the way folks can have a way out right under their noses and not sense it? I had never had a newborn notion come into my head so ready-made. I could hardly talk it fast enough, and me's Toplady same way, and we hurried back to the post office store. Me's Sykes PG 225 not convinced but keeping still because us two talked it so hard. Silas and Timothy and Appleby Holcomb was sitting in the back part of the post office store waiting for us, and me's Toplady and I hurried right up to them. You tell, Calliope, says me's Toplady, it's your iddy. But first we both told, even me's Sykes joining in, shocked, about the doorway carry-ons and all the rest. Land. Me's Toplady says, I never had a little girl. I lost my little girl baby when she was 11 months. But I ain't never felt so like shielding her from something as I feel tonight. It's awful, says Timothy Toplady, decided. We have just got to get some law going, that's all. Silas agreed, scowling judicial. We been talking curfew, he says. I dunno, but we will have to get the curfew on M. Curfew, says one. So you are thinking of curfew and M off the streets. Will you tell me, Silas Sykes, where you are going to curfew M to? Yes, says me's Toplady. That's what I meant about vigilance in M off somewheres. Where to, what say, Silas? PG 226. That ain't our concern, woman, shouts Silas, exasperated by us harping on the one string. Them young folks has all got one or more parents. Leave M use M. Yes, indeed, says Miss Sykes, nodding once, with her eyes shut brief. And young people had ought to be encouraged to do evening studying. Miss Toplady jerked her head sideways. Even in Fiddlestick, she snaps, direct. If you have got a young bone left in your body, Miss Sykes, says she, you know you are talkin' nonsense. Ain't you no iddies about how well-bred young ladies should conduct themselves? Says Miss Sykes, in her most society way. I don't know so much about well-bred young ladies, says Miss Toplady Frank. I was thinking about just girls. Human girls and boys the same. Me too, I says fervent. What you goin' to do? Says Silas, spreading out his hands stiff and bowing his knees. What's your iddy? You have got to have a workin' iddy for this thing, same as the curfew is. Oh, Silas, I says then, that's what we have got, that's what we have got. Them poor young things wants a good time same as you and all PG 227 of us did, and same as we do yet. Why not give 'em a place to meet and be together, normal and nice, and some of us there to make it pleasant for 'em? Heh, says Silas, you talk like a dook. Where you goin' to get a place for 'em? Hire the Opry House, ere ye. No, sir, I says to him. Give 'em the place that's theirs. Give 'em the schoolhouse, open evenings, and all lit up in music and things doin'. My Lord Heavens, says Silas, that's an elder in the church and ain't no more control of his tongue than a hen. Air you crazy, Calliope Marsh? Plump, stark, starrin' Ravenwy, woman alive, who's goin' to donate the light and the coal? You. I thought meb the building and the school board, too, was for the good o' the young folks, I says to him, sharp. So it is, says Silas, it's for their good. It ain't for their foolishness. Cannot you see daylight, Calliope? Is arithmetic good and morals not, Silas Sykes? I says. Then Timothy Toplady let loose. A school buildin', Calliope, s he. Why, it's a dignified place. They must respect it, same as they would PG 228 a church. Could you learn youngsters the Constitution of the United States in a room where they would just been cookin' up cough drops and hearin' dance tunes? Well, says I calm, if you cannot, I would leave the Constitution of the United States go. If it's that delicate, I says back at him, gimme the cough drops. You are talkin' treason, says Silas hoarse. Timothy groans, dancin', he says. Amanda, he says, I hope you ain't sunk so low as Calliope. Me's Toplady wavered a little. She's kind of down on dancing herself. Well, she says, anyhow, I would fling some place open and invite him in for somethin'. I ain't for this, Silas, says Mies Sykes, righteous. I believe the law is the law, and we would best use it. Nothin' we can do is as good as enforcin' the dignity of the law. Oh, rot, says Appleby Holcomb, abrupt. Appleby had not been saying a word, but he looked up from the woodbox where he was setting, and he wrinkled up his eyes at the corners the way he dose it was not a real elegant word he picked, but I loved Appleby for that rot. Asking your pardon, Mies Sykes, he says, I ain't got so much confidence in enforcin' the law PG 229 as I have got an edgin' round accordin' to your cloth and your pattern. And your pattern. Lord heavens, says Silas, looking glassy, if this was Ruja, you and Calliope'd both be hoofin' it hotfoot for Siberia. Well, it was like arguing with two trees. There was not no use talking to either Silas or Timothy. I forget who said what last, but the meeting broke up, after a little, some strained, and we had not decided on anything. Us ladies had vigilanced one night to about as much purpose as mosquitoes humming. And I said good night to them, and went on up street, wondering why God lets a beautiful, burning plan come waving its wings in your head, and your heart if he do not intend you to make a way for yourself to use it. Then, by the big evergreens a block or so from my house, I heard somebody laugh a little, low, nice, soft, sort of foolish laugh, a woman's laugh, and a man's voice joined in with it, pleasant and sort of singing. I was right onto them before they see me. I thought it was a lonesome town, says somebody, but I guess it ain't. And there, beside of me, sitting on the rail fence under the evergreens, was Minerva Beach, PG 230 my own cousin, and the little, tired, photograph-taking man. I had just bare time to catch my breath and to sense where the minute really belonged. That's always a good thing to do, ain't it? And then I says, cool as you please. Hello, Minerva. My, ain't the night grand? I do not wonder you could not stay in the house. How do, Mr. Myers? I was just remembering my lemon pie that will not be good if it sets till tomorrow. Come on in and let's have it and make a little lemonade. Ordinarily, I think it's next door to immoral to eat lemon pie in the evening, but I had to think quick, and it was the only thing like a party that I had in the buttery. Anyhow, I was planning bigger morals than ordinary, too. Well, sir, I would been sure before, but that made me certain sure. There had been my parlor and my porch, and them two young people was welcome to them both. But they wanted to go somewheres, natural as a bird wanting to fly or a lamb to caper. And there I would been living in Friendship Village for 60 years or so, and I would recognize the laws of housekeeping and debt paying and grave digging and digestion, and I would never once thought of this. That's as big as them all. Ain't it nice the way God has balanced PG 231 towns? He never puts in a Silas Sykes that he do not drop in an Appleby Holcomb somewheres to undo what the Silases does. It was not much after 6 o'clock the next morning, and I was out after kindling, when they come a shadow in the shed door, and there was Appleby. He had a big key in his hand. I am agon to the city, Calliope, says he. Silas and Timothy and I are agon up to the city on the Dick Dasher, that's our daily accommodation train, named for the engineer. Silas and Timothy is set on buying the iron gates for the schoolhouse entry, and I am goin' along. He put the key in my hand, meditative. We will not be back till the 10 o'clock through, he says, and I did not know but you might want to get in the schoolhouse for somethin' tonight you and me's toplady. I must have stood staring at him, but he never changed expression. The key had ought to be left with someone, he says. I am leavin' it with you. You go ahead. I will go snooks on the blame. Looks like it was going to be another nice day, do not it? He says, casual, and went off down the path. For a minute I just stood there, staring down at the key in my hand. And then, Appleby, IP 232 sings after him. Oh, Appleby, I says, I feel just like I was going to crow. I do not s'pose I hesitated above a minute. That is, my head may have hesitated some, like your head will, but my heart went right on ahead. I left my breakfast dishes standing a thing, I do, for the very few and I went straight for me's top lady. And she whips off her big apron and left her dishes standing. And off we went to the half a dozen that we knew we could depend on a Bagel Arnold. That keeps the home bakery, me's Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, me's fire chief Merriman. That's going to be married again and has got real human towards other folks, like she was not in her morning grief we told him the whole thing. And we won and all got together and we see that here was something that could be done, right there and then, so we was willing to make the effort, big enough and unafraid. When I remember back, that day is all of a whirl to me. We got the notice in the daily paper bold as a lion, that there would be a party to the schoolhouse that night, free to everybody. We posted the notice everywheres and sent it out around by word of mouth. And when we would gone too far to go back, we walked in on me's psychazol but a bagel that had PG 233 pitched in to making the cakes and we told her what we would done, so she should not have any of the blame. She took it calm, not because calm is Christian, I bet, but because calm is grand lady. It's what I always said, says she, would be the way if the women run things. Women do not run things, says me's top lady, placid, and I hope to the land they never will. But I believe the time'll come when men and women'll run 'em together, like the Lord meant, and when women can see that they are mothers to all men and not just to their little two-by-four families. My duty to men is in my own home, says Mies Sykes Regal. So is mine, says Mies Toplady for a beginning. But it do not stop in my wood box, nor my clothes basket, nor yet in my mixin' bowl. We went off and left Harriet's almost impossible to federate Mies Sykes into anything, and we went up to the building and made our preparations. And then we laid low for the evening to see what it would bring. I was putting on my hat that night in front of the Haltree looking-glass when J. Horace Myers come up on the front porch to call for Minerva. He was all dressed up, and she come PG 234 downstairs in a little white dimity she had, trimmed with lace that did not cost much of anything, and looking like a picture. They sat down on the porch for a little, and I heard them talking while I was hunting one o' my gloves. "Ain't it the dandiest night?" says J. Horace Myers. "Ain't it?" says Minerva, "I should say. My, I am glad I come to this town." "I am awful glad you did too," says J. Horace. "I thought first it was awful lonesome here, but I guess." "They are goin' to have music tonight," says Minerva, irrelevant. "Cricky," says the little photograph man. Minerva had her arm around a porch post, and she sort of swung back and forth careless, and she said, "I just do love to go. Have you ever traveled anywheres?" "Texas and through there," he says. "I am goin' again some day when." "I am goin' west now," says Minerva. "I just cannot stand it long in one place, unless," she added, "it's awful nice." I would found my glove, but I recollect I stood still, staring out the door. I see it like I never see it before they was living. Them two young things out there on my porch, and all the PG 235 young folks of Friendship Village, they was just living treeing to find a future and a life of their own. They did not know it. They thought what they wanted was a good time, like the pioneers thought they wanted adventure. But here they were, young pioneers of new villages, flocking together wherever they could, seeking each other out, just living. And us that knew, us that had had life, too, or else had missed it, we was just letting them live haphazard. And us that had ought to have been mothers to the town young, no less than to our own young, had been leaving them live alone, on the streets and stairways and school entries of Friendship Village. I know I fair run along the street to the schoolhouse. It seemed as if I could not get there quick enough to begin the new way. The schoolhouse was lit up from cellar to garret, and it looked sort of different and surprised at itself, and like it was sticking its head up. Maybe it sounds funny, but it sort of seemed to me the old brick building looked conscious, and like it had just opened its eyes and turned its face to something. Inside, the music was tuning up, the desks that was only part screwed down had been moved back. In one of the recitation rooms, we would got the gas plates PG 236 for the candy making, and a bagel was in there stirring up lemonade in a big crock, and the other ladies, with white aprons on, was bustling round seeing to cutting the cakes. It was not a good 7:30 before they begun coming in. The girls nipping in pretty dresses, the boys awkward and grinning, schoolgirls, shop girls, Mies Sykeses, Emily and Abe Luck, and everybody come from all directions that night, I guess, just to see what it was like. And when they got set down, I realized for the first time that the law and some of the prophets of time to come hung on what kind of a time they had that first night. While I was thinking that, the music struck into a tune, hurry up time, and before anybody could think it, there they were on their feet, one couple after another. And when the lilty sound of the dance and the sliding of feet got to going, like magic, and as if they had dropped out of the walls, in come them that had been waiting around outside to see what we was really going to do. They come in, and they joined in, and in 5 minutes the floor was full of them. And after being boxed in the house all day, or bottled in shops or polishing windows, or mending eaves troughs, or taking photographs of humbly PG 237 houses, or doing I don't know what all that they did not like, here they were, come after their good time and having it and having it. Mies Toplady was peeking through a crack in the recitation room door. "Dancin'," she says with a little groan. "I don't know what my conscience'll say to me about this when it gets me alone." "Well," says Mies Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss, seeing to the frosting on the ends of her fingers, "I feel like they would been pippin' to me for years and I would never let 'em dance. And now they are dancin' up here safe and lightin' with us. And I am glad of it to my marrow." "I know," says Mies Toplady, wiping her eyes. "I dunno but my marrow might get used to it." Long about 10 o'clock, when we would pass the refreshments, and everybody had carried their own plates back, and was taking the candy out of the tins, I nudged Mies Toplady and we slipped out into the schoolhouse entry and sat down on the steps. We had just heard the through whistle, and we knew the school board iron gate committee was on it, and that they must have seen the schoolhouse lit from way across the marsh. Besides, I was counting on Appleby to march them straight up there. And so he done. Almost before I knew it, PG 238 they stepped out onto us, setting there in the starlight. I stood up and faced them, not from being brave, but from intending to jump first. Silas and Timothy, I says, what's done is done, but the consequences ain't. The Women's Evening Vigilance Committee that you appointed yourself has tried this thing, and now it's for us all to judge if it works. Heh, says Silas, showing his teeth. He did a little party, did you? Thought you would get up a little party and charge it to the board, did you? Be surprised, will not you, when you women get a bill for rent and light for this night's performance. Real surprised, I says dry. Amanda, pipes up Timothy, air you a fool party to this fool doin's. Oh, shucks, says me's top lady tired. I been doin' two real things to row Timothy. Nev mind, says Silas, pacific. When the new iron gates gets here for this here entry, we will not have no more such doin's as this. They are ordered, says Silas, like a bombshell, to keep out the hoodlums. Then Appleby, that had been peeking through the schoolhouse window, whirled around. Yes, says he, let's put up the gates to keep out the hoodlums. But what you going PG 239 to do for the girls and boys of Friendship Village that ain't hoodlums? What you going to do for them? I want to tell you that I knew all about what was going on here tonight, and I give over the schoolhouse key myself. And now you look down there. It was Friendship Village he pointed to, laying all around the schoolhouse slope, little lights shining for homes. And Appleby went on before Silas and Timothy could get the breath to reply. The town's nothin' but roots, is it? Appleby says. Roots, sendin' up green shoots to the top o' this hill to be trained up here into some kind of shape to meet life. What you doin' to em? Buildin' em a great, expensive schoolhouse that they use a few hours a day, part o' the year, and the rest of the time it might as well be a hole in the ground for all the good it does anybody. And here's the young folks, that you built it for chassin' the streets to let off the mere flesh and blood energy the Lord has give to em. Put up your iron gates if you want to, but do not put 'em up till the evenin's over and till there's been some sort o' doin's here like this to give 'em what's their right. Put up your iron gates, but shame on the schoolhouse that puts 'em up and stops there. Open the buildin' in the name PG 240 of public decency, but in the name of public decency, do not shut it up. Timothy was starting to wave his arms when Me's top lady stood up, quiet, on the bottom step. Timothy, she says, 35 years ago this winter you and I was keepin' company. Do you remember how we done it? Do you remember singin' school? Do you remember spellin' school? Did our straw ridin' and sleigh ridin' to the Caledonia District Schoolhouse for our fun ever hurt the schoolhouse? Or do you suppose we ever learnt any the less in it? Well, I remember, and we both remember, and answer me this. Do you suppose them young things in there is any different than we was? And what's the sin and the crime of what they are doin' now? Look at em. She pushed open the door. But just while we was looking, the music struck up the Home Sweet Home waltz, and they all melted into dancing, the ladies in white aprons standing by the recitation room doors looking on. Dancin', says Timothy, shuddering but looking too. Yes, says Amanda, brave as you please, ain't it pretty? Lots prettier than chassin' up and down Daphne Street. What say, Timothy? PG 241. Appleby gives Silas a little nudge. Let's give it a trial, he says. This is the Vigilance Committee's iddy. Let's give it a trial. Silas stood bitten the tail of his beard. Go on to destruction if you want to, he says. I wash my hands of you. So do I, says Timothy, echosh wash mine. Appleby took them both by the shoulders. Well then, go on inside a minute, he says to em. Do not let's leave em all think we got stole a march on by the women. And though it was that argument that made them both let Appleby push them inside, still, when the door shut behind them, I knew there was not anything more to worry over. But I waited out there in the entry till the waltz was through. And it was kind of like the village down there to the foot of the hill was listening, quiet, to great councils. Page 242. Next. Up to Proudfoot House, the conservatory was not set aside from everyday living for just a place to be walked through and looked at and left behind for something better. It was a glass regular room, full of green, but not so full that it left you out of account. Willow chairs and a family of books and open windows into the other rooms made the conservatory all of a piece with the house. And at one end the tile was let go up in a big yuan-me-looking fireplace, like a sort of shrine for fire. I used to think, in the middle of a temple to flowers, and like both belonged to the household. On the day of the evening company at Proudfoot House, Robin was sitting with a book in this room. I would gone up that day to do what I could to help out, and to see to Christopher some. Him I would put to taking his nap quite a while before, and I was fussing with the plants like I love to do. It seems as if while I pick off dead leaves and give the roots a drink, I was kind of doing their thinking for them. When I heard Alex Proudfit coming across the library, I started to PG 243 go, but Robin says to me, "Do not go, Miss Marsh," she says. "Stay here and do what you are doing if you do not mind." Land, thinks I, turning back to the ferns, never tell me that young ladies are getting more up to date in love than they used to be. My day, she would have liked that they should be alone, so be she could manage it without seeming to. I don't know, but I am foolish. But it always seems to me that a minute like that had ought to catch fire and leap up, like a time by itself. In all the relationships of men and women, it seems like no little commonplace time is so vital as the minute when the man comes into a room where a woman is awaiting for him. There is about it something of time to be when he will come, not to gloat over his day's kill or to forget his day's care, but to talk with her about their day of hardy work. Habitual arriving in a room again and again forever can never quite take off. Seems, though, the edge of that coming back to where she is, but somehow, that day, Alex Proudfit must have stepped through the door before the minute had quite caught fire, and Robin merely smiled up at him, calm and idle, from her low chair as he come to a chair beside her. Robin Redbreast, says he, is going to be here in a minute, with magnificent PG 244 macaroons. But I think that you and I will have it by ourselves. Everybody is either asleep or pretending. I am glad, he tells her. You are the sort that can do things in the evening without resting up for from 9 to 10 hours preceding. I am resting now, Robin said. This is quite Heavenlith's green room. He looked at her eager. Do you like it? He asked. I mean the room, the house. Enormously, she told him. How could I help it? I wanted you to like it, he says. We shall not be here much, but we shall be here sometimes, and I am glad if you feel the feeling of home, even with all these people about. It's all going very decently for tonight, thanks to Mrs. Emmons. Not a soul that we really wanted has failed us. Except Mr. Inslee, Robin says. Except Inslee, Alex concedes, and I own I cannot make him out. Not because he did not come here, but because he seems so enthusiastic about throwing his life away. Very likely, he goes on placid, he did not come simply because he wanted to come. Those people get some sort of medieval renunciation mania, I believe. Robin, he went on, where do you think you would like to live? Not to settle PG 245 down, but for the eternal place to come back to. To come back to, Robin repeated. The 20th century home is merely that, Alex explained. We are just beginning to solve the home problem. We have tried to make home mean one place, and then we were either always wanting to get away for a while, or else we stayed dreadfully put, which was worse. But I think now we begin to see the truth. Home is nowhere. Rather, it is everywhere. The thing to do is to live for 2 months, 3 months in a place, and to get back to each place at not too long intervals. Home is where you like to be for the first 2 weeks. When that wears off, it's home no more. Then home is some other place where you think you would like to be. We are becoming nomadic agonally. This time we own the world instead of being at its feet for a bare living. You and I, Robin Redbreast, are going to be citizens of the whole world. Robin looked over at him, reflective. And it seemed to me as if the whole race of women that have always liked one place to get in and be in and stay in spoke from her to Alex. But I have always had a little garden, she says. PG 246. A little what? Alex asks blank. Why, a garden, she explains, to plant from year to year so that I know where things are going to come up. She was laughing, but I knew she meant what she said too. My word, Alex says, why, every place we take shall have a garden and somebody to grub about in it. Will not those and the conservatories do you? I like to get out and stick my hands in the spring-smelly ground, she explains, and to remember where my bulbs are. But I have no objection to bulbs, Alex says. None in the world. We will plant the bulbs and take a run round the world and come back to see them bloom. No. And not watch them come up, Robin says, so serious that they both laughed. We want more than a garden can give, Alex says then, indulgent. We want what the whole world can give. She nodded, and what we can give back, she says. He leaned toward her, touched along her hair. My dear, he said, we have got 2 of us to make the most of we can in this life. That's UPG 247 and 1. The world has got to teach us a number of things. Do not, in heaven's name, let's be trying to teach the wise old world. He leaned toward her and, elbow on his knee, he sat looking at her. But she was looking a little by him, into the green of the room, and I guess past that, into the green of all outdoors. I got up and slipped out, without their noticing me, and I went through the house with one fact bulging out of the air and occupying my brain. And it was that sitting there beside him, with him owning her future like he owned his own, Robin's world was as different from Alex's as the world is from the Proudfit's conservatory. I went up to Chris, in the pretty, pinky room next to Robin's, and found him sitting up in bed and pulling the ties out of the down comforter, as hard as he could. I just stood still and looked at him, thinking how eating and drinking and creating and destroying seems to be the native instincts of everybody born. Destroying, as I look at it, was the weapon God gave us so that we could eat and drink and create the world in peace. But we got some mixed up during getting born, and we got to believing that destruction was a part of the process. Chris, I says, what you pulling out? PG 248. I don't know those names of those, he says. I call 'em little pulls. What are they for? I ask him. I don't know what those are for, he says, but they come out slickery. Ain't it funny? And ain't it for all the world the way nature works, destroying what comes out slickery and leaving that alone that resists her? I was so struck by it, I did not scold him none. After a while, I took him down for tea. On the way, he picked up a sleepy puppy, and in the conservatory door, we met the footman with the little tea wagon, and the nice, drowsy quiet of the house went all to pieces with Chris in it. Supper, her comes supper on a wagon, runnin' on liddy wheels, goin' wound and awond, says he, some louder than saying and almost to shouting. He sat down on the floor and looked up expectant. 5 lumps, he orders, not having belonged to the house party for nothing. Tell us about your day, Chris, Robin asks. What did you do? It is not by, is it? Chris says, anxious. Today did not stop yet, did it? Not yet, she reassures him. Now is still now. PG 249. I want a day to keep being now, Chris said, because when it stops, then the bed is right there. It do not be anywhere near tonight, is it? He says. Not very near, Robin told him. Well then, what are you doing today? She asks. I am to the house's party, he explained. The house is having its party, and I am to it. Do you like this house, dear? Robin asked. It's nice, he affirmed. In the night it talks with its lights. I saw it with my daddy when I was off on a big road. Chris looked at her intent from way in his eyes. I was thinking if my daddy would come, he says, patient. Robin stoops over to him, quick, and he let her. He would took a most tremendous fancy to her, the little fellow had, and did not want her long out of his sight. Is that Robin? He always said when he heard anybody coming from any direction. She give him a macaroon now for each hand, and he run away with the puppy. And then she turned to Alex, her face bright with whatever she was thinking about. Alex, she says, he's a dear little fellow, and all alone. I have wanted so much to ask you, cannot we have him for hours? Alex looks at her, all bewildered up in a PG 250 minute. How hours? He asks. Do you mean have him educated? That, of course, if you really want it. No, no, she says. Hours, to keep with us, bring up, make. Let's let him be really ours. He just leaned back in the big chair, smiling at her, meditative. My dear Robin, he says, it's a terrible responsibility to meddle that way with somebody's life. She looked at him, not understanding. It's such an almighty assumption, he went on. This jumping blithely into the office of destiny keeping, bringing up, making, as you say meddling with, I call it anybody's life. Is not it really meddling to let him be in a bad way when we can put him in a better one? She asked, puzzled. I love you, Robin, says he light, but not for your logic. No, my dear girl. Assuredly we will not take this child for ours. What leads you to suppose that nature really wants him to live anyway? I looked at him over my teacup, and for my life I could not make out whether he was speaking mocking or speaking plain. PG 251. If Chris is to be inebriate, criminal, vicious, even irresponsible, as his father must be, Alex says, nature wants nothing of the sort. She wants to be rid of him as quickly as possible. How do you know what you're saving? How do you know, Robin says, what you're letting go? I can take the risk if nature can, he contends. She sat up in her chair, her eyes bright as the daylight, and I thought her eagerness and earnestness was on her like a garment. You have nobody to refer the risk to, Robin says, nature has us. And for one, I take it. So far as Chris is concerned, Alex, if no one claims him, I want him never to be out of touch with me. But when a woman begins to wear that garment, the man that's in love with heronless he is, the special kind who begins thinking how much sweeter and softer and womaner she is when she's just plain gentle. And he always gets uneasy and wants her to be the gentle way he remembers her being that is, unless he's special. Like Alex got uneasy now. My heavens, dear, He said I judged Alex had got to be one of the men that lays a PG 252 lace deer over a haircloth tone of voice, and so solemnly believes they are keeping their temper. My heavens, dear. Do not misunderstand me. Experiment as much as you like. Material is cheap and abundant. If you do not feel the responsibility, have him educated wherever you want to, but do not expect me to play father to him. The personal contact is going it a little too strong. That is exactly what he most needs, says Robin. Come, dear, says Alex. That's elemental in an age when everybody can do things better than one can do them oneself. She did not say nothing and just sat there with her tea. Alex was watching her, and I knew just about as sure what he was thinking as though I had been his own thought, oozing out of his mind. He was watching her with satisfaction, patterned off with a kind of quiet amusement, and jabbed into by a kind of worry and wonder. How exactly he was thinking? She was the type everlasting of wife. She was girlish, and in little things she was all aldosiase, and she was even shy. He believed that he was marrying a girl whose experience of the world was commendably slight, whose ideas about it was kind of vague commendably again, PG 253, and whose ways was easy handled, like skein silk. By her little firmnesses, he see that she had it in her to be firm, but what he meant was that she should adopt his ideas and turn firm about them. He had it all planned out that he was going to embroider her brain with his notions of what was what. But all of a sudden, now and then, there she was confronting him as she had just done then with a serious, settled look of woman everlasting, wanting a garden, wanting to work, wanting a child. In the doorway back of Alex, Bayless come in, carrying a tray, but it did not have no card. It's somebody to speak with you a minute, Mr. Proudfit, says Bayless. It's Mr. Inslee. Have him come here, Alex says. I hope, he says, when the man was gone, that the poor fellow has changed his mind about our little festivities. Robin sort of tipped up her forehead. Why poor, she asks. Poor, says Alex, absent, because he lives in a pocket of the world, instead of wearing the world like a garment when it would fit him. I was just setting my teacup down when she answered, and I recollect I almost jumped. He knows something better to do with the world than to wear it at all, was what she said. PG 254. I looked over at her, and maybe it was because she was sort of indignant, and maybe it was because she thought she had dared quite a good deal, but all of a sudden something sort of seemed to me to set fire to the minute, and it leaped up like a time by itself as we heard Inslee's step crossing the library and coming towards us. When he come out where we were, I see right off how pale he looked. Almost with his greeting, he turned to Alex with what he had come for, and he put it blunt. I was leaving the Cadoz's cottage on the plank road half an hour ago, he said. A little way along I saw a man, who had been walking ahead of me, stagger and sprawl in the mud. He was not conscious when I got to him. He was little. I picked him up quite easily and got him back into the Cadoz's cottage. He still was not conscious when the doctor came. He gave him things. We got him in bed there. And then he spoke. He asked us to hunt up a little boy somewhere in Friendship Village who belonged to him, and he said the boy's name was Chris. It seemed like it was to Alex Proudfit's interested lifting of eyebrows, rather than to Robin's exclamation of pity that Inslee answered. PG 255. I am sorry it was necessary to trouble you, he says, but Chris ought to go at once. I will take him down now. That man, Robin says, the father, is he ill? Is he hurt? How badly is he off? He's very badly off, says Inslee, done for, I am afraid. It was in a street brawl in the city at his side, and he's lost a good deal of blood. He walked all the way back here. A few hours, the doctor thought it would be, at most. Robin stood up and spoke like what she was saying was a take-for-granted thing. Oh, she says, poor little Chris. Alex, I must go down there with him. Alex looks over at her, incredulous, and spoke so. You, says he, impossible. I was just getting ready to say that of course I would go with him, if that was anything, when from somewheres that he would gone with the puppy, Chris spied Inslee and come running to him. Oh, you are to the house's party too, Chris cried and threw himself all over him. Robin knelt down beside the child, and the way she was with him made me think of that first night when she see him at the church, and when her way with him made him turn to her and talk with her, and love her ever since. PG 256. Listen, dear, she said. Mr. Inslee came here to tell you something. Something about Daddy or Daddy. Mr. Inslee knows where he is and he's going to take you to him. But he's very sick, dear heart. Will you remember that when you see him? Remember Robin told you that? There come on his little face a look of being afraid that give it a sudden, terrible grown-upness. Sick like my mama was? He asked in a whisper. And will he go out like my mama? Robin put her arm about him, and he turned to her, clung to her. You come too, Robin, he said. You come too. She got up, meeting Alex's eyes with her straight look. I must go, Alex, she said. He wants me needs me. Why, how could I do anything else? Alex smiles down at her, with his way that always seemed to me so much less that of living every minute than of watching it live itself about him. May I venture to remind you, he says, like a little thin edge of something, paper, maybe, that's smooth as silk. But that will cut neat and deep if you let it. May I venture to remind PG 257 you that your aunt is announcing our engagement tonight? I think that will have escaped your mind. Yes, Robin says, simple it had. Everything had escaped my mind except this poor little thing here. Alex, it's early. He will sleep after a little, but I must go down with him. What did you come in? She asked, Inslee, quiet. I told her I would go down, and she nodded that I was to go, but Chris clung to her hand, and it was her that he wanted, poor little soul, and only her. Inslee had come up in the doctor's rig. She and I would join him with the child, she told him, at the side entrance and almost at once. There was voices in the house by then, and some of the young folks was coming downstairs and up from the tennis court for tea. She went into the house with Chris, and I wondered if she thought of the thing I thought of, and that made me glad and glad that there are such men in the world. Not once, out of some felthamust courtesy, had Inslee begged her not to go with him. He knew that she was needed down there with Chris and him and Meth knew, and he would not say she was not. Land, I love a man that do not talk with the outside of his head, and let what he means lay cramped somewheres underneath. PG 258, but that reaches down and gets up what he means, and holds it out, for you to take or to leave. Mies Emmons was overseeing the decorations in the dining room. The whole evening party she had got right over onto her shoulders the way she does everything, and down to counting the plates she was seeing to it all. We found her and told her, and her pity went to the poor fellow down there at the Cadozas almost before it went to Chris. Go, of course, she said. I suppose Alex minds, but leave him to me. I have got to be here, but it's not I Chris wants in any case. It's you. Get back as soon as you can, Robin. I must say Alex done that last minute right, the way he done everything, light and glossy. When Robin come down, I was up in the little seat behind the doctor's cart, and Alex stood beside and helped her. A servant, he said, would come on after us in the automobile with a hamper and would wait at the Cadoz's gate until she was ready to come back. Somehow it had not entered anybody's head, least of all, I guess, Alex's own, that he should come too. He see us off with his manners on him like a thick, thick veil, and he even managed to give to himself a real dignity, so that Robin PG 259 said her good be with a kind of wistfulness, as if she wanted to be reassured. And I liked her the better for that, for, after all, she was going, there was no getting back of that. And when a woman is doing the right thing against somebody's will, I am not the one to mind if she hangs little bells on herself, instead of going off with no tinkle to leave herself be reminded of, pleasant. We swung out onto the open road, with Chris sitting still between the two of them, and me on the little seat behind. The sunset was flowing over the village and glittering in unfamiliar fires on the windows. The time was as still, in that hour-long towards night when the day seems to have found its harbor it has been looking for, and to have slipped into it, with shut sail so still that Robin spoke of it with surprise. I forget just what she said. She was one of them women that can say a thing so harmonious with a certain minute that you never wish she would kept still. I believe if she spoke to me when I was hearing music or feeling lifted up all by myself, I would not mind it. What she would say would be sure to fit what was being. They ain't many folks in anybody's life like that. I believe she could talk to me anytime, sole unless it's when I first wake up in the PG 260 morning. Then any talking always seems like somebody stumbling in, busy, among my sleeping brains. For a minute, Inslee did not say anything. I was almost sure he was thinking how unbelievable it was that he should be there, alone with her, where an hour ago not even one of his forbidden dreams could have found him. Beautifully still, he answered, as if all the things had stopped being, except some great thing. I wonder, she says, absent, what great thing. And all the time she seemed sort of relaxed, and resting in the sense though never in the consciousness that the need to talk and to be talked to suggest and to question, had found some sort of quiet, leveling process with which she was moving along, assent in. Inslee stooped down, better to shield her dress from the mud there was. I see him look down at her uncovered hands laying on the robe, and then, with a kind of surprise, up at her face. And I knew how surprising her being near him seemed. That would be one thing for you, he answered, and another for me. No, she says, I think it's the same thing for us both. PG 261. He did not let himself look at her, but his voice, well, I tell you, his voice looked. What do you mean? He says just said it, a little unlike he did not dare trust it to say itself anymore. Why, being able to help in this, surely, she says. I could no more have helped watching the two of them than if they had been angels, and me nothing but me. I tried once or twice to look off across the fields that was smiling at each other, same as faces, each side of the road. But my eyes come back like they was folks and wanted to. And I sat there looking at her brown hair, shining in the sun, without any hat on it, and at his still face that was yet so many kinds of alive. He had one of the faces that looked like it had been cut out just the way it was a purpose. There was not any unintentional assembling of features there, part makeshift and part rank growth of his race. No, sir. His face had come to life by being meant to be just the way it was, and it could not have been better. It lit up wonderful when he answered. Yes, he said, a job is a kind of creation. It's next best to getting up a sunrise. Look here, he remembered, late in the day, you'll PG 262 have no dinner. You cannot eat with them in that place. And you ought to have rest before tonight. Ain't it funny how your voice gets away from you sometimes, and goes dill-nipping around, pretty near saying things on its own account? I used to think that maybe my voice did not belong to the me I know about, but was some of the real me, inside, speaking out with my mouth for a trumpet. I don't know, but I think so yet. For sometimes your voice is a person, and it says things all alone by itself. So his voice done then. The tender concern of it was pretty near a second set of words. It was the first time he had struck for her the great and simple note, the note of the caring of the man for the physical comfort of the woman. And while she was pretending not to need it, he turned away and looked off toward the village, and I was certain sure he was terrified at what might have been in his voice. I like to think of it down there, he said, pretty near at random, waiting to be clothed in a new meaning. The village, she asked. Everywhere, he answered. Some of the meanings we dress things up in our sodody, we would not think of wearing them ourselves. PG 263. She understood him so well that she did not have to bother to smile. And I hoped she was setting down a comparison in her head between clothing the world in a new meaning and wearing it for a garment. Chris looked up in Inslee's face. I am new, he contributes. I am new on the outside of me. I have got on this new brown midi. I have been admiring it the whole way, says Inslee. Hardy, and that time his eyes and Robin's met over the little boy's head as we stopped at the cottage gate. PG 264. Zay. The lonesome little parlor at Mies Cadoz's was so far past knowing how to act with folks in it that it never changed expression when we threw open the shutters. Rooms that are used to folks always sort of look up when the shutters are opened. Some rooms smile back at you. Some say something that you just lose through not turning round from the window quite quick enough. But Mies Cadoz's parlor was such a poor folkless thing that it did not make us any reply at all nor let on to notice the light. It just sat there, kind of numb, merely enduring itself. You poor thing, I thought, nobody come in time, did they? Inslee picked out a cane-seat rocker that had once known how to behave in company and drew it to the window. Ain't it nice, no matter what kind of a dumb room you have got into, you can open its window and fit the sky onto the sill and feel right at home. Robin sat there with Chris in her arms, waiting for any stir in the front bedroom. I went in the bedroom while Dr. Heron told me PG 265 about the medicine, and it seemed to me the bare floor and bare walls and dark-colored bed covers was got together to suit the haggardy unshaven face on the pillow. Christopher's father never moved. I sat in the doorway so as to watch him, and Inslee went with the doctor to the village to bring back some things that was needed. And I felt like we was all the first settlers of somewheres. Chris was laying so still in Robin's arms that several times she looked down to see if he was awake. But every time his eyes was wide and dark with that mysterious child look that seemed so much like thought. It kind of hurt me to see him doing nothing. That's one of the parts about sickness and dying, and some kinds of trouble that always twists something up in my throat. The folks that was so eager and able and flying round the house just being struck still, and not able to go on with everyday doings. I know when Liddy Ember, the dressmaker, died and I looked at her laying there. It seemed to me so surprising that she could not hem and fell and cut out with her thumb crooked like she don't end, that she did not know a dart from a gore. Her hands looked so much like she knew how yet. It's like being inactive made death or grief double. And it's like PG 266 working or playing around was a kind of life. The whole house seemed inactive and silence-struck, even to the kitchen where Mies Cadoza and the little lame boy was. Robin sat staring into the lilacs that never seemed to bloom, and I wondered what she was thinking and Meb facing. But when she spoke, it was about the Cadoza kitchen. Miss Marsh, she says, what kind of people must they be that can stay alive in a kitchen like that? Pioneers, I says. They's a lot of MP ownerin' away and not knowing it's time to stop. But the dirt, she says. What do you expect, I says. They are emergin' out of dirt, but they are emergin'. Do not it seem hopeless, says she. Oh, I donno, I says. Dirt gets to be aplaso bu plant m. But the Cadoza kitchen was fearful. When we come through it, Mies Cadoza was getting supper, and she would woke up nameless smells of greasy things. There the bare table was piled with the inevitable mix-up of unwashed dishes that go along with the Mies Cadozas of this world, so that you wonder how they ever got so much crockery together. There the floor PG 267 was not swept. Clothes was drying on a line over the stove. Spudge was eating his supper on the windowsill. And in his bed in the corner lay little F, so white and frail and queer-colored that you felt you was looking on something bound not to last till much after you would. Stopped looking, and there was Mies Cadoza. When we had come through the kitchen, little F had said something glad at seeing Inslee and hung hold of his hand and told him how he meant to model a clay Patsy, because it was Patsy, the dog that had gone out in the dark and first brought Inslee in to see him. And when I am big, the child says, I am going to make a clay you, Mr. Inslee. Mies Cadoza had turned round and bared up her crooked teeth. Do not you be impident, she had said, raspish, throwing her hand out angular. Mies Cadoza was like somebody that had not got outside into the daylight of yet. She was ignorant, blind to life, with some little bit of a corner of her brain working while the rest lay stock-still in her skull. Unclean of person, the mother to no end of nameless horrors of habitant her blood, and the blood of some creature like her, had been poured into that poor little boy, sickly, bloodless, not ready for the struggle. PG 268. Is there any use trying to do anything with anybody like that? Says Robin. Is there? Says I, but I looked right straight at Christopher. If there was not no use trying to do anything with little F, with his mother out there in the kitchen, then what was the use of trying to do anything with Chris, with his father here in the front bedroom? Sick will, tainted blood, ruined bodito, what were we all saving Chris? Maybe to misery and final defeat and some awful going out. I do not know, she says, restless. Maybe Alex is right. She looked out towards the lilac bushes again, and I knew how all of a sudden they probably dissolved away to be the fine green in the conservatory at Proudfoot House, and how she was seeing herself back in the bright room, with its summer of leaves, and before the tea wagon, making tea for Alex lounging in his low chair, begging her not, in heaven's name, to try to teach the wise old world. I knew well enough how she felt. Every woman in the world knows. In that minute, or I missed my guess, she was finding herself clinging passionate and rebellious to the mere ordered quiet of the life Alex would make for her. To the mere outworn routine, the leisure PG 269 of long days in pretty rooms, of guests and house parties and all the little happy flummery of hospitality, the doing nothingness, or the nice tasks of traveling, the joy of sinking down quiet into the easy ways to do and be. Something of the sheer, clear, mere self-indulgence of the last-notch conservative was sweeping over her. The quiet, the order, the plain safety of the unchanging, of going along and leaving things pretty much as they are, expecting them to work themselves out the lure of all keeping stillness. And I knew she was wondering, like women do when they are tired or blue or get a big job to do or see a house like the Cadozas. Why, after all, she should not, in Alex's way, make herself as dainty in morals and intellect as she could, and if she wanted to meddle, to do so at arm's length, with some of the material that is cheap and abundant like Chris. Maybe there is not any use trying to do anything with Chris, either, I says brutal. Meb nature's way is best. Meb she knows best when to let them die off. Robin's arms kind of shut up on the little kitty. He looked up. Did you squeeze me on purpose? He whispered. PG 270. She nodded at him. What for? He asks. Just loving, she answered. After that, we sat still for a long time. Inslee came back with the medicine and told me what to do if the sick man came to. Then he filled and lit the bracket lamp that seemed to make more shadows than light, and then he stopped beside Rubina's gentle, as a woman over a plantain asked her if she wanted anything. He come through the room several times, and once him and her smiled, for a still greeting, almost as children do. After a while he come with a little basket of food that he had had a bagel put up to the bakery, and we tried to eat a little something, all of us. And all the while the man on the bed lay like he was locked up in some new, thick kind of silence. When 8 o'clock had gone, we heard what I had been expecting to hearth first wheels and footsteps on the plank road, directed towards Proudfoot House. And Inslee come in and went over to Robin, and found Chris asleep in her arms, and he took him from her and laid him on the sagging Brussels couch. You must go now, he says to Robin, with his kind of still authority that wa'n't ordering nor schoolmistery, nor Yaudoa's isse, but was PG 271, just something that made you want to mind him. I will wake Chris and take him in at the least change, but you must go back at once. And of course I was going to stay. Some of my minds was perfectly willing not to be at the party in any case, and anyhow the rest of them wanted to stay with Chris. Inslee picked up some little belongings of hers, seeming to know them without being told, and because the time was so queer, and Meb because death was in the next room, and Meb for another reason or two, I could guess how, all the while he was answering her friendly questions about the little Cadoza boil that while the personal, like a living thing, hovered just beyond his words. And at last it just naturally came in and possessed what he was saying. I cannot thank you enough for coming down here, he says. It's meant everything to Chris and to me. She glanced up at him with her pretty near boyish frankness, that had in it that night some new element of confidence and charm, and just being dear. Do not thank me, she says, it was mine to do too, and besides I have not done anything, and I am running away. Page 272. He looked off up the road towards where, on its hill, Proudfoot House was aciding, a-glowing in all its windows, awaiting for her to come, and to have her engagement to another man announced in it, and then to belong up there forever and ever. He started to say something I don't know whether he knew what or whether he did not. But anyhow he changed his mind and just opened the door for her, the parlor door that I bet was as surprised to be used as if it had cackled. The Proudfoot motor had stood waiting at the gate all this while, and as they got out to it, Dr. Heron drove up, and with him was Mies Hubblethwaite come to inquire. So Robin waited outside to see what Dr. Heron should say when he had seen Chris's father again, and I went to the door to speak to Mies Hubblethwaite. Liquors what ails him fast enough. Mies Hubblethwaite whispers. Mies Hubblethwaite would have whispered in the middle of a 40-acre field if somebody had said either birth or death to her. Liquors what ails him. I know M. I remember the nice, well-behaved gentleman that come to the hotel and only lived one night after. Mr. Elder, I says to him, severe, you needn't to tell me your stomach ain't one livin' PG 273 pickle, for I know it is, and he proved it by dyin' that very night. If he did not prove it, I do not know what he did prove. Alcoholism, Dr. Heron called it, but I know it was liquor killed him. No use dressin' up words, and I miss my guess if this here poor soul ain't the self-same river to cross. She would have come in, but there's no call for the whole town to nurse a sick bed. I always thinkin', so she sort of hung around a minute, sympathetic and mum, and then slimpsed off with very little starch to her motions, like when you walk for sick folks. I looked out to where Robin and Inslee was waiting by the big Proudfoot planet that was going to take her on an orbit of its own. And all of a sudden, with them in front of me, and with what was behind me, the awful goodness of things sort of shut down on me, and I wanted to do something or tell somebody something. I did not know what before it was too late, and I run right down to them too. Oh, I says, scrabblin' some for my words, I want to tell you something, both of you. If it means anything to either of you to know that there's a little more to me, for having met both of you than I want you to know it. And it's true. You both though, I donno, I says, what PG 274 it is, but you both kind of act like life was a person, and like it was not just your dinner to be et, and I kind of know the person too. I knew what I meant, but meant things and said things do not often match close. And yet I donno, but they understood me. Anyway, they both took hold of a hand of mine, and said some little broke-off thing that I did not rightly get. But I guess that we all knew that we all knew. And in a minute I went back in the house, feeling like I would got the best of some time when I might have wished, like we all do, that I would let somebody know something while then was then. When I got inside the door, I see right off by Dr. Heron's face that there would been some change, and sure enough there was. Chris's father had opened his eyes and had spoke, and I done what I knew Robin would have wanted. I wheeled round and went to the door and told her so. He's come to, I says, and he's just asked for Chris. Sharp off, Robin turned to say something to the man waiting in the automobile. Inslee tried to stop her, but she put him by. They come back into the cottage together, and the PG 275 Proudfoot automobile started steaming back to Proudfoot House without her. Once again, Robin roused Chris, as she had roused him on the night when he slept on the church porch. She just slipped her hands round his throat and lifted his face, and this time she kissed him. Come with Robin, she said. Chris opened his eyes, and for a minute his little senses come struggling through his sleep, and then with them come dread. He looked up in Robin's face, piteous. Did my daddy go out? He asks, shrill like my mama did. No, no, dear, Robin said. He wants you to say goodbye to him first, you know. Be still and brave for Robin. There was not no way to spare him, because the poor little figure on the bed was saying his name, restless to restless movements. I was in there by him, fixing him a little something to take. Where's Chris? The sick man begged. Look on the church steps. They took Chris in the room, and Inslee lifted him up to Robin's knee on the chair beside the bed. Hello me nice daddy, Chris says, in PG 276 his little high voice and smiles adorable. I was waitin' for you all this while. His father put out his hand, awful awkward, and took the child's arm about the elbow. I will never forget the way the man's face looked. It did not look used, somehow it looked all sort of bare and barren, and like it had not been occupied. I remember once seeing a brand new house that had burned down before anybody had ever lived in it, and some of it stuck up in the street. Nice new doors, nice hardwood stairway, new brick chimney, and everything else all blackened and spoiled and done for, before ever it had been lived in. That was what Chris's father's face made me think of. The outline was young, and the eyes was young and burning, but there was the man's face, all spoiled and done for, without ever having been used for a face at all. Hello, Sonny, he says weak, got a good home. He's in a good home, with good people, Mr. Bartlett, Inslee told him. For keeps, Chris's father asks, his eyes burning at Inslee's over the boy's head. We shall look after him somehow, among us, Robin says. Do not worry about him, Mr. Bartlett, he's all right. PG 277. The father's look turned toward her, and it sort of lingered there a minute. And then it lit up a little. He did not smile or change expression, but his look lit up some. You are the kind of a one I meant, he says. I wanted he should have a good home. I done pretty good for you, did not I, Chris, he says. Chris leaned way over and pulled at his sleeve. Yaya, you come in our house too, he says. No, sonny, no, says the man. I guess meb I'm goin' somewheres else. But I done well by you, did not I? Your ma and I always meant you should have a good home. I am glad if you have got it. It's nicer than bane with me, ain't it? Chris, on Robin's knee, was leaning forward on the bed, his hand patting and pulling at his father's hand. If you was here, then it is, the child says. At that his father smiled in. That was the first real look that had come into his face, and he looked around slow to the rest of us. I was not never the kind to have a kid, he says. The drink had me hard. I knew I would got to find somebody to show him about growing up. I am glad you are going to. PG 278. He shut his eyes and Chris threw himself forward and patted his face. Daddy, he cried, I wanted to tell you I had that hot ice cream and tea on a liddy wagon. Robin drew him back, hushed him, looked up questioning to Inslee. And while we all sat there, not knowing whether to leave or to stay, the man opened his eyes, wide and dark. I wished it had been different, he said. Oh God. Chris leans right over, eager towards him. Did not he say anything back, he says. I guess so, the man says, thick. I guess if you are a good boy, he 999. Then he turned his head and looked straight at Robin. Do not you forget about his throat, will you? He says. It gets oriophilisy. He stopped talking, with a funny upsetting sound in his voice. It struck me then, like it has since, how frightful it was that neither him nor Chris thought of kissing each other like, neither one had brought the other up to know how. And yet Chris kissed all of us when we asked him, just like something away back in him knew how, without being brought up to know. He knew how to cry, though, without no PG 279 bringing up like folks do. As Robin come with him out of the room, Chris hid his face in her skirts, crying miserable. She sat down by the window with him in her arms, and Inslee went and stood side of them, not saying anything. I see them so, while Dr. Heron and I was busy for a minute in the bedroom. Then we come out and shut the door. Ain't it strange? How 1 minute it takes so many people around the bed, and next minute, there's the one that was the one left in there all alone, able to take care of itself. Dr. Heron went away, and Robin still sat there, holding Chris. All of a sudden he put up his face. Robin, he says, did my daddy leave me a letter? A letter, she repeated. To tell me what to do, says the child, like before on the church steps. No, Chris, she answers him. He did not have to do that, you know. His eyes was holding hers, like he wanted so much to understand. Then how will I know, he asks simple. It seemed to me it was like a glass, magnifying living, had suddenly been laid on life. Here he was, in the world, with no letter to tell him what to do. PG 280. All she'd done was just to lay her cheek right close to his cheek. Robin is going to tell you what to do, she says, till you are big enough to know. Inslee stood there looking at her, and his face was like something had just uncovered it. And the minute seemed real and simple, and almost old as if it had begun to be long, long before. It was kind of as if Robin's will was the will of all women, a way back forever and ever in time, to pour into the world their power of life and of spirit through a child. Inslee went out in the kitchen to see Mies Cadoza about some arrangements if arrangements means funerals. It always seems like the word was spelt different. And Stifferand, we was setting there in that sudden, awful idleness that comes on after, when there was the noise of an automobile on the plank road, and it stopped to the cottage and Alex Proudfit come springing up to the front door. He pushed it open and come in the room, and he seemed to put the minute in capitals, with his voice and his looks and his clothes. I never see clothes so black and so white and so just so as Alex Proudfit's could be, and that night they was more just so than usual. That night his hands, with their PG 281 thick, strange ring, and his dark, kind of even face was like some fancy picture of a knight and a lover. But his face never seemed to me to be made very much a purpose and just for him. It was rather like a good sample of a good brand, and like a good sample of any other good brand would have done him just as well. His face did not fit him inevitable, like a cork to a bottle. It was laid on more arbitrary, like a window on a landscape, and you could have seen the landscape through any other window just as well, or better. Robin, he said, why did you let the car come back without you? We have been frantic with anxiety. She told him in a word or two what had happened, and he received it with his impressions just about half and half. One half relief that the matter was well over and one half anxiety for her to hurry up. Everyone was at the house, everyone was wondering. Mrs. Emmons was anxious, my poor Robin, you have overtaxed your strength, he ends. You will look worn and not yourself tonight, it's too bad of it. Come, for heaven's sake, let's be out of this. Come, Calliope. He asked her if she had anything to bring, and he gathered up what she told him was hers. IP 282 got ready too, so's to go up to Proudfit House to put Chris to bed and set by him a while. And just as I was going out to let Inslee know we was leaving, the door to the other room opened and there stood Mies Cadoza. I see she would twisted her hair over fresh and she would put on a collar. I remember now the way I felt when she spoke. I have got the coffee pot on and some batter stirred up, says she, kind of shamefaced. I thought meb some hot pancakes and something hot to drink to go good with Mr. Inslee and all of you. Alex started to say something heaven knows what, but Robin went right straight up to Mies Catazond afterwards. I thought back to how Robin did not make the mistake of being too grateful. How I would like them, she says matter-of-fact, but I have got a lot of people waiting for me and I oughtn't to keep them. Inslee spoke up from where he was over on the edge of little F's bed, and I noticed Mies Cadoza had tried to neaten up the kitchen some, and she would set the table with oilcloth and some clean dishes. I was afraid you would all stay, he says, and I do want all the pancakes. Hurry on, you are keeping back our supper. Page 283. He nodded to Alex, smiled with us, and come and saw us out the door. Mies Cadoza come too, and Robin and I shook hands with her for good night. And as Mies Cadoza stood there in her own door, seeing us off, and going to be hostess out in her own kitchen, I wondered to myself if it was having a collar on, or what it was, that give her a kind of pretty near dignity. I got in the front seat of the car. Chris was back in the tonneau between Robin and Alex, and as we started, he tried to tell Alex what had happened. My mammy daddy, he says. Poor little cuss, says Alex, but how extremely well for the child, Robin, that the beggar died. Heavens, how I hate your going in these ghastly places. My poor Robin, what an experience for tonight, for our tonight. She made a sudden move, abrupt as a bird springing free of something that's holding it. She spoke low, but I heard every word of it. Alex, she said, we have made a mistake, you and one, but it is not too late to mend it now. PG 284. Roman 12. I hope, Calliope, said Postmaster Silas Sykes to me, that you ain't in favor of women's suffrage. No, Silas, says I ain't. And I felt all over me a kind of a nice wild joy at saying a thing that I knew a male creature would approve of. Silas was delivering the groceries himself that day, and accepting of a glass of milk in my kitchen doorway. And on my kitchen stoop, Letty Amestad had come home in time for the Proudfit party was a-sitting, a-stitching away on a violet muslin breakfast cap. It was the next day after the party and my regular wash day, and I was glad to be back in my own house, washing quiet, with a Merle Daniel to help me. At school, says Letty, everybody was for it. I know it, says Silas, gloomy. The schools is goin' to the dogs, hot foot. Women's suffrage, tinkerin' pupils' teeth, cremation I do not know PG 285 what all they're holdin' out for. In my day they stuck to arithmetic and towed the crack. That is not up to date, Mr. Sykes, says Letty, to get Silas riled. It done it, he waved his left arm angular. Bane up to date is bane up to the devil. He begun, raspish, when I cut in, hasty and peaceful. By the way, Silas, I says, speaking of dates, it ain't more'n a year past the time you aldermen was going to clear out Black Hollow, is it? Ain't you going to get it done this spring? Oh, dumn it no, Silas says. They are all after us now to get to pavin that new street. That street off there in the marsh. I know they are, I says innocent. Your cousin's mackin' the blocks, ain't he, Silas? Just then, in from the shed where she was doing my washing come, immoral Daniela, poor little thing, that looked like nothing but breath with the skin drawn over it and she was crying. Oh, Miss Marsh, she says, I guess you will have to leave me go home. I left little Odie so sick I had not ought to have left himinly, I did want the 50 cents. Odie, I says, I thought Odie was getting better. PG 286. I have kept sayin' so because I was ashamed to let folks know, Immerl says, and me leavin' him to work. But I had to have the money. Land, I says, of course you 999. Go on home. Silaz'll take you in the delivery wagon, will not you, Silas? You are going right that way, ain't you? I was not, says Silas, but I can go round that way to oblige. That's just exactly how Silas is. Immerl, I says, when you go by the hollow, you tell Silas what you was tellin' me about the smells from there into your house. Silas, I says, that hole could be filled up with sandbar sand dirt cheap, now while the river's low, and you know it. Woman Silas begins excitable. Of course you cannot, I saved him the trouble, not while the council is running pavement, halfway across the swamp to graft offen the wooden block folks. That's all, Silas. I know you, head and heart, I says, some direct. You do not understand city dealin's no more'n woe. Silas yells, pretending his delivery horse needed him, and lit down the walk, Emerl following. Silas reminds me of the place in the atmosphere where a citizen ought to be and ain't. PG 287. Emerl had left the clothes in the bluing water, so I stood and talked with Letty a minute, stitching away on her muslin breakfast cap. I would be for women voting just because Silas is not, she says, feminine. In them words, says I to her, is some of why women should not do it. The most of em reason, I says, like rabbits. Letty sort of straightened up and looked at me, gentle. She just graduated from the Indian Mound School, and in spite of yourself, you notice what she says. You are mistaken, Miss Marsh, says she. I believe in women voting because we are folks and mothers, and we cannot bring up our children with men taking things away from em that we know they would ought to have. I want to bring up my children by my votes as well as by my prayers, says she. Your children, says one. I don't know if you have ever noticed that look come in a girl's face when she speaks of her children that are going to be sometime. Up to that minute, I would have thought Letty's words was brazen, but when I see how she looked when she said it, I sort of turned my eyes away, kind of half reverent. We did not speak so when I was a girl. The most we ever heard mentioned like that was when our mothers showed us our first baby dress, PG 288, and told us that was for our baby Ann, then we always looked away, squeamish. That's kind of nice, I says, slow, you're owning up, out loud that way, that maybe you might possibly have one sometime. My mother has talked to me about it since I began to know everything, Letty said. That struck awful near home. I always wished, I says, I would talked with my mother like that. I always wished I would had her tell me about the night I was born. I think everybody ought to know about that. But I remember when she begun to speak about it, I always kind of shied off. I should think it would have hurt her. But then, I says, I never had any of my own, so it do not matter. Oh, yes, you have, Miss Marsh, says Letty. I looked at her blank. Every child that's born belongs to you, says Letty to me solemn. Go on, says I, to draw her out. I would not own most of the little jackanapeses. But you do, says Letty, and so do I. So does every woman, mother or not. She set the little violet muslin cap on her head to try it, and swept up and made me a little bow. Pretty as a picture she looked, and ready for loving. I always wonder if things PG 289 ain't sometimes arranged to happen in patterns, same as crystals. For why else should it be that, at that instant minute young Elbert Sykes, Silas's son, that was home for the party and a little longer, come up to my door with a note from his mother and see Letty in the violet cap, bowing like a rose. While they was a-talking easy, like young folks knows how to do nowadays, I read the note, and it was about what had started Sela's to talking suffrage. Mies Sykes had opened her house to a suffrage meeting that evening, and Mies Martin Lacey from the city was a going to talk, and would I go over? Land, yes, I says to Elbert. Tell her I will come, just for something to do. I wonder if I can bring Letty too. Mother'd be proud, I know, says Elbert, looking at her like words, and them words appraising. They had used to play together when they was little, but school had come in and kind of made them over. So, says he to Letty, bantering, you are in favor of women voting, are you? She broke off her thread and looked up at him. Of course I am, she says, giving a cunning little kitten nod that run all down her shoulders. PG 290. So you think, says Elbert, that you are just as strong as I am to carry things along? Mind you, I do not say as clever. You are easily that, but put it at just strong. She done the little nod again, nicer than the first time. You talk like folks voted with their muscles, says she. Well, I guess some men do, judging by the results. He laughed, but he went on. And you think, he says, that you would be just as wonderful in public life as you would be in your your very own home. Letty put the last stitch in her muslin cap, and she set it on her head all cloudy and rosebudded, and land, she was lovely when she looked up. Surely, she says from under the ruffle, with a little one-cornered smile. He laughed right into her eyes. I do not believe you think so, he says, triumphant. And all of a sudden there come a sticking up its head in his face, the regular man look I cannot rightly name it, but every woman in the world knows it when she sees it a kind of an I am the one of us too, but do not let's stop pretending it's you look. When she see it, what do you suppose Letty PG 291 done? First she looked down, then she blushed, then she shrugged up one shoulder and laughed, sort of little and low and soft, and she kept still. She was about as much like the dignified woman that had just been talking to me about women's duty as a bow of blue ribbon is like my work apron. And as plain as the blue on the sky, I see that she liked the minute when she let Elbert beat her liked it, with a sort of a glow and a quiver. He laughed again, and, you stay just the way you are, he says, and he contrived to make them common words sort of flow all over her like petting. That evening, when we marched into the Sykes' house to the meeting, he spoke to her like that again. The men was invited to the meeting, too, but Mies Sykes let it be known that they needn't to come till the coffee and sandwiches, thus escaping the speech. Mies Sykes ain't in favor of suffrage, but she does love a new thing in town, and Mies Martin Lacey was so well dressed and so soft-spoken that Mies Sykes would have left her preach footbending in her parlor if she would wanted to. Mies Sykes is like that. Letty was about the youngest there, and she was about the prettiest I most ever saw. And when he would got them all seated, PG 292 young Elbert Sykes, that was the only man there, just naturally gravitated over and sat down by her, like the Lord meant. I love to see them little things happen, and I never smile at them, same as some. Because it's like I got a peek in behind the curtain and see the eternal purpose working away, quiet and still. Well, Mies Lacey, she talked, and she put things real sane and plain, barring I did not believe any of what she said. And pretty soon I stopped trying to listen, and I begun thinking about Emerald Daniel. I would been down to see her just before supper, and I had not had her out of my head much of the time since. Emerald's cottage was not half a block from Black Hollow, the great low place beyond the river road that the town used as a dump. It was full of things without names, and take it on a day with the wind just right, Emerald had to keep her window shut on that side of her house. Water was standing in the hollow all the whole time. Flies and mosquitoes come from it by the flock and the herd. And when I would held my nose and scud past it that afternoon to get to Emerald's, I would almost run into Dr. Heron, just coming out from seeing Odie, and I burst right out with my thoughts all over him, and asked him if Black Hollow was not what was the matter PG 293 with Odie, and if it was not all that was the matter with him. Unquestionably, says Dr. Heron, I told Mrs. Daniel 6 months ago that she must move. Well, says I, not having any of her other country homes open this year, Emerald had to stay where she was, and Odie with her. But what did you say to the council about filling in the hole? The council, says Dr. Heron, is paving the county swamp. There's a good crop of wooden blocks this year. True enough, says I, grim, and Odie is a-paying for it. That was exactly how the matter stood. And all the while Mies Lacey was talking her women's suffrage, I sat there grieving for Emerald, and wondering how it was that Silas Sykes and Timothy Toplady and Jimmy Sturgis and even Appleby Holcomb, that belonged to the Common Council, could set by and see Odie die, and more or less of the rest of us in the same kind of danger. Next I knew, Mies Lacey, that was all silky movements and a sweet voice, had got through her own talk and was asking us ladies to express ourselves. Everybody felt kind of delicate at first, and then Libby Liberty starts up and spoke her mind. PG 294. I believe all you have been a saying, she says, and I have for 20 years. I never kill a hen without I realize how good the women can do a human being's work if they are put to it. I always think of that too, says Mies Hubblethwaite, quick, about the hotel she kind of stopped, but we all knew what she meant. Threat is seldom if ever sober, especially on election day, but he votes, and she only runs the hotel and keeps them both out of the poorhouse. Well, look at me, says Abigail Arnold, doin' work to oven and to counter, and cannot get my nose near nothin' public but my taxes. Of course, says Mies Uppers, rocking, I have almost been the mayor of Friendship Village, Bane his wife, so, and I must say he never done a thing I did not think I could do. Or less it was the Junketin trips. I would have been down with one o' my sick headaches on every one o' them. Men no more, admitted Mies Fire Chief Merriman, but I don't know as they can do any more than us. When the fire chief was alive and holdin' office and entertaining politicians, I use often to think o' that, when I had their hot dinner to get. I s'pose men do no more than we do, says Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, PG 295 reflective. I know Appleby is lightnin' at figures, and he can tell about timetables, and he sees sense to fine print parts o' the newspapers that looks like so many doctors' prescriptions to me. And yet, honestly, when it comes to some questions of sense, I have known Appleby not to have any. Jimmy either, says Mies Sturgis, confidential, I dunno. I have thought about that a good deal. It seems as if we got the chance, us women might not vote brilliant at first, but we would vote with our sense. The sense that can pick out a pattern and split a receipt and dress the children out o' the house money. I bet there's a lot o' that kind o' sense among women that do not get used up by a long shot. Mies Timothy Toplady drew her shawl up her back like she does. Wella, she says, Timothy's an awful good husband, but when I see some of the things he buys for the house, and the way he gets took in on real estate, I often wonder if he's such a good citizen as he lets on. I kept wondering why Letty did not say something, and by I nudged her. Go on, speak up, I intimated. And same time, I heard Albert Sykes, on the other side, say something to her, low. IP 296 could tell them, he says to her, that to look like you do is better than being elected. And Letty, what do you suppose? She just glanced up at him, and made a little kind of a commenting wrinkle with her nose, and looked down and kept her silence. Just like he would set there with a little fine chain to her wrist. We talked some more and asked some questions and heard Mies Lacey read some, and then it was time for the men. They come in toger 6 or 8 of them, and most of them, as it happened, members of the Common Council. And when Mies Sykes had set them down on the edge of the room, and before anybody had thought of any remark to pass, Mies Lacey she spoke up and asked the men to join in the discussion, and called on Mies Sykes, that had not said nothing yet, to start the ball arrowing. Well, says Mies Sykes, with her little society pucker, I must say the home and bring up my children seems far more womanly to me than the tobacco smoke and whiskey of public life. She glanced over to the men, kind of with a way of arching her neck, and they all gave her a sort of a little ripple, approving. And with this Mies Toplady kind of tossed her head up. PG 297. Oh, well, I do not want the responsibility, she says. Land, if I was a votin' woman, I should feel as if I would got bread in the pan and cake in the oven and clothes in the blue in water all the whole time. He, says Timothy, her lawful lord, and Silas and Jimmy Sturgis and the rest joined in tuneful. Then Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, she vied in and done a small, careless laugh. Oh, well, me too, she says, I declare. As I get older and wake up some mornings, I feel like life was one big breakfast to get in me the hired girl. If I had to vote besides, I don't know what I would do. And, says Mies Hubblethwaite, I always feel as if a politician was a disgrace to be, same as an actor, unless you got to be a big one. And can us women ever be big ones even if we want? Which I am sure I do not want, she says, sidling a look towards the men's row. Oh, not only that, says Abigail Arnold, but you would feel so kind of sheepish votin' for the president, away off there in Washington. I always feel terrible sheepish even prayin' for him, let alone votin' in like it could not make no real difference. Oh, and ladies, says Mies Mayor Uppers, PG 298 really it's bad enough to have been the wife of a mayor. If I had to vote and was in danger of coming down with a nomination for somethin' myself, I could not get to sleep nights. Mercy, said Mies Fire Chief Merriman, a mayor is nothin' but a baby in public life compared to a fire chief. A mayor gets his night's rest. Could a woman ever chase to fires at 3 o'clock in the morning? And if she votes, what's to prevent her bane elected to some such job by main strength? Or like enough get put on a jury set on a murderer, and have to look at dug up bones and organs? Says me Sturgisher that's an invalid and gloomy by complexion. And one and all, as they spoke, they looked sidewise to the men for their approval. And they got it. That's the ticket, says Timothy Toplady, slapping his knee. I tell you, gentlemen, we have got a nice set of women folks here in this town. They do not prostitute their brains to no fool notions. There was a little hush, owing to that word that Timothy had used kind of uncalled for, and then a little quick buzz of talk to try to cover it. And in the buzz, I heard Elbert saying to Letty, "You know you think of yourself in a home PG 299 afterward and not around at polls and things, Letty. You do not have to board at the polls because you vote there, you know," Letty said. But she says it with a way, with a way. She said it like a pretty woman talking to a man that's looking in her eyes and thinking how pretty she is, and she knows he's thinking so. And you cannot never get much real arguing done that way. It always kind of scares me to see myself showed upend. Now it was like I had ripped a veil off the whole sex. And off me, too. I see us face to face. Why was it that before the men had come in, the women had all talked kind of doubtful and suffrage leaning, and then had veered like the wind the minute the men had come on the scene? Mies Toplady had defied Timothy time after time, both public and private. Mies Hubblethwaite bosses her husband not only drunk but sober. Mies Sturgis do not do a thing Jimmy wants without she happens to want it too, and so on. Yet at the mention of this one thing, these women that had been talking intelligent and wondering, open-minded, had all stopped being the way they was, and had begun to say things soul to please the men. Even Libby Liberty had kept still her, that has a regular tongue in her head. And Letty, that PG 300 believed in it all, and had talked to me so womanly that morning, she was listening and blushing for Elbert and holding her peace. And then I remembered, like a piece of guilt, sensing that nice, wild feeling I myself had felt that morning adenine woman's suffrage in the presence of Postmaster Silas Sykes. What in creation ailed us all? What in creation them words sort of steadied me? It looked to me like it was creation itself that ailed us yet. Creation is a thing that it takes most folks a good while to recover from. I remembered seeing Silas's delivery boy go whistling along the street one night and pass a cat. The cat was not doing nothing active. It was merely idle. But the boy brought up a big shingle he was carrying and swished it through the air and says ZTTTT to the cat's heels, to see the cat take to them, which it done like the cat immemorial has done for immemorial boys, delivery and other. And once, at dusk, a big, strange man with a gun on his shoulder passed me on Daphne Street, and when he done so, he says to me ZTTT under his breath, just like the boy to the cat. And just like the untamed man immemorial has said when he got the chance. It seemed to me like men was PG 301 created with, so to say, a shingle and a gun for the hunting. And just as there is joy in their hunting, so there is a palpitant delight in being hunted and flattered by being caught and bound, hand and foot and mind. We like it, I tell you, we like it, I says to myself, and us here in Mies Sykes's parlor are burning with the old original leftover fire, breathed at creation into women's breasts. And it seemed like I kind of touched hands with all the women that used to be. And I looked over to that row of grinning, tired men, not so very much dressed up, and I thought, why, you are the men of this world, and we are the women, and there ain't no more thrilling fact in this universe. And why do not we all recognize it and shut up? That was what I was thinking over in my mind, while Mies Martin Lacey said good night to us, and rushed off to catch her train for the city, hoping she had made us see some light. That was what I was still going over when Mies Sykes called me to help with the refreshments. And then, just as I started out to the kitchen, the outside door that was part open was pushed in and somebody come in the room. It was a Merle Daniel, in calico and no hat. And as PG 302, soon as we see her face, everybody stopped talking and stared. She was white as the tablecloth and shaking. "Oh, ladies," she says, "will not one of you come down to the house? Odie's worse, I don't know what it is. I don't know what to do to take care of him." She broke down, poor, nervous little thing, and sort of swallowed her whole throat. And Mies Toplady and we all rushed right over to her. "Why, Emerl," Mies Toplady says, "I thought Odie was getting ever so much better. Is it the real typhoid, do you suppose?" she asked her. Emerl looked over to me. "Is not it?" she says, and then I spoke right up with all there is to me. "Yes, sir," I says, "it is the real typhoid. And if you want to know what's giving it to him, ladies and gentlemen, ask the common council that's setting over there by the wall. Doctor, Heron says that Black Hollow, that's a sink for the whole town. Give it to him. And that nothing else did pulled full of diseases right in back of a Merle's house. And if you want to know who's responsible for his dying if he dies, I says right out, look over in the same direction to the men that would not vote to fill in the PG 303 Black Hollow with sand, because they needed the money so bad for paving up half the county swamp. It was most as still in the room as when Timothy had said prostitute. All but me. I went right on, nothing could have kept me still then. Ladies, I says, has tried for 2 years to get the council to fill in that hole. We have said and said what would happen to some of us, what with our pumps so near the place, and what with flies from it visiting our dinnerable dishes, sociable and continual. What did you say to us? You said women had not no idea of town finances. Meb we ain't. But we have got some idea of town humanity, if I do say it, that share in it. And this poor little boy has gone to work and proved it. With that, Emerald, who had been holding in her that's afraid even to ask for starch, if you forget to give it to Hirsch, broke right down, and leaned her head on her arm on the clock shelf. Oh, she says, all the years I've been giving him his victuals and his bath and sewing his clothes up, I never meant it to come to this for no reason. If Odie dies, I guess he needn't off, that's the worst. He needn't of. PG 304. Me's top lady put her arm right around a Merle and kind of poured her shoulder in that big, mother way she's got, and it was her that went with her. Like it's always me's top lady that does everything. And us ladies turned around and all begun to talk at once. Let's plan out right here about taking things into a Merle, says me's Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss. I have got some fresh bread out of the oven. I will carry her a couple of loaves and another couple next baking or two. I will take her in a hen, says Libby Liberty, so be she will kill it herself. Somebody else said a ham, and somebody some butter, and Libby threw in some fresh eggs, if she got any. Mies Hubblethwaite did not have much to do with, but she said she would take turns setting up with Odie. Mies Sykes give a quarter, do not like to bake for folks, but she's real generous with money. And Silas pipes in. Emerald can have credit to the store till Odie begins to get better, he said. I ain't been letting her have it. She's looked so peaked I been afraid she wa'n't agon to be able to work, and I did not want she should be all stacked up with debts. But me, I set there a-thinking. And all of a sudden I says out what I thought. Ladies, IPC 305 says, and all of you, what to a Merle is hens and hams and credit? They ain't, I says, nothing but patches and poultices on what's the trouble up to her house. Appleby Holcomb, that had not been saying much, spoke up. I know, he says, I know. You mean what good do they do to the boy? I mean just that, I says. What good is all that to Odie that's lying over by Black Hollow? And how does it keep the rest of the town safe? Well, says Silas, eager, let's us get out the zinc wagon you ladies bought, and let's us go to collectin' the garbage again, so that will not all be dumped in Black Hollow. And leave the ladies keep on payin' for it. It's real ladies' work, I think, bane as it's no more'n a general scrappin' up of ladies' kitchens. Then Letty Ames, that had not been saying anything, spoke up, to nobody in particular. Odie's a dear little soul, she said, a dear little soul. Ain't he? Says Marn Holcomb. Appleby most always has a nut or somethin' in his pocket to give him as he goes by. He takes it like a little squirrel and like a little gentleman. He's awful nice when he comes in the shop, said a Bagel. He looks at the penny-piece kind PG 306 and then buys the 2 for a cent, so's to give his mother one. He knows how to behave in a store, Silas admitted. I most always give him a coffee berry, just to see him thank me. He come into the hotel one day, says Mies Hubblethwaite, and stood by me when I was back in. I give him a little wad of dough to roll. I let him drive the bus one day, settin' on my knee, says Jimmy Sturgis. He was a nice, careful, complete little cuss. Appleby Holcomb nodded with his eyes shut. We do not like folks to swing on our front gate, he says. He done it, but he marched right in and told us he would done it. I give him a donatan he's kep right on swingin' and ownin' up and eatin' donuts. Even when he chased my chickens, says Libby Liberty, he chased em like a little gentleman towards the coop and not down the road. I always noticed that about him. Yes, says Letty again, he's a dear little soul. What makes us let him die? She said it so calm that it caught even my breath. In these things, ain't easy caught. But I got it right back again and I says, yes, sir, he was on the way to being PG 307 somebody that Friendship Village could have had for the right kind of an inmate. And now, he will be nothing but a grave. That's no good to anybody. And Sodality, I could not help adding, will likely pitch right in and take care of his grave, tasteful. And when I said that, it come over me how Emerl had dressed him and bathed him and made his clothes, and done washings, tireless, to get the 50 cents besides bringing him into the world, tedious. And now it was all going for nothing, all for nothing when we could have helped it. And I plumped out with what I would said that morning to Silas. Why do not you fill up Black Hollow with sandbar sand out of the river? Now it's so low? Then, even if it's too late for Odie, Meb we can keep ourselves from murdering anybody else. Them half a dozen men of the Common Council set still a minute, looking down at Mies Sykes's parlor in grain. And I looked over at them, and my heart come up in my throat, and both of them ached like the toothache. Because all of a sudden it seemed to me it was not just Timothy and Appleby and Silas, and some more of the council setting there by the wall, but it was like, in them few men, tired and not so very well dressed, was setting the lawmakers PG 308 of the whole world. And there in front of them was not only Mies Holcomb and Libby and Letty and me, but Emerald Daniel, too, and all the women there isting to them. My land, we have dressed em and bathed em and sewed for em and brought em into the world, tedious. Let em live fix things so's they can live and so's it needn't all go for nothin'. And I sort of bubbled up and spilled over, as if everything we was all of us for had come up in my throat. Oh, folks, I says, just look what us in this room could have done for Otisso, we would begun in time. Right like a dash of cold water into my face, Mies Sykes spoke up, cold as some kind of death. Well, ladies, she says, I guess we have got our eyes open now. I say that's what we would ought to have been doin' instead o' talkin' women votin', she says, triumphant. Then somebody spoke again, in a soft, new, not said tight little voice, and in her chair over beside Elbert, Letty Ames leaned forward, and her eyes was like the sunny places in water. Do not you see, she says, do not you see, Mies Sykes, that's what Mies Lacey meant. How so, says Mies Sykes short. I will never forget how sweet and shy and PG 309 unexpected and young Letty looked, but she answered as brave as brave. Odie Daniel is sick, she said, and all us women can do is to carry him broth and bread and nurse him. It's only the men that can bring about the things to make him well, and they have not done it. It's been the women who have been urging it and not getting it done. Was not it our work to do, too? I see Elbert looking at her like he just could not bear to have her speak so, like some men cannot. And I guess he spoke out in answer before he meant to. But let them do it womanly, Letty, he said, like your mother did and my mother 999. Letty turned and looked Albert Sykes straight in the face. Womanly, she says. What is there womanly about my bathing and feeding a child inside 4 clean walls, if dirt and bad food and neglect are outside for him? Will you tell me if there is anything more womanly than my right to help make the world as decent for my children as I would make my own home? I looked at Letty and looked, and I see with a thrill I cannot tell you about how Letty seemed. For she seemed the way she had that morning on my kitchen stoop, when she spoke PG 310 of her children, and when I felt like I would ought to turn away the way I would used to when my mother showed me my baby dress and told me who it would be for. Only knowingly now, somehow, I did not want to turn away. Somehow I wanted to keep right on looking at Letty, like Elbert was looking. And I see what he see. How Letty was what she would said that morning, that she wasn't, that I wasn't, that we all was. A mother, then and there, whether she ever had any children or not. And she was next door to owning up to it right there before them all and before Elbert. We did not speak so when I was a girl. We did not own up out loud that we ever thought anything about what we was for. But now, when I heard Letty do it. Now, when I heard Letty do it, all to once, I looked into a window of the world. And instead of touching hands like I had with the women that used to be, I looked off and off down all the time there's going to be. And for a minute I touched, tip fingers, the hands of the other women that's coming towards me. And out of places inside of me that I did not know before had eyes, I see them, mothers to the whole world, inside their 4 walls and out. And they was not coming with poultices and bread and broth in their hands, to patch up what had been left PG 311 undone. Nor with the keys to schoolhouses that they would got open by scheming, nor with newspapers full of health that they would had to run down back alleys to sell, nor national holidays that they would got a hold of through sheer accident, nor yet with nice new headstones for cemetery improvements on the dead and gonino, sir. Their hands was not occupied with any of these ways of serving that they would schemed for and stole, but their hands was in men's hands, closer and nearer than they would ever been before. And their eyes was lit up with a look that was a new look, and that give new life to the old original leftover blaze. And I looked across to that row of tired men, not so very much dressed up, and I thought, you are the men of this world and we are the women. And there ain't no more thrilling fact in this universe, save one, and that's that we are all human beings. that your job and ours is to make the world ready for the folks that are to come, and to make the folks that come fit to live in that new world. And yet, over there by Black Hollow, one of our children is dying from something that was your job and ours to do, and we did not take hold of hands and do it. Oh, Letty, I says out, and Sela's and PG 312 all of you, let's pretend just for a minute that we was all citizens and equal, and let's figure out things for Odie, just like we had the right. I would ask Letty to spend the night with me, and Elbert walked home with us. And just as we got there, he says to her again, "Oh, Letty, you ain't strong enough to help carry things along. You have got more strength," she says to him, "and more brains. But it is not so much the strength or the brains in women that is going to help when the time comes. It's the mother in them." And I says to myself, and it's the human beingness of them. But Letty did not know that yet. Elbert answered, after a minute, "You may be right and you may be wrong, but Letty, what a woman you are." And at that Letty looked up at him, just as she had looked at him that morning just for a minute, and then she dipped down the brim of her big hat. I don't know what she answered him. I did not care. I did not care. For what I see was the old wild joy of a woman in being glorified by a male creature. And I knew then, PG 313, and I know now, that that will not never die, no matter what. Elbert put out his hand. "Good night, Letty," he said. She gave him hers, and he closed over it light with his other hand. "May I see you tomorrow?" he asked her. "Oh, I do not know," said Letty. "Come and see if I will see Yao, will you?" He laughed a little, looking in her eyes. At about 8 he promised, "Good night." I got the key out from under the mat to a tune inside me. Because I would heard, and I knew that Letty had heard, that tone in Elbert's voice that is the human tone I cannot rightly name it, but every woman in the world knows it when she hears it a tone that says, "If I have my way, you and I are going to live out our lives together." And I knew then, and I know now, that that tone will not ever die either. And someday, away off in a new world right here on this earth, I believe there's going to be a wilder joy in being men and women than all the men and women up to now have ever lived or dared or dreamed. PG 314. Roman 13. "Miss Marsh," says Christopher. Mies Emmons's living room was like a cup of something cool, and I sat there in the after-supper light, having such a nice rested time, drinking it, in that at first I did not hear him. "Miss Marsh," he says again, and pulled at my dress. I put out my hand to him, and he took it. Sometimes I don't know, but hands are a race of beings by themselves that talk and answer, and do all the work and act like slaves, and yet really rule the world. "Is it me telling my feet where to go, or do they tell me where I go?" asked Christopher. "You can have it either way you want," I told him. "Some does one way and some does the other. Which way do you like?" He thought for a minute, twisting on one foot with the other up in his hand. "I would like em to know how without our sayin' so," he announces finally. "Well," I says, "I left out that way. That's really the best way of all." He looked at me eager. "PG 315. Is it a game?" he says. "Yes," I told him. "What's its name?" he asked me. "Game of Life," I told him again. He thought about it, still twisting. Then he done one of his littlest laughs with his head turned away. "My feet heard you," he says. "Now they know how to play." "I hope so, Christopher," says I, and kissed him on the back of his neck. That made him mad, like it usually done. "My neck is my neck," says he, "and it's shut in my collar. It ain't home today." "Is your mouth home?" I ask him. And it was. I could have sat there talking with him all evening, but not on the night of Sodality's annual. I would stop by for Mies Emmons. She was getting ready, and while I waited, I could hear folks passing on their way to the schoolhouse where the meeting was. For the town was all het up about what the meeting was going to do. I would seen half dozen or so of us that afternoon when we was putting plants on the hall platform, and we would all spoke our minds. "I am gaspin'," observed Mies Sturgis, "to take a straw vote of us on this amendin' PG 316 business. Near as I can make out, it's going through." "Near as I can make out," says Marn Holcomb, "a good deal more than amending is going on here tonight. It looks to me as if Sodality was just going to get into its own cemetery and be forgot, and as if something else was coming to meet a something big." Mies Toplady spoke up, comfortable, down on her knees, putting green paper on the pots. "Well, my land," she says, "I have noticed 2, 3 things in my lifetime. And one is that do what whoever will, things do change. And so whenever a new change pops up, I always think, Oh, I guess you are common along anyway. I donos I need to help. And yet something in me always prances to pitch in too. Timothy was there, occupying himself with the high places us ladies could not get up to. Well, says he, if folks stop dying, like sodality evidently intends they shall if it goes out of business, maybe you will stay home some, Amandy, and not always be off laying folks out. I know it, me's Toplady returns. I have laid out most everybody I know, and of course I am real glad to do it. But the last dead's hair I done up, I caught myself thinking how PG 317, much more interesting it would be if they was alive and could find fault. Doin' for the dead gets kind of monotonous, I think. I do not, says Timothy, decided. The minute you work for the living, you get all upset with being criticized. I suppose the dead would find fault, if they could, over the way you cut the grass for 'em. But they cannot, and so there's an end to it, and we get along peaceful. If they was living folks layin' there, you can bet they would do some back talk. Well, says I have been sick of sodality for years. But it was about the most whatty I might call society I had, and I hated to give it up. Me either, says Mame Holcomb. Me either, says me's uppers. I declare I have often said I would not know what to do if folks stopped dyin', so sodality would have to close out. Me's Sykes was setting, watching the rest of us. Well, she observes, cold, if I was usin' the dead to keep in society, I donos I would own it up. Silas Sykes had just come over from the store to see if there was anything he could meddle in. Heh, says he, showing his teeth. Not PG 318 many of sodality, as I can see, deserves to die and be done for civilized. Do not you worry yourself, Silas Sykes, says I. We are going to be done things for before we die hereafter, and more civilized than ever you dreamed of, all up and down your ledger. That's where you do dream, ain't it, Silas? I says. And though I said it gay, I meant it frank. I remember I looked off down the room, and all of a sudden I see it as it would be that night, packed with folks. Somehow we would got to saying less about the sodality part of the meeting, and more about the open part. Most of the town would be there. We would got the school board to leave us announce the second party for that night, following the meeting, and music was coming, and us ladies had froze the ice cream, and the whole time reminded me of a big bud, flowered slow and bursting sudden. Land, land, I says, fervent. I feel like Friendship Village was a person that I was going to meet tonight for the first time. You express yourself so odd sometimes, Calliope, says Mies Sykes. Distant but Mies Toplady and Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss. They both looked up and nodded, and they knew. PG 319. I sat holding Christopher in Mies Emmons's living room, and thinking about this and most everything else, when I looked out and see Inslee going along. He had not been back in town since Christopher's father's funeral, 2 days before, and I would been wanting to talk over with him a thing or two that was likely to come up at the meeting. That, of course, he was going to be at, and that had to be handled with thimbles on every finger, or somebody'd get pricked. So I rapped smart on the upper sash and called to him through the screen, but not before I had seen the look on his face. I have caught that special look only once or twice in my life, a look of somebody passing the house that is different to them from all other houses in the world. The look that wants to be a look and will not let itself be, that tries to turn the other way and cannot start, that thinks it's unconscious and knows it is not. And that finally, with Inslee, give it up and looked Mies Emmons's house straight in the face for a minute, as if he might anyhow let himself have that much intimacy. I had a little list of things I wanted to see go through that night. Enough of us was ready to have sodality perform its last cemetery rite and bury itself, so that that was pretty sure to go through. But I wanted more than that. PG 320 and several of us ladies did. And it looked to me like the schoolhouse and the young folks and the milk and the meat of this town could be done nice things to, so be we managed the meeting right. I even had a wild dream that the whole new society might adopt Christopher. Well, I don't know why that's funny. It ain't funny when a club makes a building or a play or a bazaar or a dinner. Why should not it make a man? I told some of this to Inslee, and he caught fire and lit up into a torch and had it all thought out beforehand, better than I could have dreamed it. But he made me feel bad. Haunted folks haunted by something that was, and that isn't always makes me feel bad. How is it possible, I see he was asking himself the old, worry-out question, to drive out of the world something that is the world? While we talked, Christopher went off to sleep in my arms, and even while I was so interested, I was enjoying the change that commenced, the head growing heavier and heavier on my arm, as if sleep weighed something. Poor little kitty, I says, stupid. Rich little kitty, Inslee says, wistful. Dear little kitty, says somebody else. In the dining room doorway, Robin stood in a doorway as we had first seen her. PG 321. Put him over here on the couch, do, she says. It's much too hot to hold him, Calliope. She would called me that at Mr. Bartlett's funeral, and I recollect how my throat went all over me when she done so. Ain't it funny about your own first name? It seems so you when somebody nice says it for the first time more you than you ever knew you were. Inslee lifted Chris in his arms to do as she said, and then stood staring at her across the child. I have been thinking, he said, blunt it's like watching the sign of folks to watch the different kind of things that makes them blunt. It's not my affair, but do you think you ought to let Chris get so used to you? What will he do when you go away? At this she said nothing for a moment, then she smiled up at him. I meant what I told him that night his father died, she answered. I am going to keep Chris with me always. Always, he stared at her, saw her face mean what she said. How fine of you. How fine of Mr. Proudfoot, said Inslee. She waited just a breath, then she met his eyes, brave. Not fine of me, she's sacently fine for me. PG 322 and not Mr. Proudfoot at all. I ought to take back what I told you since I did tell you. That is not going to be. I do not think Inslee meant for a minute to show any lack of formal respect for Christopher's sleep. But what Inslee did was simply to turn and sit him down, bolt upright, on my lap. Then he wheeled round, trying to read her face. Do you mean you are not going to marry him? He demanded, rough. It's like watching another sign of folks to watch for the one thing that will make one or another rough. We are not going to be married, she said, I mean that. I suppose likely the room went away altogether then, Christopher and me included, and left Inslee there in some place a long ways from everywhere, with Robin's face looking at him. And he just naturally took that face between his hands. Robin, he said, do not make me wait to know. Inslee was the suddinest thing. And land, what it done to her name to have him say it. Just for a minute it sounded as if her name was the population of the world, but with room for everybody else too. I think she put up her hands to take down PG 323 his hands, but when she touched them, I think hers must have closed over his, next door to on purpose. Dear, she says, tell me afterward. In that minute of stillness in which any new heaven is let down on a suitable new earth, a little voice piped up. Tell it now, says the voice. Is it a story? Tell it now. And there was Christopher, wide awake where he had been set down rude on my knee, and looking up at them, patient. I was dreamin' my dream, he explained, polite. It was about all the nice things there is. You and you and you and hot ice cream and the house's party. Is they any more? He asked, anxious. Robin put out her arms for him, and she and Inslee and I smiled at one another over his head. Ever so many more, we told him. I slipped out then and found Mies Emmons, and I guess I come as near shining as anything that's like me can. What's the matter, she says to me, you look as if you would turned up the wick. I 999, they have. I will not tell, I says. PG 324 Mies Emmons, I guess the meeting tonight will not need to adopt Christopher. She looked up at me quick, and then she started shining too. What a universe it is, she says, what a universe it is. Then we went off down to the meeting together. And the village was wonderful to go through, like a home some of us had hollowed out of the hills and was living in common. As we went walking to the schoolhouse, the sidewalks seemed to me no more than ways dickered up to fasten us together, and to fasten us to them whose feet had wore the road before us, and to lead us to them that was coming after. Christopher and F and Spudge Cadoza and Odie Daniel, or them like these. Odie Daniel had died the night before. Dr. Barrows had said F would not be lame, but we see he went sure of the value of the boy's physical life. But even so we had a chance with Chris, and we had a chance with Spudge, and we had millions more. My feet wanted to run along them roads to meet the millions and my fingers tingled to get things ready. And as we went down Daphne Street to that meeting, I see how we all was getting things ready, and I could have sung out for what I saw. PG 325. For Mame Holcomb, sprinkling clothes on the back porch and hurrying to get to the hall. For Mies Uppers, picking her currants before she went, so's to get an early start on her jam in the morning. For Viney Liberty, setting sponge for her bread loud enough so we heard her clear out in the street. And for Libby, shutting up her chicken coop that they earned their own living with. For Mies Toplady, driving by with Timothy, and her in the brown silk she would made herself, like she's made all she's got. For Abigail Arnold, wiping out her window to be filled tomorrow with the pies of her hand. For little Mies Sparks, rocking her baby on the front stoop, and could not come to the meeting at all, count of having nobody to leave him with. For them that had left cloth bleaching in their side yards, and was saving the price of buying bleached. For them that had done their day's work, from parlor to woodshed, and had hurried up the supper dishes and changed their dress and was on their way to the schoolhouse. For them that had lived lives like this and had died at it. For all the little dojerd, worry out account books where every one of them women PG 326 figured out careful what they could not spend. And I looked down the street till I could not see no farther, and yet Daphne Street was going on, round and round the world, and across it, full of women doing the same identical way. And I could see a way off to the places that Daphne Street led past, where women has all these things done for them, and where the factories is setting them free, like us here in the village ain't free just yet. And I felt a wicked envy for them that can set their hands to the new work, that us here in Friendship Village is trying so hard to get in between whiles. And I could see a way ahead to times when sponge and currants and clothes and coops, and similar, will not have to be mothered by women most as much as children are. But when women, away off then, will be mothers and workers and general human beings, such as yet we only know how to think about being, scrappy and wishful. But all the time, in their arms and in ours and nowheres else, lays all the rest of the world that is ever going to be. And something in me kind of climbed out of me and run along ahead and looked back at me over its shoulder and says, keep up, Calliope. And before I knew it, right out loud I says, I will, I will. PG 327. An hour later, up in the schoolhouse, Silas Sykes stood arguing, to the top of his tone, that the first work of the reorganized society that was to take in the whole town had ought to be to buy a bargain Cupidanfish fountain he knew of, for the market square. It's going to take years and years to do everything, says Mies Emmons to me low. But that did not seem like much of anything to either of us. What if it is, I says, and she nodded.